新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Huh? Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
蓝梦是趁乱一抽烟，2个人影都看不到边，为何总是在暗？像你也逃不出我手
Ooh, look.
我人质无电，一个是左右摇摆轻松。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this! Just call it a day!
我这个为情低头。哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya!
Hello everybody and welcome to the Nbpl. My name is Hitbrain and I am joined by NARAKA. How do I say your name? I actually never asked before we went live.
It's no worries, Hitbrain. I was in the exact same boat with your name. My name is Nyarko and I'm super happy to be here. It is a real privilege to be diving into this season of Nbpl.
Yeah, it's going to be a banger season actually. We've had a really good start already. Kicking off that first week, now moving on to second week, about to hit the bi-weekly finals starting tomorrow for solos and trios on Sunday. We had a very explosive start to the season. GG came out the gate swinging incredibly, just like they look amazing. I mean, they're one of the few teams that has kept their roster from last split. So, I mean, these guys are looking real good. But for you guys at home, there are some goodies to be grabbed. Make sure you have your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account, and you can grab these daily drops here on the top bar. As of tomorrow, for tomorrow and, well, all of the weekend, if you watch up to 60 minutes, you can grab yourself a Mirage coin. That is on the first bi-weekly. Then, obviously, you've got the icon on the second bi-weekly and going forwards from there. So make sure you do have your NARAKA account linked for a bunch of goodies. It's not the only goodies. We'll be giving some goodies away later on in the day as well for those questions. So make sure you keep an eye out on what's going on in the games. But Nyarko, first time casting NARAKA. How are you feeling? Are you excited?
Definitely excited for it. Excited enough that I'm able to wake up at, I believe, 1:30 a.m. my time. So really happy to be diving into this game that has just so many ins and outs to it. Really, it's been fantastic just trying to get back into the scene and orient myself with what is an ever-evolving metagame with a bunch of new players out since the last time I checked. You know, I'm one of those old heads. I was playing Yoto. I think she was the last character that came out when I was first jamming this game. And now there's just so much more in the way of tech. It feels like every single player now is just completely razor sharp on the mechanical level. And I'm also seeing some new tactics here, especially for trios, that I'm happy to have the privilege of watching as we take over to the map.
Yeah, I mean, trios has been quite fun actually. We saw like a change in the meta coming into this season. Syra being probably the biggest addition. Her kit with just the amount of kind of like, it's the mixture of like sustain, crowd control, actually solid DPS with the I-beams when you're on ult form. There's so many kind of like layers to that character where she just slots perfectly into so many teams. And we had quite a diverse meta coming into Worlds at the end of last year. That meta has mostly stayed, but with like some major adjustments in the sense where Syra is replacing certain units like Tammy in Sand Siphon and the Xiphon. You're seeing things like the Monk comp come back. I don't know if you know this about me. Everyone at home knows this. I am an avid Monk hater. I absolutely despise that character. Mostly because in the good old days, we used to have games of like lobbies of 16 monks all playing up versus each other. But before we get into any more meta talk, let's have a look at the standings and see where our teams are sitting. BBE, I mean, there are words I can't say on air, but that's how bad their day was on day one Friday last week. It was absolutely horrific. SR, one of our new teams here, actually came out the gate swinging on day one. I put themselves into 8th place, so they're comfortably in a position where they can look towards those bi-weekly finals on Sunday. For the most part, it's been, you know, the expected teams at the top end of that table, though. Alliance finally having a good day. Everyone at home's been cheering for these guys. They've been the underdogs for a very long time, but DRG have been able to usurp GG from that top spot at the top of the table. The only team who are realistically in the running for going for first today is going to be WBG, so the only team on the top end of the table playing. They had a 79.8 day as well on Friday last week, so they had a really big day. GG, their inconsistency cost them Sunday last week. This is a team who, this is their biggest issue for GG. They won both of the splits in their Nbpl in summer and spring last year, but they're so inconsistent. They're just so inconsistent in regular weeks, but it did cost them. They will be in bi-weekly finals, so they'll be fine on that front. But these are our teams playing today. OA and WZ are two new teams. YZG also just formerly KLA. SR also a new team, and then everyone else you guys should know at home. I'm excited for today. I'm excited because there's a bunch of teams I haven't seen yet. I haven't seen WZ and OA yet, so I'm really excited to see how they perform.
Yeah, we're very early into the season. Of course, I think we're already starting to see some trends come out here. To your point about BBE, I mean, Hitbrain, this is a team that did quite well for themselves last year. I believe placing 6th overall for trios. Unfortunately, just unable to bring it back this time around, but there's a lot of time to improve, a lot of time to develop. And now, as we look at the map spread, even today, we got 6 games ahead of us. That's a lot of time by which to try to right what was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, BBE were kind of disappointing last year. I know their placement at the end was all right, but they were just such a disappointing team. Like they would have like really high highs and then like really, really low lows. And unfortunately, it did seem like that was a low for them. Obviously, a little bit of a chance for them to redeem themselves, but you have to make it out of that bottom part of the table if you want to make it to bi-weekly finals. Only 12 teams will be going through. So today we'll have a nice red track, and anyone above that red bar is currently in the bi-weekly finals, and anyone below is not. Teams getting themselves set up on the stage for our first game of the day. Be heading over to Padoria for this first map. I'll be excited to see who's going to be dropping where, because we've got the Volpine Essence, and I can never remember the name of the location, but it's kind of north on the map. If you are able to drop in that location and get enough kills to pick up that Volpine Essence, it all but guarantees you a victory in those first Realm of Yangs.
Definitely excited to that. We're going to Padoria first. This is a map that I don't have a ton of experience with, as it did come out after my era was over, but very excited that it seems like right now the philosophy of NARAKA's game design in a lot of cases is that we want scraps, we want fights, we want to funnel people together, and it seems like Padoria is kind of building upon that idea. So I'm expecting a lot of action early and often. Hopefully we're gonna have to stop and catch our breaths afterwards.
Yeah, there's not a lot of downtime, to be honest, in NARAKA nowadays. Back in the day, back when we first started, there was like fights at the beginning, revives fell off, and then everybody just did nothing until the end. Nowadays, it is constant action. The Realm of Yangs forcing people to kind of scrap. You've got Spirit Wells as well, which are really, really big in the end game, actually, because it just forces people to not turtle until that final circle closes, in case someone gets a buff that could potentially win them the game. So it's really interesting how we've been able to funnel, you know, the players into this action and into fighting each other. OA, I didn't realize it's got 2tick and PP on it, so I am having a brain fart on what team they used to be on. This might just be a rebranded org, and I'm sure someone like Moxie's going to message me and tell me I'm a moron and they are a rebranded org. But 2tick and PP, pretty established team players, actually, so a lot of these teams and a lot of the players have just shuffled around, but most of the names in the league right now are ones that we're familiar with. There's only a couple of new players who seem to be kind of showing up, but for the most part, there is a mix of just players who've been pinched from other rosters and crossing over. So we're still in that kind of getting to grips with each other phase of the season, where teams like GG, who stayed together, they have a massive advantage right now because they're coming into these games pre-practiced, pre-polished, where a lot of these other teams are very good players who we've seen play on multiple different rosters, but are now trying to kind of find their footing with their new teammates and their new kind of their new way of playing the game with their new rosters.
Yeah, just doing a little bit of delving while you're talking, Hipper. I believe that 2tick is a veteran of the game that was on JDG before making the transfer alongside PP, if I'm not mistaken. Probably going to get a message as well telling me I'm a moron, but honestly, I need that kind of welcome into this game. Getting back on track with the pro scene. I mean, there's familiar names. I think 2tick is actually one of those consummate trios players that was around when I was first very much getting into the realm of NARAKA esports. Happy to see that they are still very much competitive here this deep on into this game's lifespan as everything continues to evolve. You know, sometimes it's hard to keep up with the Joneses.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to have a little think about, you know, what we're going to be really seeing today. I expect, and I've had this I was having this prediction quite thoroughly when I was custom of Raven last week, but expect once we get into Hero Select, the first round of Hero Select is just going to be all Syra on that first bar. We saw a lot of teams actually willing to spend their hero points early and often. Even into phase 3, they were spending hero points on like first pick characters like Syra. So they were willing to burn through those points. And I think that's a symptom of, first of all, Syra just being crazy strong. Second of all, a massive amount of kind of versatility. So when you start to go low on hero points, there's still plenty of other things available for you to grab. Looking like we've got SRWZ, YCG, and JL as our first selections here. So I'm expecting this to just be a mixture of Xiphons and Sand Xiphons with Syra instead of the Tammy thrown in there. That's most likely what you're going to see in this first hero select. And then we'll start to look towards those blind dates. Immediately a Siphon getting locked in for SR. I assume it's just going to be more of the same. Oh my word, Valda. Oh my word, WZ, I love you. Valda. I mean, Syra gets picked across the board, no surprises. Yeah. We even get the Justina variant of the Syra. So a lot more versatility than I expected. Zai still being kind of left open on the hero points front. Same with the Takeda. Seeing the Monk variant with the Kailin coming out from the side of 521 and OUG. Then a blind date coming in from TE here. And there's the Xiphon now. So we've only had 2 Xiphons get picked so far. That is crazy.
Want to come out swinging here, Hiprain, but I'll be honest, I think that one virtue of this meta, for as strong as Syra is the fact that by virtue of utility that she brings to the table, it means that there's some amount of flexibility you could do with the other 2 characters. And so we are seeing a little bit of diversity here. I'm beginning to see a lot more of that bald head pop up though here as we get deeper on into it. You know I'm right with you as a Monk hater. That was very dominant in the meta that I first got into NARAKA with. So hopefully we are going to see what kind of space control that be either the Monk or Syra really figure out the dynamic of this early part of the meta where, you know, we got many games throughout the course of the day and we got many hero points to spend. But it looks like as we round things out here, we got a pretty clear split between who's going for the Syra and who's not.
I think the most crazy thing is we're seeing a Yoto getting locked in. That was Yoto Justina with the Pharah getting locked in for FPX. I haven't seen Yoto in a hot minute in pro play. She did have a little bit of a resurgence at one point last year, but Yoto Hime getting locked in with the Pharah. What the idea is the Pharah drops the mech for Yoto once she's ulted, or to buy time for her to then get the ult back up. And then you can see with the Justina, you constantly freeze onto the Monks, because Monks very susceptible to things like Justina and all the lockdown. Not too much Viper, which is like a kind of old school counter to that one. In fact, not too much blind date comps at all. Because we are going to have a quick look at the loadouts. I'm curious what's the Yoto's running. I can't find them now. Where's FPX at the top? See what V they're going to be running. So they're running V3, F2. Okay, so pretty standard stuff across the board on that. Really interesting to see that was the load in here. Also, Justina kind of showing up last week and making an appearance. I'm a big fan of Justina in trios. I hate her in solos. She's just a stall monster in solos, but in trios, very, very fun. This Valda comp is going to be very interesting to me. There is so much tankiness because Valda's rework with the ult giving her a massive amount of health on a shield. She's really hard to kill. Like, you got the Syra disruption, you've got the cannon from the Pharah disruption, and then you got Valda, who's actually very resource kind of not intensive. She doesn't need like the highest armor because she just innately gets a massive amount from her ultimate. It's actually a very easy comp to itemize here and make sure that you can kind of spread the gear onto your Pharah and onto your Syra. I'm excited to see how it does. Now, typically, if there's one Valda, they're very easy to focus down, and we don't always see the most exciting things. So I'll keep my eyes on that. We can see the SR, I can't remember their name now. 3 teams are dropping on the point where we're going to see the Wolf by Essence, so they'll be fighting for that little Soul Jade to start it off. Reloading through onto game 1 of today's games. It's going to be a pretty clustered start. Lots of teams dropping on top of each other, so expect to see a fair amount of action to kick it off straight off the bat here.
Very happy to see that kind of scrappiness. That being said, that Valda comp you were mentioning, WZ going to be dropping alone center stage. I think this is probably pretty good for a team that's as sustain-oriented as they seem to be, going with that Faria alongside it. And I think that right now, what I'm looking for, though, is people to really leverage advantages from winning fights early. If they can't do that, if they just find themselves weakened, maybe third-partied, these could turn into a real mess. But we've got to scrap right off the bat.
Yeah, we do. Wolves got themselves some weapons put together here. Is LJX no armor, is immediately just going to have to try and disengage away from this one. Tries to go for the turnaround of the Wangfeng, but Wangfeng with the fist is making it work. The Bell comes out to try and break that away, but JL pin LJX in place. He's able to get a Soul Bloom and save his life, breaking away, but in comes the Meteor Slam there from the Zai just to lock LJX down. Another team's coming in for the third party, so BBE are going to make their way over and see if they can steal anything from Wolves. Wolves been able to get the reset off and just going to back off from now.
Yeah, very good call by all teams involved, finding the places to push, finding the places to back off. And in terms of that third party coming in at the end here, I like the fact that BBE, for the most part, decided, hey, we're just going to keep the high ground for now. We are going to use this tempo advantage to hopefully find something else before we're really moving zones. And from there, we're going to find advantages in some fights. OA, SR, seeing each other across the bridges here. Now, the question is, will it turn into a fight?
Very likely. I mean, everyone's got the rebirth. It's free fighting right now because death isn't permanent. You just lose your gear. So it's pretty standard at this point. I mean, Rico quite a way off building up enough rage to get that ultimate up, but best way to build rage is just to get in the fights, and that's immediately going to happen. Massive jumped in from 2-tick, able to get a whole heap of damage off. Rico disengages out for a brief second as PP now going to open up onto Rico, but he's caught in a really rough spot trying to find the opener with those nunchucks, but not really going to be able to do too much. SR are able to break Rico away. Quick pot comes in, able to heal up some of that HP. Meng now going to put some damage on to Zhao, going to get sent packing by Rico though, closing in on that ultimate, and that's a bit of a game changer once that one comes up. Down goes Zhao though in the middle of the fight. Rico doing his best to try and hold the bar, but in comes the third party from WBG. Rico goes down. PP now going to look to turn onto Leo. Is they're able to actually strip through that armor real quick here. PP finds himself in some real danger though, caught out by the staff, pops the bell to break away, goes in for the transform, and that's going to be WBG's signal just to run to the wind. Don't want to be getting too close to PP. Laser beams coming in from Yoran, sorry, able to break away. QA, OA able to break off.
Oh, and such credit to PP there for just being able to keep their wits about them, you know. First, starting off the fight, getting into that awkward position like you talked about, just by using the bell and playing that classic Tianhai sustain strategy, they were able to keep it up for a long time. But now we got Weibo, smelled blood in the water, wanted to go back in against OA, and I think this time PP is not going to be able to find himself a way out of this one, as Jing is going to continue to chase down the backline. Meng in a lot of trouble here, trying to get the loop around, but already with both of the comrades.
Parry on the
Weibo, even though they get double parried here, I don't think that's enough for Meng to stay alive, as eventually they will be rounded up and beaten down.
That was an insane parry, but yeah. Unfortunately, they got caught by the Syra orb as well, I believe, so that disorientated them for a brief second. Really nice little parry, but unfortunately not enough, and that's kicking us off quite strong for some of these teams. 3 kills onto YZG. WBG 4 kills, actually, so they're sitting quite comfortable. You can see a bunch of our teams at the bottom end of the table, like T and Wolves, already trying to get some points on the board. I mean, Wolves, if they don't make it to the bi-weekly finals for the first season of NBPL, that is heartbreaking. They are the world champs right now. These guys, I mean, it's almost the curse that we see, because I remember J-Team used to have this, where they would win Worlds and then just look absolutely terrible for the entire year and then go to Worlds and win again. Wolves very close to kind of, well, GG were very close to winning Worlds last year, so Wolves able to kind of clutch it out from underneath them. Still, got to be holding that one. WBG have been able to pick up that Volpine Essence, which basically just gives you a full heal at one point in the middle of a fight if you get too low. So WBG are going to be definitely looking to jump into those Roma Yangs, and they'll be spawning up in about 3 minutes' time. So keep your eyes out for that one. If I was WBG, I'd definitely want to be jumping in. I mean, you got a great comp for it. You got the Matari, you got the Zai, and you got that Syra. Now, it does look like we are seeing YZG get themselves into a fight here versus WZ. Nice little parry to open up, coming in from the Valda. You can see KGG trying to get some freezes off here on the Justina. Not actually able to open up and find that window yet. It's a very passive fight. Right now, they're just relying heavily on the mechs to try and do all of the work. They are in a Bane's Breath, though, so that does make life hard, as you do see people just backing off, deciding they don't want anything to do with that. WZ unable to secure themselves a fight.
And I do think that we are going to be seeing that dynamic for a little bit longer, especially whenever Farias are involved. When you're able to just go Neon Genesis Evangelion, go mech to mech in things like this, for the most part, it becomes a matter of just playing artillery, laying down covering fire for your team, as both teams try to just jockey for a better position. And in this case, with the Bane's Breath around, as you said, that was the indicator. Everybody going to back off for now, not wanting to expend too many resources. And now we are getting the regroup. WBG already getting that essence, as you talked about earlier, as a team to really watch out for right now, coming out victorious in that early fight. I think that they smell blood in the water. They are ready to try to make a play.
Well, they're going to be waiting now. They're going to be waiting because in the next couple of moments, we do see the Realm Yang spawn up. And
True.
The big thing is I believe TE are only blind to date comp. So they're the only team who may be looking to play interruption on the on people trying to get into those Realm Yangs. Other teams are just going to be waiting for that Realm Yang and looking to jump into it. So we're seeing how that plays out. TE grab himself a Moonbane, which they can slam down on top of the Realm Yang or use it defensively. Oh no, they used it themselves. Okay, so they're just looking to hold and grab the loot from here. So that spawns up, just get themselves some goodies. Purple armor on Peak and on to Xiaonan is pretty good. Youth, the only one rocking just the blue armor. So very, very set up right now for the side of TE. Put himself that Han sword as well onto Xiaonan.
And to your point about the Realm of Yang, this is the time in which to really make those big strides in terms of material advantage over the other teams. So TE also in a really solid position here. Double purple armor so early into this one is a really good call. So now we are going to get the bird's eye view here, kind of see where all the teams are clustered with one another. Wolves all the way there on the edge here may have to encounter OUG in just a little bit here, depending on how the storm contraction happens. Meanwhile, on the far side, there is Fun Plus Phoenix just trying to loot out around a Realm of Yang.
Yeah, everyone's just going to be making their way over. I think OUG and Wolves are just going to handshake and run into the Realm Yang. They're not going to bother dealing with each other. Unless it's OUG or on the blind date. I can't remember. The blind date's all just about interruption and dip diving. Jumping, get a kill, run away. Jumping, get a kill, run away. That is the base of that comp. And it's very good at just kind of catching someone out as they run into a Realm Yang. Give them a disadvantage as they go into a team with versus, with 2 kills, or 2 players, sorry, instead of the full 3. We'll have to see. For now, though, Realm Yang's about to spawn up. Everybody's just getting themselves lined up and ready to jump into this one. Again, I don't really expect to see anybody actually go for each other here. They normally don't. Just weighing it out. Here it comes. Who's going to get in? Only 6 teams can get into these. There's a lot of teams in this area right now. Everyone's just sending each other packing. Are they going to be able to get in? WBG, unable to get into a Realm of Yang. They had that Volpine Essence, unable to get it. And everybody just like scatters like cockroaches. But it does, when no one gets in, everyone just scatters in different ways. We're going to be looking at BBE versus Wolves here. Immediately, LJX is just going to go in for the transform. Catches onto Roy Hee. They're going to absolutely chunk him down. Comes in for the slam. That's 1 kill immediately for the side of Wolves. A massive opener. Roy Hee being down is just going to be a heavy cost here. Grab again. Massive chunk. I didn't realize BBE are down a player. So they obviously lost someone just before they jumped into the Realm of Yang. So Wolves can just play with their food. In fact, they're going to stall out this kill and wait until the last possible moment to have the buff for as long as possible. So we'll cut over to a fight where something is actually happening. 5-2-1 versus JL. Again, another monk has transformed here. Pampy's going to be losing that transform, and this is probably the go signal for the side of JL. Now that they can jump in with no monk. Ibin still got his ultimate available actually here on the Kylen, looking for the opportunity to get those dashes off, and Fat Milk may just be the one. There's the ultimate coming in, looking for that dash, but caught out by the Zai Chain Scythe. Really, really big lockdown onto them, but Ibin's now going to start to get those dashes started up, and people are going low. Can he actually find that extra little bit of damage? Gets himself knocked back briefly here for a second, but he is on his lonesome. JL has been able to turn this one around nicely. He still has the dashes though. There is a world. One more dash available to Ibin, about to time out. Tries to buy some space, gets an opening for a bit of damage coming in. Can he find it? Gets the parry off. No, not gonna get it. JL take the Realm of Yang.
And I really thought that fight could have gone the other way for a second there, but unfortunately, holding onto your ultimate sometimes is a great gambit. You want to force your opponent to use resources first, but in this case, maybe it was a step too long, down 2-3 before we see the pop at the end, and that is going to lead to JL coming out with the solid advantage in basically the kind of dynamic we're expecting out of this team.
Well, just seeing a quick spirit roll going on over there in the distance. So Wolves, WZ, and JL all have that Vermilion Bird's Might. So they've got that rebirth on them now. So they're just going to look to immediately go into a fight. The consequence-free fight. The worst thing that can happen when you've got Vermilion Bird's Might is you get parried and you lose your weapon. Like you lose like a gold weapon or something. That is literally the worst thing that can happen. Outside of that, you're pretty chill. Cookie taking a catapult just to cover some distance. And they're just looking for the kills. And obviously we got, who is it? BBE, who are down their monk entirely. Didn't realize that. And FPX and VN, sorry, all running around with that Realm of Yang debuff on. So they have 5 minutes to grab themselves 3 soul blooms, or they are donezo. They're dead.
Another dynamic that is going to force fights relatively soon. But honestly, for as much action as we have seen so far, Hitbrain, this actually does kind of feel like a relatively conservative early game for this map and for these compositions. A lot of the time, people just kind of want to play that resource game, looking patiently and not wanting to overinvest when it's very possible, given the very concentrated drops as we saw at the very start, that people will just get third party left, right, and center. That being said, we do have some action here. Artillery fire across the way, but for the time being, it's mostly just Xiaoyu trying to find something versus Fong, who's going to run into the brick wall. The rest of the team, JL, dropping from the sky here. Lu Ye immediately going.
Oh, there we go.
Trying to find a way to stabilize in this one, and now here comes the chase down across the wall. Xiaoyu trying to find an entry point right now. Already relatively low on resources, though. Is just going to try to grapple up top and find a new angle in. WZ on the fallback as well. This is a multi-team fight at this point, as Lu Ye is going to continue to work as that top line damage from range, and now over by the wall trying to find coverage from the Furia fire. Pampy gonna get a multi-man stoppage there, as now they're trying to find a new angle in. Luyo in a lot of trouble here as a representative of JL, as now Cuckoo is going to be called out by Ivan, who will fall back once again, looking for the soul blooms, as you were talking about before. It's going to be a multi-man fight continued off through the courtyard, as now Fat Milk is just firing the musket from far away to try and chip down as many people as possible, as we see multiple ults pop. Pampy just stomping in the middle of things, unleashing the Tianhai. Over to the side.
Bit of a mistake there. He's able to actually get the double grab. I thought they disengaged. VN. Pampy able to find that kill. Can't believe they actually got that one off there. That was a real mistake from the other teams to hang around when Pampy goes in for the transform. The problem is now is they do need to get these soul blooms, but Pampy, the moment he de-transforms, they're just going to get jumps. They're able to pick up Ivan, who was able to cleanse himself, but now Pampy, he doesn't have a Karen. If he dies, he dies. He gets frozen, locked down, taken out. That's him down. They're going to have to find a rebirth charm to bring him back. Really, really rough, and that was the problem with the transform. You make yourself a target the moment it runs out.
Yeah, in a situation like this where there was just a lot of freedom to move, firing that Tianhai ultimate off can get you an early turn in a fight like we're seeing right now. DP actually going to be using an ult of his own, getting a grab onto Zhao. Now fighting inside Storm, might be just brought down by the health drain now. Jumps up top, trying to just work at the Tianhai shins. PP forced to try to jump away to buy a little bit of space as the D-transform comes out here, as that is going to be TE wiping someone down outside a bridge.
Nice little pick up there for the side of TE. I believe it's only FPX and BBE who are currently rocking the Realm of Yang debuff, as we do see both of those two players get eliminated. FPX is entirely as a team now eliminated out of the lobby, unfortunately for them. But BBE were able to get a rebirth charm off onto their monk, and then I believe they also got Roy Hihi back, but there we go. Grab himself a rebirth charm. They're going to use it, bring him back, and BB will be back at full strength. The problem is full strength for them is 15 minutes left on the game, and they've got to re-gear up and get themselves, you know, situated and ready for the final circle. We're cutting over to the Realm of Yangs, though. Only 2 of these ones up this time, as it's Wolves versus YZG inside this one. YZG running that Pharah. Is this the Yoto comp? No, they're just running the Pharah, Justina, and Syra comp. So eyes right now on QGG. Has got that ultimate ready to go when they're looking to get the freeze down onto those members. Got a nice little parry onto LJX, waiting for the transform. Now QGG can go for the freezes to try and lock him down. It's going to be very hard for him to find grabs when one's in a mech and the other one's a Justina moving around real quick. NiHQ's already lost a lot of HP. QGG is just completely locking LJX down, but they are able to get the grab onto one. The laser beam, though, is just playing interrupt. It's so hard to get the slam. He's able to wiggle free into the freeze. The Justina lock onto him is huge. More cannon fire coming in. LJX is looking for a slam, but he won't be given the opportunity, and down he goes. There's still 2 dashes available onto QGG, and Wolves have been absolutely decimated here by YZG. Meanwhile, on the other side, JL taking on WZ here. WZ got themselves that very interesting comp with the Valda, and it's so hard to kill them because they're just so tanky. The spears are coming in as well, doing so much work. Cookie losing most of their armor is going to look for that reset. They've still got the ultimate available to themselves, though, as they're just not playing timeout and waiting for those ultimates to time out on the other side. The Valda, though, still feeling very, very strong. Cookie finds himself dazzled and caught out. The laser beam's doing so much work. There is just an obnoxious amount of interruption on the side of WZ. Cookie has barely been able to do anything here. Finally taken to the sky with that laser beam, and it's going to look to try and focus down onto Wonfeng, whose ultimate should have just about timed out. They should be going down here as they fall, and WZ now got themselves the man advantage, but starting to go a little bit low here. Can they finalize a couple of kills? It looks like they have. JL should have, sorry, WZ actually find that turnaround onto them, and that is going to be the fight in the bag. That team has so much health.
There's a lot of brilliant plays that you can make in this game that just dance on a knife's edge. There's a lot of elegant things that both of these teams did during that fight, but ultimately the team fight philosophy and the comp philosophy of WZ is to just dump a bunch of untreated lumber onto the field and make a massive wall that is impossible to scale. I think that they could be favorites with this kind of unorthodox comp just by virtue of how long they're able to keep themselves alive and continue to disrupt enemy teams. Cookie, time and time again, was given the opportunity to heal up, which is not something that I expected given how deeply they were being focused.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I don't know. I'm such a big. I'm the biggest Valda fanboy on the casting team, and we never get to see Valda that often. She had a rework last year, and we did start to see. I think it was GG who cooked up a Valda comp similar to that one, where it was all just about sustain. Like you just couldn't kill them because it was with Monk instead of Pharah, but it was just all about sustain because the Pharah mech gives you loads of health, the Valda mech, well, the Valda ult gives you loads of health, and also technically the mech can be applied to anyone, like if you're running the V3 on Pharah, so you can just, someone else can jump in, but most of the times the problem with Pharah is all she does is supply a mech and then just run around on the sidelines and play at range while someone else uses her mech. But with this comp, when you're running a Valda, the Valda doesn't need the mech. It's a total waste to put the Valda in the mech, so Pharah gets to do something other than just be a mech supplier. So it's nice to see that, you know, this is that current workaround, and WZ 6 kills in. This is a comp we didn't see last week, so I'm excited to see more of it. Could be very, very exciting as TE actually waiting in the zone, just making sure that they're able to wait for the prime opportunity, and they're going to sneak around the back of this fight as it's going on as well. LJX have got that Realm of Yang debuff on them, so they're desperate to try and find these kills for themselves, but not sure if they're going to be able to get it. JL, actually also the other team with the Realm of Yang debuff, so both of these teams are just fighting for their place in this game. But it's a very, very tempered fight right now, and a third party from the likes of TE could be a real problem. See a Rebirth Charm get used off in the distance as LGX goes in for the transform, and that means Wolves probably just going to get run away from. There's not much they can do. I mean, LGX being able to get himself up with that jump was big, but he needs to move on, and Wolves, they're just chasing JL, but your Monk is so hard to keep up with everyone, and now they're just going to have to drop that, and they're going to be down a tool. JL still have 2.5 minutes until their Realm of Yang times out. Or their debuff times out, more to say.
And this is kind of a heartbreaking end to that fight, or at least the beginning of a new one for Wolves, who actually I felt were very much in the health lead to start this off, and now in trouble. They're just going to have to try to find one straggler on JL side. Fong and company able to lead this over towards the city walls now, as it's just the Wolves fighting inside of this canyon, looking for some way in. Staggered, finally, LJX is going to be able to fire off the bell, but I'm going to be too little too late as the storm closes around them. Whoa, going to be pushed back. Continuing to find an angle on the backside of this one. Cuckoo is meanwhile bringing a lot of the enemy players in such a way that they're able to just completely walk through this fight. Wolves just going to be knocked out.
Yeah, Wolves knocked out, world champs out of the game, and right now 5 kills, not gonna cut it, still in 13th place. They've still got 5 games to go, but they have a lot of work to do if they want to climb up this ladder and secure themselves in the top 12, where JL, they're still in this game now. They've got 8 kills as well. So while they're quite a distance behind Wolves, they now get to go later into the game. They potentially get to get more kills and more placement points. and close that gap going into game 5 and then game 4. And as you go further and further into the day, I don't know why I'm counting down. Game 2 and 3. You'll get closer towards that point. As now we're seeing JL once again just keep that pressure up. They catch onto Xiaonan. The laser beams coming in from Cuckoo is absolutely bonkers. But SR slide in and steal the kill. Immediately blink out. That is how you play Blind Date. Oh no, they're getting themselves caught out once again. Able to get Xiaonan back up, but they could find themselves in danger. Going to quickly look for the turnaround with the Viper ultimate. Not going to find the stun onto anyone as Youth just trying to make a break away from it. Viper down, Members down, and unfortunately for our solo Blind Date comp, they are probably cooked, actually. I don't think Youth's going to be able to do much. No teleport available to him. Has a couple of his win walls, but yeah, he's not going to achieve much. He'll probably just end out getting caught or timing out.
Yeah, and it looks like that's going to be the case. Just so far away from the ability to bring this back. They are going to find their end outside of the circle, as now it's going to be BBE fighting off against VN. YZG looking for an approach angle. QGG leading the charge. Full health, full armor. Now just trying to run down Phallic, I believe, who is looking for a way off of this cliff and hopefully a way to deceive the rest of YZG on the chase down. But it doesn't look like Fat Milk is going to be able to get the opportunity to do so, as now it is the entirety of YZG just closing on upon them. Now, over to the side, we are seeing a few other teams beginning to rally, but for the time being, it looks like this is just going to be a quick cleanup. YZG looking to set themselves up as the winning team here for this map number 1.
Yeah, well, it looks like for now, YZG going to grab himself that Spirit Well for themselves. They're actually kind of just timing it. You can see them jumping in and out and just resetting the timer because they want to have the buff as late as possible. No one else is contesting them. Dome has timed out though, so you do lose that kind of little bit of protection, but no one's about in the area. And as you can see, they just need to touch it for a second and they'll be able to grab all the goodies. They're just waiting out, and even place down the Ferrier mech just in case anyone wants to jump in. But you do get a reset on your ultimates when you catch these capture these Spirit Wells, so it's worth just throwing it down in case another team came to contest you. You'll get it back immediately once you get it. So now it is just a bunch of teams actually starting to gather here in very close proximity to each other. SR have got that variant challenge on though, so everyone kind of knows where they are, and I think that's what attracted all the sharks in the water here. But nobody really looking to jump into too much action, and this is actually a relatively slow game. 21 players still left in the lobby. Really says a lot about how slow the tempo of this game has been. And to be fair, I always find the first game on Padoria is quite slow, and then things speed up once we get to Holoroth and Morris Isle. But didn't expect it to be quite this slow. 21 players at 6 minutes. Normally it's around 18. I think we had like 15 last week at one point.
Yeah, this is kind of feeling like those old Monk Ball comps where everybody is just sustaining around one big beefer, and that means that a lot of people make it towards this final circle. Looks like we are beginning to get a war off in the distance, though. JL kind of sandwiched between OUG and WZ, who's just trying to play the artillery game. Multiple cannons just being used to soften up teams before anyone tries to jump in for the killing blow. JL just trying to negotiate a little bit of shelter here that they can use for a future fight around the big tree. Now, Low going to drop down alongside Fong, maybe trying to find a flanking maneuver versus YZG, but giving up the high ground here could be a mistake. QGG working as kind of a scout, trying to get a good view of Weibo and WZ up there on the far side of this riverbank, already engaging with one another. As now Weibo are going to be led down to the river here. WZ and YZG both trying to pepper Weibo with shots. Doing a decent job, though. We are seeing all these teams remain at relatively high health. Nobody's fully pulled the trigger and gone for the commit yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a waiting game. Once that next Spirit Well spawns up, expect to see some action. We'll have the Bane's Breath coming in as well soon. So, going to be YZG once again. There's no way they're just getting another Soul Blue, another Spirit Well, right? Uncontested. No one is contesting them on this one. What's inside? I can't see what's inside this one. I have no idea. But if there's something like a White Tigers, and I know it's nerfed, but still getting a White Tigers at the end of the game, it's going to be really, really nice for them. They are just waiting it out. There's still so many teams in the area. YZG sitting quite comfortably in their little dome. Everybody else is scrapping outside of that area. I am so shocked that no one is contesting YZG on the Spirit Well. Everyone else is just fighting on the other side of the map, just trying to chunk each other out. But for now, it's a bit of a waiting game, just waiting to see where everything goes down as YZG still not getting the full touch, still not getting the full loadout. All of them with golden armor as well.
Absolutely. I do think that right now it might just be the case that nobody wants to turn their back and actually try to make it over towards the Spirit Well. It's just too dangerous, as we are seeing multiple members going incredibly low for all these teams. BBE finally dropping down from the trees, trying to take a fight here. Devon going to drop their ultimate in kind, looking for a good grab here, but they're just getting lasered from afar. Now trying to jump in alone versus WZ, who is once again pinned on the far side by YZG. Unfortunately, this Tianhai is unable to do much by themselves, and I think that this will be the end
really
for a team that has hid for so long. YZG continuing to open up now on the far side, trying to tear down Rico, who has their armor popped, will have to force an ultimate with nobody near them. This feels like this is the one that YZG or JL can come out on top of, as nobody right now is touching JL, who's found solid cover behind the stone arch.
Yeah, that's quite comfortable. YZG lost their mech, and they've placed another mech immediately because they slapped one down just before they popped the Spirit Well. Then immediately you're going to get their hands onto another one. So these guys are very, very well set up. JL waiting it out for the moment, like you said. But, man, it's honestly, I'm so sad when I see these monks, man. They struggle so much right now when it's not like monk-only lobbies. They're so easy to focus down. Things like Syra, they're just too many things to interrupt them right now. Eyes on QGG, using the cannon on to multiple members of OUG, forcing SS to pop that ultimate early. Really didn't want to be using it yet. And now they're just going to be getting chunked down. The Kurumi ultimate, I believe, was also used there. So that is just going to be another tool down for the side of OUG, which is going to definitely slow down their ability to be able to fight out in this final circle, as QGG getting a couple of shots on Junks, losing a lot of his health off the back of that one. SS was able to get a slam down onto Jing, but they weren't able to translate it into a kill. Jing's able to disengage and make his way to safety, but now with 2 minutes left, OUG have to build that rage bar up, but they're immediately going to get jumped onto. QGG has the ultimate, gets the freeze down onto multiple people, but immediately finds himself caught out. Massive chunk of damage coming into them, having to go for the reset. Still got a little bit of time left on that ultimate and a couple of dashes in the bag. And the Takeda would go real hard here. I can't believe there hasn't been a single Takeda in this game. JL, they've got that Meteor available on 2-1. Just getting the damage off of the Chain Siphon. Really starting to rip through some health bars, but they're immediately popped by YZG. Cashing in on another kill. Huge pickup for them off the back of that one, as now YZG TXJ has got junked inside the storm, just going to absolutely obliterate their health bar, taking them down. One Feng looking for a little bit of damage onto the members of YZG, but YZG are in control right now. The armors are stacked, the weapons are there, and they're just going to jump in, get the cannon shot down onto the WZ members. The WZ, this is the team with a lot of health. They've got their own Pharah. They've got themselves that Valda as well to work with. TXJ just trying to put some damage down with the laser beams onto the members, but Zhao, who's just got so much HP right now. And they are going to get caught out by the spear from the Valda, just getting a couple of people into those whirlpools. But with a man advantage, it feels like YZJ have got this in the bag, as there's going to be another transform coming in from the mech. It's just the 2 versus 2 inside the Shadow Corruption, but it's closing on these teams. OUG holding on by just a absolute dime right now. There's a couple of teams in the air. I didn't see WPG holding it up, but that is going to be WZ getting himself knocked into the zone, taken out. YZG control the area. They're just the ones cashing on the kills. One Feng trying to find that damage, but QGG is able to put it down. YZG got the cannon, they've got the mech, they're holding fast for the moment, but WBG are holding it in, getting the freeze down onto a couple of people, and that should just be the closeout. YZG will take the game.
And that is the kind of NARAKA esports I'm happy to come back in on, Hipbrain. Definitely a slower lobby overall, but credit to YZG for their immense patience, knowing when to push, knowing when to pull, getting their fair share of kills early on, and translating a material advantage into a dub in game number 1.
I'm going to be honest with you. Everyone else fumbled that real bad. Like, the fact they gave YZG 2 Spirit Wells, like, the first one was acceptable because it's that, like, one that can be off in the distance and no one can really get there in time, but like, to give over a Spirit Well in the final circle is so bad. And it used to be just because White Tigers would nuke the entire lobby, and luckily it wasn't a White Tigers first of all. Luckily White Tigers have been nerfed since, but it was the ultimate refresh. YZG were able to get their Ferromech down, get all their ultimates burned, and then pop it and immediately get all their ultimates back. So they just had 2 cycles of ultimates, which is just a massive advantage in that final circle. Kept them safe, able to do a lot with it. I don't know. I feel like it was crazy that not even one team contested. And normally everybody else just ignores each other and goes on whoever is in the Spirit Well. And then the whole lobby just cycles fighting over the Spirit Well. It was a very, very bizarre final circle for me to see that the teams, you know, just didn't bother. Just didn't bother contesting it. And YTG basically given a bit of a freebie off that one, getting the damage resistance you actually, or damage taken reduction you do get on that Mystic Might. It's a pretty big one, but you know, it's back-to-back games. We'll be going into game 2 very quickly, so I'm sure the coaches right now are going to be talking about that and saying, all right, we need to contest Spirit Wells going forwards.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And, you know, like I said, I'm happy to be back in on a game like that, because what's NARAKA Esports without a little bit of crabs in the bucket mentality? Everybody clustered on the far side of that final circle, like you're talking about, Hipbrain, not able to go in and contest YZG, who just gets that advantage. Great stuff from them.
Alrighty, well, do you want to grab yourself some goodies? How many teams chose Tian Hai? That's Monk in game number 3, 5, or 7. Put A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. And check your whisper box, because that's where you'll be getting your goodies. I don't know the answer to this question. Too many is the answer I have, because I love that character. But yeah, I'll give you a clue, and it's not really a clue because I don't know the answer, but I'm pretty sure it's on the lower side. So if that helps, maybe it doesn't. Maybe I just framed a bunch of people and they're all going to lose out because I was wrong and it was 7. It wasn't 7. Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what game 2 looks like. I was surprised to see that Valdecomp, and that Valdecomp did real good. So cool to see that was showing up. I am so shocked we didn't see any Takedas. To be fair, I do feel like Holoroth is more of a Takeda map than, I mean, every map's a Takeda map, but Holoroth used to be like the Takeda map back in the day, back when like hero select worked a bit different, and you could only pick, like, you were limited to how many times you could pick heroes, and we didn't use the hero point system. But yeah, I feel like, you know, Takeda also probably going to be waiting for some of those Firefly maps at the tail end of the day where you're able to build up the rage off those. Very interesting to see, but here is the scoreboard at the end of that game. YZG had 17 kills. They walk away with 24.4 points under their belt. JL go out with 11 kills, 12.5. SR get 10.5. SR was so consistent last week. On Friday, they were so consistently scoring decently. They got 1 win under their belt across the 6 games we played, but yeah, these guys, I said this on Friday, but SR genuinely are my team to watch this split. They're like the new rookies, and they kind of came in like KLA did back when they came in a couple years ago. KLA now being YZG for anyone who is unaware. But yeah, I'm excited by SR. I think they're a pretty cracked team, but here is the damage dealt. 32,000 damage from CXZ on the Ferrier. That is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I do think that it is bolstered a little bit by how that game ultimately played out, where near the end you are able to, before you get to the really tight circle, just kind of play artillery fire from afar on a ton of different teams who are all clustered with one another. And remember, YZG was off on their own little island of value the whole time as well. So definitely an impressive showing for sure. Maybe just bumped a little bit by that, but credit where credit's due. They come out with the victory. Here's the rest of the standings.
BBE. Not looking good. I mean, they're like 10 points, which is like an okay game off matching what they did on day 1 last week. So I will continue to flame them until they improve. They're unfortunately not having a great start to the split. JL started off pretty strong here, you know, almost tying up what they got on day 2. I mean, that was a horrific day 2 for them, actually. Same for WZ as well. Coming out the gate swinging with a very, very interesting comp across the board. This is our top end of the, well, our middle end of the table. These guys are all currently fighting for their spot in that bi-weekly finals. TE gonna have to have a good day right now in 12th, so they are currently on the soft line of 48 points to qualify. Obviously, that line will move throughout the day, and everybody else. I mean, the top end of the table is not particularly that interesting until later in the day, and we see where WBG plays. The big thing is sure, these guys are all locked into the bi-weekly finals. Biweekly finals isn't like a full reset. Like, we're not going in on Sunday with 0 points. We're going in with a percentage of the points you earn from the regular weeklies. So for the side of WBG, the higher they can earn here, the more points they take in, and then the better chance they have of beating the likes of DRG and GG, who are going to be starting with significantly more points at the moment. A few replays now.
Yeah. We can just see the communication here in the realm of Yang. YZG doing a really good job of finding their share of this. Faria, we already said, top damage on the team. Also, it looks like from what we're seeing here, CXZ was also one of those main shot callers throughout the course of this game.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like some of these teams, it's almost just chaos behind the comms, and then some are like really coordinated. I can't remember what team it was who were just like, they always looked really stoic, and then like when you heard their comms, it was just absolute madness. Like, you couldn't make out what was going on, but whenever you saw them, they just always looked really stoic. YZG, really good game here, and I mean, constantly getting caught out by the Valor Spears as well, catching them into those little whirlpools. Weren't really getting heavily punished off the back of it. The Syra, obviously, so good at just disrupting in these final circles, because the zone gets so small that dazzle is basically guaranteed to hit, and then you got the laser beam and you can fly around, and just very irritating to deal with as YCG using the Ferromech basically just as a second health bar to make sure that you're not going to lose too much damage to the zone is huge. Is Syra MVP. I actually think this is the first Syra MVP I've seen. I've seen a lot of Syras, but first MVP on the board, 4-1. It's obviously going over DXJ, 23,000 damage, 9 kills. I mean, you get an understanding of how busted Syra is when you see the damage split, right? Like, most of that damage came from skills and ultimates, i.e. the laser beams. 8,000 damage coming in from skills and ultimates. Spear did 7,000, and the dual blade's doing 3,000. Heartstopper kick and Razor Swift coming in as their golden soul jades there. Interesting to see, you know, this is a more loaded soul jade loadout than we've seen in a while, and I guess they kept getting spirit wells. There we go, had a complete brain fart there. They kept getting spirit wells in that game, and ultimately it ended out getting them very kitted up for this game. Huge performance over for YZG. Now we're going to be moving on to our next game. Game number 2 on Holoroth. Players are already getting themselves back onto the stage and ready to go into this game. So, Nyako, what did you make of that? Your first cast, your first game in a bit?
First game in a bit for sure. A lot of the times I was seeing things that I remember. My favorite is, of course, Tianhai ult, people getting isolated and then asking for uppies, trying to get up a wall or something like that. It just kind of felt like back at home, and really that's exactly what I'm looking for here. But now, jumping over to my favorite map, Holoroth, I really am excited to see what you kind of teased here, Hitbrain. Hopefully a little bit more aggression early, maybe not as much of a death ball going into the final circle. I want to see how some of these teams, in particular, teams that either got hit early or otherwise just felt that the best strategy was to rat a little bit, will prepare for something that could be a bit more aggressive of a event here. Maybe we're going to see a turnaround in regards to who's picking up those big kill numbers moving into the final circle.
Yeah, I also feel like it's a map where Monk, I don't think, shines as much. I feel like we talked about this back when it was just Holoroth and Morosile, but we had like the 60-40 split. So like 60% of the times on Morosile, the final circle is really good for a Monk. Like lots of open spaces, you kind of get your use, you have a little bit of verticality to use, and then 40% of the time it was absolutely terrible. Like we're thinking like Shadow Jade mines and places like that where there's just too many crevices and cracks and verticality, and the Monk gets completely handicapped by it. Holoroth is the other way around. Like 60% of the time, they're not particularly great final circles for Monks. Lots of terrain to work around, lots of verticality to work around, and then 40% of the time they're good. And to be fair, on Holoroth, when you get a good final circle for a Monk, it's a really good final circle because their open areas are very open, which is perfect for Monk. But you know, I do feel like we'll probably see more like the Decaders, the Xiphons, this kind of the variations of various different Justina comps and stuff. Like Feria kind of fulfills the Monk transformer role in the extra health, but you don't get the kind of the almost guaranteed kill of the grab, but you do have the disruption. But Feria can also fly, so she doesn't struggle so much with the verticality. You kind of have to take your pros and cons on that front. Really didn't see any blind date comps in that last game. Like we had one team running it, and it's such a fun comp, but it is one of the weaker ones, but it's still technically meta. It's kind of like a B tier comp right now, where you got a bunch of A's and S tiers in there. S being Xiphon with the Syra and the Matari, absolutely bonkers comp that one. I'm surprised we didn't see any Cicadas, because a lot of people would place that as an S. I think it's more like an A+. I'm just doing a tier list now. Yeah, I still feel, you know, there's a lot to show on the comp front. I'd be curious to see what teams are going to be picking up going into this game. I am surprised by how much emphasis on Monk there was in that last game. I'm surprised that there was no Cicadas. I think that's the biggest surprise for me. Like, just the total lack of Cicadas in the game. Like, very bizarre.
Yeah, you noted it during that final fight. There was a lot of density there where I think that Cicada could have really just torn people apart and had a really good showing. So maybe we are going to see a shift. I definitely think that some teams are going to be going back to the drawing board. We already talked about how they are definitely getting an earful about how they can't just let YZG get all those wells time and time again. But I can also see them decide to shift who they're picking on as their characters, as we do finally have everybody back out into the lobby for game number 2.
Yeah, all loaded up and ready to go on to this second game. Gonna be interested by hero selects. That's always the bit that gets me. I like seeing the comps that they cook up. Seeing YZG, and now we talk a lot about like teams that have changed and changed their rosters around. All YZG did was change their name and their icon. Like, this is still the KLA that we had last split, just with a ghost instead of a koala. And a different name. Outside of that, they are still the exact same team that we know and love. So, gonna be interested to see how they perform again, because they've had an absolute corker of a start to today's games.
And it's not only just the technical strengths that I think we saw to YZG that brought them the victories in those Realm of Yangs, plus just the fact they were able to net so much in terms of resources on the map, but they also just seem to have a really good strategic backing and maybe the best read on the meta that we saw, at least for that first map. Now, as we are moving somewhere else, I do think that what we may see now is some other teams who maybe had a bit more practice here on Holoroth come into their own, but I'm definitely not going to discount possible back-to-back here, YZG at the very least, with high potential to make it as one of those final teams. But right now we do have the cameras trained on another one of those teams to watch, as you call them, SR over here, with a good showing in their own right. I think that they haven't fully shined as they possibly could for the rest of the day.
No, I honestly genuinely keep your eye on this team across not just today but the entire split. They showed so much versatility, so much capability as a team during the first day of trios. It, like I said earlier, it reminded me a lot of KLA when KLA first came onto the scene. And KLA, I actually think, could have won their first split had they not had the little mishap where they got banned from playing in the finals because of some rule breaking that was going on. Not on air, by the way, just privately outside. Yeah, I feel like SR, you know, minus that potentially could be a team who would put a good running into finals. I don't think they're like winning finals. If we had finals tomorrow, they're not winning it, but like development over the split and going into those finals, like I'd be surprised if SR aren't in finals first of all, but I'm really excited to see the shape they're in by the time we get to those finals, because yeah, they look real good. They look real good.
I love when people power up and grow throughout the course of a split. So happy to be on early in the season to see whether or not that arc they are referencing will come through. But here's a team that's been firing on all cylinders since last year. JL, a little bit inconsistent. I think that showed in that first game of the day, but they're just getting warmed up. Can't wait to see them get back over here to Holoroth.
Yeah, JL team who, again, they were always relatively decent last year. Right now, 0% top 5 rate is a very, very sad statistic for them. I mean, this, like, the average points and the average pick rate is always interesting. Is always interesting because it's mostly just Syra comps. Oh, sorry, Moxie, thank you very much. You just sent me a DM. Why did you pick TXJ up from JL, finally splitting from VVV? You are correct, Moxie. I totally forgot. They did change their roster just a tad. But most teams did, other than like GG. I can't remember the other teams. I had a list of it last week of teams that had not changed. I did put YZG on that list, and I've now been proven wrong. I mean, it wouldn't be a NARAKA cast without Moxie calling me a moron at some point. So. She keeps me in line. That's what she does.
Yeah, always good to have someone like that keeping us on behind the scenes. And honestly, it's just been so great jumping in with NARAKA BLADEPOINT. The casting community has been fantastic, as has been the production community. So shout out to everybody from behind the screens, making sure that we were able to bring this to you on the English broadcast side. Now, this is a team that unfortunately got passed over in game one, been passed over all season, and now we're kind of passing over their time on camera. BBE still looking for a way to actually shine throughout the course of a lobby. That last time, they were mostly hiding up in a tree, just praying that nobody found them.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad for the Vietnamese team because Rui He is the only remaining member. Everybody else has been shifted out, and I mean, it feels like they're really struggling to find their feet coming into this split. And I believe Rui He's kind of changed roles within the team as well, and kind of playing different kind of positions for his team than what he used to play. So it's very sad for them, unfortunately. They need to find their footing. I would be very surprised if they make it to this bi-weekly final. They're right at the bottom of the table. They have a lot of points to put together, and that first game wasn't really much to go by. So I think they're going to be a team to kind of watch their development over time, but right now they are a ways off being in a very capable position. Now, WBG on the other side, 83% of the time they make themselves into top 5. These guys have an absolutely bonkers performance so far. Interesting to see that their favorite comp is the Monk variant with the Zai. I feel like a lot of the Monk comps at the moment run Kylin. 33% of the time they're running that Monk and Zai together. Very interesting. It looks like we're getting ready to go into Hero Select to see what these teams are going to be cooking up for this game number 1.
Yeah, I think selection here is going to matter a lot to give us an indication as to whether or not, well, we had our teams in the back, if they had decided, you know what, we made a misstep, we didn't pick the characters that actually are well suited to the current meta, and maybe just the other teams in their play styles. Or if they think, hey, it was on us, we made some strategic errors, we let YZG just get free reign of the map, we are going to stick with our current running of characters, and from there we are going to make a mark here by just changing up the way that we approach the game as a whole. So there's going to be a very, I think, decisive thing that really will change the topography of the rest of the day or night, wherever you are in the world, to see how these teams are going to be playing things out. Camera hovering on Weibo. I think that they're one of the teams that I could really see walking away with the victory here if YZG are stopped in their tracks. But here come the first picks coming through with OUG. Well, there's the Takeda you were looking for.
Yeah, but I am surprised that this just isn't all Syra. There were 2 teams willing to pick the Monk. So that means no hero has an increase in points going into this round. So this is very likely an incredibly Syra heavy lobby off the back of this. Although Wolves just go for the blind 8. What is going on? The whole meta is just like, I'm mind boggled by this one. So 2 Xiphons coming in the second selection. Again, for the side of BBE, they go for the Monk. They had a really, really poor showing on that Monk, and now that's increased in cost for them because they've played that comp twice. So it's going to limit how much more they're going to be able to play it. And I feel like everybody is actually looking to save their Syra, their Takedas, their Zais for the tail end of the day when we do get those Fireflies, so they can just immediately go into some of the scrapping. This might be the first time I've ever seen a Takeda and a Syra make it this deep into the hero select. I mean, we did see some people burning a lot of points to pick Syra towards the end of Friday last week, but I am very, very surprised to see that Takeda wasn't increased in hero points until the end of the hero select. That is... Things have changed in a week massively.
Yeah, the more time that you get to digest this meta, the more times we're going to just be surprised by what some people realize are good corner case scenarios here. I really am happy to see that as a whole, we are getting some amount of evolution away from the Monk, still obviously being emphasized, but we are also getting maybe almost an overcorrection into a lot of Takeda. So I'm imagining if we do manage to get an early game that goes relatively slowly, that this is going to be absolutely chaos as we close things out.
I just had the realization we had a Yoto in the last game, and I don't think we ever saw them. I think they just, like, they literally just, it was FPX. They got evicted so quick. I don't think we ever got a look in at those guys. Let's have a quick look at the loadouts here. I'm happy to see a couple more blind dates, just 3 blind dates. Wolves, WZ, and JL all running that. And then, have we got any variants on Monk, or is it all Kylin versions? Yeah, it's all the Kylin versions with the zip as well. So not even burning the Karumi, just going for the zip instead. Interesting to see that. Karumi actually coming in into 5-2-1 here. Fat Milk's going to be picking that one up. No surprises really to see the Karumi in the Takeda comp. It's typically where you're holding your Karumi picks until later in the day. I think what we're seeing right now is a very passive start to the day. And then once we get onto those Firefly maps, it's all going to be Siphons. It's all going to be Sand Siphons. It's going to be blind dates. It's just going to be teams that are looking to scrap constantly and consistently. That's my prediction. No Justinas this game. Sadly, no Valders either, after we had a Valder in game number 1. Have a look at the drop spots. OUG always drop on to the puzzle. They do have WZ plumed just above them, and I believe that's Wolves behind them. I can't quite make out the logo, unfortunately. I think it is. Yeah, it is. Wolves just behind them. So OG are going to have to solve that puzzle, grab the loot real quick, and move on as soon as possible. Only 2 teams dropping at Imperial. Imperial, I'm surprised because there's so many golden loot stashes in Imperial. Like SR and WBG can full loot their sections of the map before finding each other and fighting. Or they can hunt each other down, but better let them loot up and grab the stuff and then just take what they looted off them when you're done with them.
FPX
very spread out start though. Very spread out start.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think a lot of people are going to be able to loot up for a while, and it could be another slower start. Of course, though, right here in the center of the map, this is the one place where things are going to be a little bit different. Is already it's LJX from the Wolves trying to find an engaged ZK as the backup coming on through, as WZ are going to be hit down, but it's going to be actually Wolves who find themselves with the short end of the stick. Big parry there is going to set things up beautifully for WZ. ZK trying to get the double counter, manages to find a way back into this fight. Popping Loye, although it looks like Zhao Yu will be able to bring this one back. ZK stabilizes actually and will deny any opportunity from WZ to capitalize on an early advantage in this fight as Wolves somehow clean up.
Nice little clean up there from Wolves. Grab themselves some goodies. OUG, I don't know. I didn't see if they actually got to the puzzle yet and stuff, but overall, over to FPX versus 5-2-1. FPX not having a good day, unfortunately, for these guys. They are really struggling. ZG trying to make a breakaway, but he is going to find himself in danger. Nice little knock up. In comes the Dazzle. It's going to pop. Catch onto a couple of people, and FPX, they are donezo. Nice little pick up there for 5-2-1. Early time to burn your rebirth as well. That's the sad thing here. Means FPX are going to be significantly weaker going forwards. SR just going to drop down into WBG's pocket. Jing already losing a lot of HP here though, but Yoran getting himself just caught out. Rico gets parried in the middle of that. Yoran goes to try and turn around. Still got that belt to use. Caught out though by the Wisp from the Takeda. From the Tammy, sorry, doing so much work, but looks like SR already losing Junks. About to lose Xiaohu and Rico, but they are going to look for the tidy up, trying to open up with that staff a little bit more. Yoran goes down. SR able to equalize this one out as suddenly it's been turned around. There's just one player left for SR, holding on fast. Not sure if they're going to make the breakaway. They throw down the Sandstorm, but it will not do enough. SR lose the fight.
Wow, Weibo against all odds in a rough position, stabilized. I think it may have been a nasty parry in there that really got them the tempo advantage. But now SR is upon their position. It's going to be Junks
run back,
finding first entrance, and yeah, this is going to be the run back. Rico looking for something. Leo already on full common armor here, is just trying to play on the periphery of this fight for the time being. Unfortunately, Zhao is going to be able to call them out, as now we have Yaron popping ultimate a little bit far away from the rest of the fight. Needs to try to find a crucial grab here. Unfortunately, those 4 arms are currently still empty, as now Weibo realizes they may just have to cut and run. Big drop down across the archway. We do see SR look like they also want to peel away and just try to heal back up before they look for the re-engage, as Yaron is looking for the last little bit of value out of the Tian High ult.
Junks is on totally the wrong side, split from their team. So WBG recognize that and are immediately going to look to collapse onto Junks. Can SR come in and try and save the day for them? He's going to jump back down. They successfully stalled the Monk transform, but the problem is it may come at the cost of a player. But no, in jumps the rest of SR. Zhao with his stuff just trying to get a little bit of an opening. Junks Loses a chunk of armor here, but is able to hold on fast. Leo going incredibly low. The parry comes down in the middle of the time, though. Junks still on that run. Can they get the damage off? Gets the charge off of the katana. Junks goes down. WBG looking for the turnaround. On to the members of SR. The salty run back in a professional game has cost SR so heavily here. Sandstorm breaks out once again. Jing has his ultimate, so he'll be able to keep up onto these members. That Sandstorm not going to be doing enough. Rico was able to take down Yoran, though, so they find a little bit of an answer back. SR jumping into that Sandstorm. Jing trying to keep the pressure up. Zhao just making a breakaway for it, but 2 versus 2. SR, can they keep Junks up, or are they going to have to go for the revive onto them later with a rebirth charm? Zhao making a run for it, but Jing keeping the pressure up onto him, and now he just has to play the escape game. It was such a fumble from SR to come back into this one. They're down a player, they're down a man, and I don't think they got anything left. SR are going to be evicted from the game before it even starts. Absolute heartbreak for SR and a real mistake from them.
Absolutely.
Rico,
one of the worst ones that you can
away.
make. Rico trying to find a way out of this one, has the ultimate activated. Urano just going to be able to chase down this Syra, and I think that this is going to be the end of the road. Good job buying continual space with this flight. Rico actually able to get a little bit of height off this tree. Might be able to just get away here. And now the question is it worth it to chase? Unfortunately, SR down to a last man so early in this one. Probably will just have to sit here and pray that nobody finds them out for the rest of the game. Coming out with only 3 kills. I don't think they're adding to that total.
They can get a rebirth charm. I didn't see how much money they had on them, but the problem is they didn't loot much. They just kind of fought the whole time,
Yeah.
so depending on where the money is, they might be able to get rebirth charms and pick their team back up, but ultimately, that was a real mistake from SR. It cost them heavily. Now, YZG opening up with 6 kills. We were so fixated on that Imperial fight for so long that we kind of missed what else was kernel on the map. WZ have 5 kills. YZG got themselves 6 kills. I think that's the biggest ones of note right now. Yeah, that's the biggest ones of note right now. Absolutely phenomenal. BBE are evicted from the game. They actually just go out and donut it again. 0 points for BBE. Where did they go?
I think that they're going back to the drawing board, I hope, for a little bit of a change of strategy. BBE needs to try to
but they're
find
drawing with
something.
crayons. What are they doing?
I have absolutely no clue. Unfortunately, a few more performances like that, and I'm going to become a fan of them. And you certainly don't want that. And whatever esport I'm a part of, whatever team I root for, usually just gets clobbered time and time again. So we're going to have to see what happens, as right now WZ is trying to prevent a clobbering of their own. OUG activating ultimate. It's going to be SS just trying to rain down Hellfire from afar. Xiaoyu trying to buy space, popping the Viper ult to start things off. SS knowing that they're going to have to back off here. Maybe timed out of a little bit of their ultimate, but in kind, WZ is then able to find everything they wanted in this fight, as now OUG is going to find themselves also caught out in the midst of this one. Now SS gets Xiaoyu down. This could actually be the turnaround of this fight, as all of a sudden WZ finds themselves down members trying to cut and run. Cookie unfortunately gets ziplined here, and that's going to be enough, I think, for SS to just get the rundown going and continue this fight to favor OUG in total.
I don't think Cookie has ultimate, which is the sad thing. He could blink his team to safety, caught by the dazzle. SS still able to hold on here. Cookie throwing down a wind wall just to refresh some of that armor. But I think this is just a sad end to this fight here for the side of WZ. I don't know if they have their rebirths yet. I don't know if they've been able to use those. I'm going to argue that they probably do from the fact they're hanging on. Wait, didn't
Nope,
go
they're
down? Yeah, it did
eliminated.
go down. Oh, no, they terminated. Oh, that is bad for WZ.
Oh,
okay.
yeah. Yeah, unfortunate situation there. OUG finding the angle, able to just completely clean that fight up, and credit to them. They're in great position here. Was OUG, I believe, the team that dropped center, was looking to do the puzzle to start things off? I think they probably got it,
Yes,
given how
because
things are going right now.
SS has a gold weapon, so that's the big giveaway on that one. Which is massive, because having a gold weapon then transforms your ultimate laser beam into gold value. So it's a big, big damage boost, and I guarantee you OUG are going to want to jump into one of these Roma Yangs. You see, there is a Spirit World with Draco Storm in it, which both TE and JL are actually looking to potentially contest with each other. Otherwise, OUG going to get themselves into the realm of Yang. They're going to be going up versus WBG inside here. Remember, golden weapon onto SS. Not too many, like, big armors. I mean, SS gets, like, extra armor when they transform with their ultimate. So, do have a little bit of kind of extra sustainability. Not as desperate for the gold armor right now, but immediately, fight's starting to break out. Yoran going to be forced to transform after losing a big chunk of his health, but it's going to be hard even if he finds the grab. Syra so good at dealing with these monks. As long as the monk doesn't grab the Syra, she can just continuously laser beam and stop him and stagger him from actually doing any slams down. He looks for it, immediately gets knocked back, can't quite find the grapple. And it is very hard for the monk to be able to play this one out. Tries to leap forward and unable to connect on, but does catch onto Baby U. Is just now going to be staggered before he can go for that slam. Gets the punch off in time though. So get a little bit of damage down. Leo going very low though. WBG already starting to go into dangerous territory off the back of this one. Leo makes a breakaway. We do see a parry, but Jin goes down. Leo goes down. And that is an OUG victory.
WBG so clean outside the realm of Yang, unfortunately unable to translate it here. And once again, I think it's the count high is the big issue. Just unable to get what they wanted. As now in the other realm of Yang, we got OA versus YZG. Two-Tick already almost having the armor popped here. But that being said, YZG has multiple low members. That's going to be KXJ able to get the armor back for the time being. Mang already taken down. Means that now the tides are turning, and Two-Tick is the last one trying to keep their hopes alive. As CXZ on the other side is going to go down. QGG run down by PP. And OA comes out on top.
I know I'm a hater. Like, there's no denying that I'm a hater. But I do think Monk sucks in Realm of Yang. Like, they're never fun to watch in Realm of Yang. Because back when we had the meta of, like, traditional Transformers, it would just be two monks stalling each other out and then losing the Realm of Yang at the same time. Hated that. And then in this Realm of Yang, they transform. And there's too much crowd control. There's too many things in the game that can handle a monk and just keep him at arm's length. Like, Syra is so good into monk in an isolated 3v3. Like, it's so hard to get the slams off. You can't get the grabs off because you're just constantly being staggered and dazzled and crowd controlled. Just, I don't see monks winning these very often. They always seem to lose them because once you use the transform, you're basically just down a hero. Like, all he does is bell. It's a very selfish character, Monk, and doesn't really achieve too much. SR came back.
Yeah, they brought everybody back.
They got the rebirth chance back. Oh, let's go SS. They got a lot of gearing to do. They got 18 minutes left on the game, and they're going to have two members running around with grey weapons and grey armor, so they're going to have to grab some goodies real quick. Now, the good thing about Holoroth is it's one of the few maps where it's not as bad to come back into it late, because there's loads of different weather effects, like the snowstorms, the sandstorms. When they go off, they refresh all of the treasure chests, all of the treasure troves across the that area that is affected by the weather effect. So if you can go find a weather effect, you'll be able to find an area that is unlooted and then re-loot it. So it's something that they at least have to work with. I don't know if there's any weather effects going off right now, though. So looks like it's just going to be grab gear from desperate players right now. As WBG heading up north, heading into the snow. Going to reset themselves and see if anybody is in the area. You can see that YZG did actually scout out this location, saw that they came back, and they will be also looking to probably try and get a jump on them. As we're now just going to see our Vermilion Birdsmite's teams do their official handshake of, it doesn't matter if we lose these fights, let's just try and get points off each other exchange. PP. No ultimate available, so just getting knocked down onto that low ground, trying to make an escape. It does get a couple of members here. Doing a fair amount of work with those fist weapons, actually. Pampy going low. PP now just going to try and dodge out. Has got that dazzle available to them if they're going to get the opportunity to use it. A lot of people clustered up. Meng will be going down low in the middle of the fight. Pampy was able to secure that kill. PP starting to go a little bit low as Fu Yan coming in with the laser beams, and he is just shredding through people's health bars. PP's doing his best. He's able to get some healing up, and it does look like OA have been able to heal up somewhat as FPX lose another player. PP going low, and that is going to be the Vermilion Birdsmite used. But FPX, they lost their Zai in the middle of all of this fighting. They have that Realm of Yang debuff on them for a brief second, and they were able to cleanse two. Two-Tick will be going down here. They will be burning that final Vermilion Birdsmite. They even got the parry, so denial of a weapon. But being down your main carry on FPX is going to suck. They're going to have to go get a a rebirth charm. And the problem is there's only a limited amount of rebirth charms. The whole lobby shares them, so...
Yep, and SR selfishly hogging 2 of them will mean that's going to be a little bit harder for FTX. But now we are starting off in another fight here as Baby U is just looking for an angle here on the Takeda. Rounding onto the low ground here, just trying to find somebody. TXJ hiding out inside of the booth. Not going to be called out for the time being, and as now we are going to see Yaran and company just try to fight a member of YZG to beat down. We'll be able to pick up one. TXJ now going to be the next one hopping in here. Try to find an angle. Yaran already almost getting the armor broke. Is going to be not only run down by YZG, but now it's OUG who's going to mop the floor, clean on up. That's going to be WBG losing another.
Alrighty, well, 15 minutes left on the game. Second Realm of Yangs will be spawning up momentarily as well. So I feel like this is going to be where the attention is for a bunch of these teams. I'm glad to see some Takedas. I felt like I was going crazy after game 1, seeing absolutely 0 Takedas in the games.
I mean, it seems to be working out, particularly for Baby U. Look at this, OUG leading the lobby at 11 kills so far. I thought it was a bloodbath for WBG up until this point. They've only picked up 6, or actually almost in the bottom half. A team still around in terms of how many people they've killed.
Yeah, YZG, though, do have the issue of one player still has the Realm of Yang debuff on them.
Yeah.
And the other is dead. So they need to do some serious work. Now, looks like FPX were able to actually get Kiki back. So... quick revive coming in. Are OUG going to jump into this Realm of Yang? They're waiting it out. We see some teams do this where, because there's only now 4 spots instead of 6 spots in Realm of Yang, so there's only 2 Realm of Yangs that spawn up. Some teams who feel very confident will instantly jump in. And if you wait a little bit, there's a chance that no one goes into that second Realm of Yang and you just get a freebie. Because the second Realm of Yang can be a little bit more risky. Right now, OA are quite happily just sitting inside this Realm of Yang. Are they going to get joined is the question. YZG were hoping to try and catch someone out. OUG are the ones to jump in. Sorry, it was OUG who jumped in. So OUG versus OA inside this Realm of Yang. It's going to be the Sand Siphon versus the Xiphon as our 2 comps. Everyone's just going to get aerial to open it up. PP holding on to that Syra ultimate, just waiting for a good opportunity to get those laser beams down. Good spot to throw that dazzle out as well. It's going to pop the ultimate now in the sky. It's going to be beaming down, but the sandstorm's going to play interrupt a little bit there for OA. Gives OUG a place to kind of turtle in, get some soft resetting done. PP's going to try and shoot some laser beams through the sandstorm though onto the members. Throws out a dazzle, massive chunk onto SS as the sandstorm breaks now, so they're not going to have that reset zone for themselves as Tutik looking to jump into the fight. SS now using their own laser beam for themselves. PP going very, very low. The dazzle isn't going to pop onto anybody and catch them out, but PP getting exceptionally low, and that's going to be OA already losing a player here. The Sand Siphon team beating out the Xiphon team pretty strong here. Keep your eyes on that Xi though. She may find her window. Massive chain sipes coming in from Tutik onto 3 members of OUG. OA though doing their best to hold on as they're going to catch out onto Tutik, not letting them get the best of those sand sipes. Sorry, those chain sipes as they are going to be looking to go down here. Meng the last one standing, and OUG win the Realm of Yang.
I think OA was looking for basically anybody to match up against except for OUG there in the Realm of Yang, and OUG unfortunately will be the ones to bring deliverance here, picking up an even greater advantage. The snowball well and truly is rolling for the team that already has the most kills in the lobby. I think we are looking at our front runners here. The question is, who will be able to put a stop to this newly buffed squad?
They're going to be looking real strong now. Golden weapons across the board, golden armor onto Baby U. It's weird because typically we actually see the Xiphon beat the Sand Siphon right now. I think the Xiphon is actually better. So OA kind of got caught with their pants down there a little bit. I think some of it comes down to that they threw all their ultimates out immediately, and the response ultimate was the Sandstorm just to shut them down. And at which point you were just massively weakened because they were able to get a reset off and just stall out the fight while your ultimates are just wasting away. So a bit of a mistake there from them, unfortunately. Oh wait, it's about baiting. I remember Raven talking about this. Like a lot of fights in NARAKA right now, a lot of the coaches were talking about trading of ultimates. Like if you can trade 1 ultimate for 2 ultimates, you just have a massive advantage. And that was like the mentality a lot of the teams and the coaches had during Worlds. So we're actually going to see the replay of a different Realm of Yang. This is the TE versus FPX one. Seems like there's not much is going on. Now, am I going to be proven wrong on Monk being absolutely dog water inside Roma Yang's? Because right now, Xiaonan was able to grab onto Kiki, but the interrupt there does come in, and actually they're able to get a massive jump to the re-grab from Xiaonan. He played that very well, actually. And I think a lot of that comes down to just like ZGE being completely caught out, and there was no interrupt onto Xiaonan, so that was the most effective I've seen a Monk inside of Realm of Yang in a very long time. And Fusion using up their ultimate as well now just means they got 1 versus 3 on their own. Nice play there from FPX, actually. Sorry, from TE. Really impressed to see the double grabs coming in. And man, every time I say something about a Monk, one player just looks to prove me wrong.
Yeah, that's why we went to the replay, you know. Prod heard us talking about Tianhai, and they wanted to prove us wrong. That was a really good usage. The re-grabs, just the fact that it's such a massive disruptor means that there's still his utility. I mean, there's nowhere to run, is the thing about Realm of Yang, and that is the one thing that does benefit to Tianhai just a little bit here. So we look across the rest of the map, though. I think FPX, very much on their last legs here, needs to try to find a desperation play with really not a whole lot in the way of resources. And meanwhile, you're looking at how well topped up OUG is on almost every front. Baby U, legendary for both their armor as well as their weapons. I think that they are definitely the ones to beat in, as they are very clearly victorious in so many different fights. I think that most other teams at this point recognize that they cannot take that 3v3 or any of the 1v1s that come with it. And so, therefore, we are going to start to see people kind of spread the seeds, part ways with OUG, which could give them even more time to farm up for final circle. Meanwhile, it's going to be JL getting aggressed upon just a little bit here by OA and company, as now we do have SR back into the mix for the first time in a while. We're going to see how well they were able to farm up and get some resources for themselves. I think SR needs to get a one fight relatively soon here, either via just being better or finding a third party if they want a chance to really sustain into the circle. They just do not really have the same value that other players have, and already Jumps being called out here, and then we get the double parry on top of it. OA mopping the floor with SR, and I think this is the last time we'll be seeing the team on this map.
Well, the Sandstorm does break out, but again, Junks consistently finding themselves caught out by being isolated from their team has been their biggest issue today. OA are hard sending it for this fight just because they really don't want to be... They've got their debuff on. There's no ult zone gets popped by SR, knowing that OA still had a bit of advantage there, and now SR actually looking for that turnaround. There is a potential of a third party, though, coming in as FPX. Also, with that Realm of Yang debuff coming in, Junks is going to go down. And SR, it kind of was a mixture of being in the wrong time at the wrong place, but also Junks has to stop being isolated from their team. They're consistently waddling around on their own, while the other two team members are just left off. So it is consistent mistakes coming in from SR. It does look like they're actually doing the old loop around. They're going to try and pick Junks up. They're going to get in time. Junks actually might be saved. So nice little potential coming in here from the side of SR. I'm looking at the minimap, and it looks like no one's playing interrupt, so they're going to be able to pick him back up, and there needs to be a talk with Junks about his positioning, because he's twice today in this game, actually, not even just today, in this game, cost his team pretty heavily, as OA about to time out on these debuffs. They got 28 seconds to get the kills, and they just get ported out. There's nothing they can do. Two-Tick has been caught out, and now with the tag coming in from SR, Two-Tick, he's just going to be given a kill over, comes in for the Meteor Slam onto Zhao, but I don't think it's going to be enough. There goes the kill. PP being tagged as well. He is on the run, but Rico is going to keep on to him. They throw down the orb to try and catch him out, but it's not going to catch. PP trying to make an escape, throws down the ultimate as Meng is going to be going down. SR, they find their turnaround. They find their punish. The mistake was made. And OA's only member who was able to cleanse himself for the Realm of Yang is going to get caught by the Tessa Urn, is going to get themselves charmed up, and this is probably going to be another kill gifted over to someone as they just jump into the middle of everyone. SR have actually got them into the jaws of PP. I think he's been able to break away, but he is not going to be around for long.
Yeah, I thought that maybe what we would see there is VN coming in and leading a distraction, so JR actually, alongside JL, couldn't just rush down PP. Unfortunately, that was no dice, and so we have another team falling here, but as we do see the shadow closing in, we got multiple teams kind of on that classic retreating trio, just trying to ping one another as we do get closer and closer to a decisive final battle now. 6 minutes left on the clock right now. TE, I think, firing on all cylinders. A team we actually haven't seen a whole lot of just in terms of their time on camera right now, but still 7 kills to their name. They are very much in a good position here, especially as teams like OA and YZG having fallen. It means that all of a sudden they could be front runners. They just need to deal with the likes of VN and OUG, who just have had so many successful fights.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem right now for TE is OUG, not only in the sense of the kills in this game, but this game has put OUG to overtake TE, and TE have now been knocked down into that bottom bracket, which means they then have to pick themselves back up and climb back in. They were the line, and the line has been crossed by a team with 16 kills. If OUG get the kills and win this game, they could go out on a 20 bomb. They could add the kill multiplier to that. That is a lot of points. This one game could clear OUG as long as they play consistently for the rest of the day. This game could clear OUG into those bi-weekly finals, and they just don't need to worry about it again. So could be a very big game where TE being knocked down. They've really got to mount a pretty big comeback to get into that top 12 once again. OUG probably going to be looking to fight that Spirit well. And now there's more Decaders. I can see a world where we're going to see more people contesting those Spirit Wells, having the Sandstorms and the Food Ren shoves just to control those areas. As you can already see OUG standing directly on the circle, and it's a Draco Storm as well, which is a big, big one to be picking up here. Everyone else is just trying to survive out this Bane's Breath. And numbers-wise, 19 players left. We're a little bit more to what I would like to have seen in the last game. Definitely moving at a more kind of consistent pace of speed. There is OUG going to get into this Soul Well. Is anyone going to contest them? Yes, OUG going to jump in. That wasn't OUG. That was another team. It was Wolves. There you go. Wolves jump in to contest. This is what we want to be seeing. Teams trying to fight for the Spirit Wells, and everybody is jumping in. Sandstorm's thrown down. Baby U with the golden fan just putting some damage down, but gets himself caught out by a freeze there. Is going to be able to survive up now, has that golden armor, so he's feeling pretty comfortable. SR now, they're the ones in control of the Spirit World trying to cap. Other teams will come in and contest. FPX jump in, lose a lot of HP. Wolves jump down, OUG jump down as well. Everyone is fighting for this one. Massive freeze comes in once again. It's just consistent freezing across the board. Baby U holding that ultimate. Now he's going to throw it down. Through Ren shove available. Immediately a Viper comes in. They get into the purple bush to break away from the Viper ultimate. FPX get eliminated, and that is going to be the Draco Storm secured for OUG. They've refreshed the ultimate, so they've got Through Ren shoves. One more for Baby U to use, but he can immediately refresh that ultimate, and they're going to do so much work with it. OUG having Draco Storm and having 16 kills is terrifying for the lobby. Baby U trying to break away from the Viper stun is going to get caught out. Tessa ultimate as well, but not much else achieved on the blind date comp off the back of that one. And now Wolves trying to fight up onto this high ground as Baby U with this Draco Storm is just going to be fishing for kills. They're going to be able to do so much damage here. Ultimate available. That's going to be SR actually stealing away the kill off the back of that one. So OUG were denied due to the CC. They're going to hunt in onto Pampy. Still 116 seconds left on to this Draco Storm. So plenty to work with for OUG.
Baby, you're going to wade right back into the fight here. The hyper carry on the side of OUG, backed up by the rest of their team. And that JL torn asunder in just a second here as SR continues to scrap around the far side of this mountain here. OUG actually going to take a breather, just reset, and now launch themselves back on up for the second half of this one. Diving on in, Fong just completely called out here. JL trying to scramble back to find a reposition. Unfortunately, they're going to be denied that opportunity, as now on the far side, it's going to be Vienna and Wolves just sandwiching this last member. As OUG looks for more angles. Baby U still has that ultimate available, still has their armor available. The rest of the team at their back, they're just laying waste to everybody as Wolves is going to find ZK another ultimate on this Viper name, but it just doesn't matter. Baby U able to break line of sight across inside of the storm, and now they're right back into it yet again, jumping down onto the low ground. ZK going to be called out here, and that is going to be Wolves popped in an instant. Almost everybody melted now. This could just be the final fight as SR are just waiting around the far far side corner, waiting for VN to exhaust himself on an attempt versus OUG, as now we see up top, VN are going to be called out. OUG wants this, and Baby U is going to lead the charge straight in there. SS providing the laser beam on the back line, and meanwhile, it is just this Takeda running roughshod over everyone, as now multiple teams begin to split off, realizing a threat that OUG poses. They just want as much time in the sun as possible, and they will slink out into the shadows to do so. Baby U looking for all angles. TE, we're on the far side, going to be forced back out into the fight itself, hiding on the far side of the tree, as now Ivan is going to pop their own ultimate, trying to keep VN in this one for as long as possible. All three members still available for them, as well as OUG and TE. Wolves just down to the one after that last fight. Xiaonan going to pop an ultimate, looking for a grab, gets one versus Ivan. This could be enough for TE to try to clean someone else out, as Youth and Company do have a lot of resources to continue to play with. Pampy goes low, just going to be grabbed back up, and that's another one that is going to be brought into the clutches of TE, as VN was once again hiding around the far side corner, trying to get away from this fight to heal up as much as possible before a final confrontation. And as this happens, OUG has actually lost a member. VN and SR find themselves the only full comps alongside TE, as Wolves just continues to stay at one, hiding in the shadows, looking to just bring this one to a final stand. As it currently stands, though, it looks like TE may have the edge here as long as we can keep everybody topped up. Youth is going to take a lot of damage in this current scenario. Rico now for SR, diving on in, finding a weak member, actually gets massively parried, trying to dash around the far side to get back away from the shadow. And as this happens, it's going to be Youth called out. TE trying to bring it back. Youth somehow manages to escape the clutches and actually finds a little bit more health. VN is gone. OUG down to one member, and it looks like it may be SR taking this. TE trying to stabilize, will be able to do so. Youth fighting one forward for finally going down, as now it's all up to down for TE to try to break this hope.
SS is still alive!
Still alive!
No way!
Ultimate up ahead, and now the shadows completely closed down. SS with armor may be able to just live throughout all this.
I don't know if SS can hold on, but he's 1 versus 3! No!
Oh my god!
He 1 versus 3, held on to that game. The crazy thing is, OUG had already guaranteed themselves the victory there. They had enough kills, but regardless of who would place first, they were winning. But they get the kill multiplier. I believe that's about 24, 25 if we're lucky kills there for OUG. An absolutely monstrous performance from these guys. I cannot believe SS held on that long. Absolutely phenomenal performance.
That slow fall is just backbreaking in scenarios like that. Hit Brain able to just stay alive. I mean, that's why we're seeing so much of this character, right?
Yeah.
Coming out of nowhere in what I thought was a big turnaround. OUG maybe exhausting themselves early in that one, still had the ability to bring it home off of a clutch play by SS. What an ending to our first time on Holleroth today.
I had my feelings when I saw that it was literally the Syra. If it had been any other member of OUG, that wouldn't have happened. But like Syra's ability just to stay in the sky above the fight, because everyone else was too focused on each other. Because why would you deal with a solo player when you have to deal with a triple right now, and you can just mop up the solo later? Unbelievable. And it comes down to the extra health you get from the ultimate. It comes down to the CC, the sustain, the everything that character does. It's so impactful and a phenomenal win there for OUG. I am excited to see the scoreboard. I'm excited to see the damage dealt as well, because these guys had a phenomenal showing in this game. Really, really solid showing there from the side of OUG, and a needed one, because that has put them quite comfortably into the bi-weekly finals. I mean, there is still 4 games, so if they goose egg the rest of the day, they might be in a little bit of trouble. But I think as long as you have like decent / okay games for the rest of the day, and you're just consistently scoring points, you're probably making it to bi-weekly finals off that. I mean, there's a world where OUG continue to play like this and they get themselves higher up, because remember, the more points you get, the more prizes you get. How many kills did OUG get in game number 2? Was it A, 16, B, 18, C, 20, or D, 23? Leave the APC or D in Twitch chat, and you'll be grabbing yourself a goodie. Check out Whisper Box, because that's where you'll be whispered if you win. I think that one was pretty obvious how many points they got. I was curious myself. But now that seeing that scoreboard and seeing that like question is answered, I know how many kills OUG got. That was a big game, and that was a absolutely phenomenal showing from OUG. They're going to be on cloud 9 right now, and they have a little break just to reset and kind of recenter themselves for game number 3 on Morris Isle.
Yeah, Hipper, you talked a little bit about how there's a possibility they goose egg and just crash out of the rest of the day, but I'll be honest here. We kind of have our front runners. We kind of have the people who are just trying desperately to not goose egg another game in a row right now. And I think that OUG is very clearly in that first group, the front runners, the people really defining these games and just how everything plays on out. Compositions seem to be settling down a little bit more now. I'm liking the mixtures that we're seeing, but once again, it's just Syra at the top of the standings. Maybe a second Syra MVP in a row. I mean, how can you say otherwise with SS clutching it out as they did here? But here we go, looking at the scoreboard at the end here. There's your answer, 23 kills coming on through. SR bringing it back into second place after that crucial mistake early, showing that you just don't want to throw in the towel. Every chance in this game to come back means that there is an opportunity to still forge a way forward in terms of your point standings, and therefore a chance to make it to the bi-weekly finals.
I told you, keep your eye on SR. These guys are really, really solid as a team. Able to put together 11 points after getting completely rolled at the beginning of the game. TE 12 points, OA 9, well, not points, but kills. Like, look at the kills. This is an incredibly stacked game. Like, a lot of people getting kills. BBE will just write off right now, but everyone got a really serious amount of points off that game. And there it is, 32,000 damage coming in from SS, 11 kills, 9 assists, 32 damage from Baby U, 4 kills, 14 assists, 8 kills, 23,000 damage. 8 assists onto the side of Jinyu. It's crazy, but right now in the current meta, like, I'm seeing games where Takeda is actually not the primary carry in this comp, and he's just kind of like a fall-off carry, like a secondary almost. It's really interesting to see. BBE, I think the odds of this team making it to bi-weekly finals are very low. I wouldn't bet on it if I were you. This team are unfortunately having a very, very bad running at the first bi-weekly. They're still finding their feet, and I'll give them this bi-weekly. Second bi-weekly finals, and this by the time we come around to that, I want to see some vast improvements from these guys. SR, 24 points on the day already catching up with what they did on day number 1. Keep playing like this, they could potentially poke into that top end of the table. YZG also almost catching up with their day 1 performance. A really phenomenal day from these guys. They've done a really, really solid job as WBG still at the bottom end of that table, though Bowder and SS1 will probably be caught up with by the end of the day. The big question is can WBG catch up with ASE, with GG, with DRG at the top end of the table? It's very feasible. They're not having the most solid day, though. That is their only issue right now. They're 14 points in. There are other teams who are actually catching up with them. I mean, SR are 4 points behind WBG right now, so they could even usurp them from their spot at the in the table.
Yeah, today, though, I will say WBG's current stumbles are not for lack of trying. We saw them be very willing to take whatever fight is proffered to them. I mean, we saw the duel between WBG and SR at the start of that game. We thought it was going to put out SR for the running, and I really do think that if, you know, some amount of variance goes the other way, there's definitely a chance that WBG keeps their spot or maybe even climbs. But as we get into the replays here, we're going to see what some of these other teams are doing. OUG in particular with an absolute masterclass in Realm of Gang and beyond.
Yeah, these guys had a really, really solid grip on this comp, and this is why Sand Siphon is so solid and it is viewed as one of the best teams or one of the best comps in the lobby. I think where it shines over the likes of like a Xiphon is I actually think it does better at the final circle than Xiphons do. I think Xiphon's better kind of most points of the game until those final circles, because the Furen shove, when everyone's clustered together, just does so much damage. It has that big knockback, so it can knock people into the zone. Takeda is very good in final circles. It's where he shines, and they were able to use it really effectively. I mean, here's the look at that final circle. And remember, this is when SS had gone down. They jumped back in. They were able to pick SS up. If they hadn't done this, they wouldn't have got that 23 kill victory. They probably still would have won the game, but getting the kill multiplier, getting the victory, the kind of placement points, all of that does so much for OUG standing right now, and it is a big, big move for them here. So They're looking very, very happy with themselves off the back of this one. And they lost. They lost their Tammy. They lost their Takeda as well. It all came down to SS. He was just able to buy out the space. And no one else deserves the MVP more than SS for this game. Huge performance on the Syra. We'll have a more detailed look at his stats coming into this game. And curious how much damage he did. 18k damage with the Hong Sword. 12k with skills and ultimate. He didn't even have a full Soul Jade loadout. Not a single golden Soul Jade. Only 5 Soul Jades. Unbelievable game from SS.
And it's for this reason that I had kind of written off the rest of OUG after we saw the Takeda fall, because really it was a funnel onto that character in regards to the Soul Jades, in regards to just their overall build out. But this just shows the individual power of Syra. No matter what you're putting on her, her ability to sustain, the fact that with that slow fall, you basically couldn't have had a better person to have as the last person alive when the shadow fully closes. I mean, this is a well-deserved MVP, not only for SS, but for the character as well.
Yeah, absolutely huge game coming in there for SS. They're going to be sitting very proud of themselves off the back of that one. And yeah, I'm excited to get into game 3 as we go back to Old Faithful Morris Isle, see how the teams do fare up over there. Yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed right now with our teams, and so far no one is just dominating the lobbies. I think that's the big thing for me. There's no like hard domination. It feels more like it's you know, a pretty fair spread, which is what we've seen quite a lot recently in trios. Like, we used to have the day where FPX would just win almost every game, and you'd have like 4 or 5 games back to back, and they'd just be absolutely killing it. Or the days where FPX would lose all day and then have like a 100-point game at the end of the day, back when we used to be able to hit numbers that high, and they'd just win the whole day. And like, it's very different now, where like I feel like everyone has kind of got a very solid grip on the meta, a very solid grip on the comps. And I think the big reason why is just the variance in comps. Because back in the day, it was like, if you couldn't play Transformers, you sucked. If you couldn't play Attack on Titan back when that was meta, you sucked. Like, there was so many different comps, but like, it was like the comp to play. And if you couldn't play the comp to play, you basically just lost the games every time. Where now it's like, there's so much variance, but teams have a better ability to hold on and kind of pick comps that suit them better. Alrighty, there we go. So I was gonna let you speak there, mate, but we're gonna throw ourselves over to a break, and we're back with game number 3 in his moment now. See you soon. everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into game number 3 as we head over to Morris Isle. So far, a very, very explosive day. Game 1 on Padoria, as it always is a little bit slow. Holleroff just exploded with action. That was so much that went on. SR mounted an amazing comeback. YZG looked really, really solid. But at the end of the day, OUG, 23 kills under their belt. The 1v3 to clutch it out at the end of that game as well. Absolutely phenomenal performance from those guys. I'm really, really impressed.
Oh, absolutely. OUG definitely kind of the stars of the show. Frankly, anything less than first place after they got that ball rolling would have been disappointing. And I mean, it almost happened there at the very end. SR and company did a great job focusing down who we thought was going to be the carry of that squad in the form of that Takeda. But SS, piloting that Siren to perfection, was able to bring it home. 1v6 almost at the end there. So credit to them. We're going to see whether or not OUG can keep that excellence going here as we move into game 3 and the halfway point on the day.
That's nice. You got a bird on your shoulder.
Yeah, I do. He's a little bit grumpy that I'm waking up so early, so he's trying to get his last little bit of sleep in.
I see. I was so confused. I was like, what is that on your shoulder? And then I realized it's a bird. Oh, fair enough.
I wonder if he wants to say hi to the audience here. You want to say hi?
Yeah, he's tired.
Oh, my word. What breed of bird is that?
No, this is a pigeon. I
thought it was a pigeon.
Yeah.
It looks so much like a pigeon, but I didn't want to call him a pigeon and then offend him.
No, he's more offended by the fact I picked him up and now he's honking off in the distance. So hopefully nobody can hear that, and hopefully we can get back on track and really talk about how the rest of this day is going to play out here. Because like I said, it's really about those front runners. It's about those high tier teams versus the low tier teams, but it's not a matter of utter domination one way or the other. And that's just the way I like it here. I do want to see a few people try to buck the trend, try to climb up, maybe by virtue of variance or just by cleaning up their act. But we kind of talked about it before. There are some teams right now who are really just struggling to get anything on the board. BB in particular is one that I keep coming back to. And like I said, they're at risk of me becoming a fan of them. You don't want that to have that happen here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, OUG climbing up that ladder. I mean, that game was huge for them. That set them up. And I mean, OUG are a consistent team. Like, they've always been a very solid team in the league. So to see them kind of have a bit of a rough start is acceptable because we'd had a break. We've had roster changes with a bunch of teams, and everyone's kind of getting a feeling for each other. But it's good to see OUG return to form. And I mean, we're going to be returning home. Morris Isle is the map we all grew up on. It's the map we all know so well. So everyone's kind of, this is their game to really prove and kind of show up once again. I'll be excited to see how this map goes. Now, this is the last map without Fireflies, if I remember. Our next 3 maps are all Fireflies, especially Padoria. Apparently, Padoria has an absolute buttload of Fireflies on it. I remember Raven talking about how he did like a big walk around and he was looking for them all. So, Morris Isle, obviously, right now, no Fireflies. We don't really need to worry about that. I expect to see monks on this comp, more monks on this map, as much as I hate to admit it. I mean, the first game was mental for the amount of monks. I'm still waiting for more Zais and Takedas. Like, I'm so surprised we just don't get that. We haven't had that many Takedas today so far.
Yeah, we definitely had a little bit more of a population of Takedas and really some big movers and shakers there on map number 2. But to your point, Zai in particular is somebody that I haven't seen a whole lot of. I think that it just could be a matter of people very much finding it difficult to shift their overall composition to one that really cushions a Zai, or maybe they're just finding in these places where you could go Zai or you could go somewhere else with Syra as the basis of your comp, they're finding some other value points by which to play off of. But regardless, this also being that last Firefly map, I think means that this is going to be the last time we're going to see a lot of Tianhai before we begin to get full focus back upon who has been the all-star of this whole week as well as today's worth of play in that Syra. So I really am hoping to see something wild come out here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for the most part, we've seen a lot of like the meta comps.
Oh yeah.
It's interesting to see things like I've had a brain fart. It's interesting things like the Valda that showed up at the beginning of the day. That's a cool comp, but we could potentially see more and more teams like start to pull out. I mean, it is an older comp, but it apparently checks out. It still works. I mean, it's so good in Realm Yangs. It's just got so much help. It's very hard to take out, and it's got so much disruption. On the other side, we still have more of those Justina comps that we did see a couple of. I mean, I don't expect to see any more Yoto. That was a really weird pick from FPX. we didn't even see it on camera once. That's how underwhelming it was as a comp. But as much as I do love Yoto, she was the first character I played when I first started playing this game. She's not very good anymore. They nerfed the hell out of her. She's borderline useless, to be honest. There's just so many better comps and so many better like kind of stacked units right now. I am surprised that Takeda's made it this far into his life cycle, because he came out just as I started covering NARAKA. He was very new. I remember he sucked back then, and I gave him a couple of buffs, and he's just been meta for so long now off the back of this one. Quick look at who's going to be picking what and where. BB, Wolves, OA, and FPX are going to be in the first selection round. OUG will be on that bottom end of the selection round. So see what the players are going to be looking to pick up. Remember, by weeklies, your performance is based on how... Well, sorry, your performance then translates to how far in the pick order you are. So the better you play, the later down the hero select you are, which means you have less chances to pick, you know, the really, really strong picks, especially in days that can go up to 8 games. So it'll be a really, really big one. That's more like it. Syra, BBE, this better be a Syra. You've picked Monk twice in a row, and you've done absolutely sod all with it. So there we go. Finally picking a meta comp. Xiphons and Cyan Typhons across the board. Mostly the Zais. So Matari, Zai, and Syra going to have hero point increases here. I wonder if these teams are going to look to spend some points for their own Syras and go Takeda. I feel like it's a fairly safe bet, but that's another Yoto. I just went on about how I don't think the Yoto is going to get played anymore. And we see another Yoto comp come out. Blind Date from JL, and another one of the Kylin and Monk comps coming in from YZG and WZ.
Yeah, particularly the fact that it's SR picking up the Yoto here. I just don't know if this is a great call to make. Maybe in a case where you're going for the salty run back, you're just looking to play Smash Mouth, go hard early. If you can get a comp that plays well around Yoto's relatively predictable ultimate, maybe you could just pump damage and find a way to snowball from early. But it's definitely a risky call when, you know, we've seen teams like Weibo just win the 3v3 repeatedly versus them.
Yeah, I mean, another Yoto getting locked in from OUG. Am I missing some tech? Hey, Moxie, if you're about, can you message me? Am I crazy, or is this something we were seeing on Sunday and starting to see a little bit more from our trios players? She's got her head to the ground, if she's here. Crazy, 2 Yotos in one game. I am very, very surprised by that one. We'll have to look and see if it's going to work out. It didn't work out for FPX in the first game. They got turbo rolled on that one as we're getting ready to go into game number 3. Have a look at the loadouts, see where everyone is sitting at. I'm assuming the Yotos are going to be running what we saw FPX running, which I cannot remember now. I think it was V3.
All right, well, as everybody locks in here, we are just going to quickly see a little bit more background regarding these picks, what each team is looking to do and execute upon. All eyes once again down on that bottom row. SR going for another Yoto comp. I can kind of see where they're going with this one, you know, having that Faria there working as a bit more of disruption, another place that people have to draw their fire and ire towards while Zhao tries to find an ultimate or something like that. BBE going for a meta pick here, full meta in fact, as we are going to get that Zai and that Matari alongside the Syra. Hopefully this brings them to victory, or it brings them at least to a score on the board. But if you're going full meta and then you still get wiped, I think that that's the point hit for at which you really begin to worry about a team's overall trajectory throughout the course of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to look at the pick rates here. OA actually really like the Xiphon, 38% pick rate on it. 38% on FPX as well with that comp. 38% on DE. A lot of people picking comps they play a lot coming into this one. Going to be very excited to see what OUG averaging 5.5 points with this Yoto is a bit scary to me. SR haven't played it before though, so we have no stats for them. So here we are, loading onto Morosile. No one down at Shadow Jade. That's how I like it. Everyone in the north. This is going to be a bloodbath. J-Team gone, so no one drops that. Oh my word, I forgot the name of the skeleton place now. Got the name of it now.
I think Skeleton Place is honestly a great name for it, so why don't we just use that for the rest of this one?
Oh, Sunwing's Rest. Sunwing's Rest. I had such a brain. It's because J-Team don't play. J-Team are the only team who used to drop at Sunwing's Rest. No one drops there now. GG, are they not? Hold on. Hold the phone. So, GG are famous on Moros Isle for dropping on to Secret Tunnel, which is behind the back of Celestia. They are nowhere near it. Wait, GG aren't playing, that's why.
I was looking desperately for the icon.
It's one of those days. It's just one of those days when my brain has just apparently ceased to function at 3 games in. But we're going to cut over to WZ.
Oh,
Cookie
Lordy.
already getting himself absolutely rolled here. He's only got slaps to work with, and he is sworded down by Pampy and the rest of WZ. I don't think they're going to be able to come in and save the day. They probably should have just gone for the run. Pampy pops the belt. Zhao Yu losing a fair amount of HP, although they have actually got a little turnaround. Nice horizontal, or vertical, sorry, coming in from Pampy with a long sword. Ivan's trying to make a breakaway. Zhao Yu with the fist weapons actually doing a fair amount of work. They're going to lose Ivan, though, on the side of 5-2 once they've turned the numbers game around, and suddenly Fat Milk goes down. WZ with the turnaround. Pampy falls. Beautiful play. They can get Cookie up. They're sitting pretty.
Definitely felt as if WZ overinvested and beyond that, maybe mispositioned during that early fight, and that is not what you want to see. An initiation gone right, then gone wrong all of a sudden. And speaking of which, JL might be in a little bit of trouble here, as 1UO is in a lot of trouble. CDH on top of them, BBE looking to just try to play cleanup duty for the time being. JL holding on as they can. Fung actually not getting a hit down a whole lot here. Might actually be able to play distraction here to try to get the partner out to safety. Unfortunately, with a hook shot coming through, BBE looking to clean up. Even Devon going low, going to try to get back in onto this one, but now JL are going to continue to try to find a rally point here, and now they may actually be able to turn this around. BBE in a lot of trouble. Roy Hee blowing up, and oh my team, that's not what you want to see early from a team. They are really hoping brings it back.
Nice little pick up there. As we're going to cut over now to OA, who again absolutely rode by FPX. See if QGG can turn anything around, but I think with the fact he's being laser beamed, ZG trying his best to hold on. Actually, QGG's going a little bit low here. The zip heal actually doing a fair amount of work to keep QGG up of the third. Oh no, it wasn't a third party. It's just FPX. FPX actually may potentially have found this turnaround here onto YZG. Booyan is out of ultimate though, so going to be a lot more weak, a lot more susceptible to getting taken down. TXJ trying to find that turnaround. Chain scythe to lock him down. Monk, no transform available. He's so close to getting it, and that could be the tide turner here. Gets a bit of damage off, but that is going to be the chain scythe down into the transform, and FPX immediately run away. Only visual error there, as Kiki just slid on his feet without moving. As TXJ looking for the grab onto ZGE. YZG actually able to find the turnaround onto FPX, and it's just not been their day. There's the grab. Can he get the second? Not going to be necessary. Gets the punch. Kiki gets caught out midair into the re-grab. Don't think they're going to get the second grab off, as that is going to be YZG taking themselves that fight. Looking for Peak. Peak's not going to get caught, though.
Got your winners and losers early in this one. Once again, showing their stuff as YZG are now going to try to engage upon the lone member of SR who's found themselves called out here. Rico trying to find the escape. Will actually be able to mech up after getting a good knockdown against TXJ. This means that we may actually see the re-engage. Xiao definitely wants this one. QGG on that zipping, going to be forced to go on the run, as now Rico is providing covering fire. Caught out by the wall here, unable to get as much as they want, and in fact, with that in mind, SR are going to have 2 of their members knocked back. Zhao and Junks now having to try to heal back up if they want to go for the re-engage here. YZG, though, worryingly low without a whole lot in the way of resources, means that now TXJ is just going to find themselves repeatedly staggered over and over again as they try to make their way down this cliffside. CXZ trying to sustain for the rest of their team and provide covering fire, but I think this is just going to feed more to the masses here as SR come out ahead. That being said, QGG with a good 1v1 managing to break things up for just a little bit here. Has to go on the run as now Xiao on this Yoto. I think actually fired off ultimate there. Has to cancel and try to get right back into the fray. QGG going to run down for the troubles. SR come out on top.
SR, my teams to watch. These guys might be my goat of the season, man. 6 kills in. I am super impressed with the newbies. And it looks like Junks has corrected his positioning mistakes that we saw quite a lot of in that first game. Just going to cut over now to JL at the bottom end of that table. I mean, massive to see that OUG went from, I believe they were 13th, maybe 14th. I can't actually exactly remember where they were at the beginning of last game. And they're now in 10th. They are quite comfortably in a pretty decent spot. They still have to do some work, though. If they sit on their laurels and do nothing this game, they will then slide down a little bit more and potentially get caught up with by the likes of TE. But the one good thing going for the teams at the bottom end of like the qualification line is Wolves are down a player. FPX do have 3 kills, to be fair. That's the next scariest person. TE haven't done anything yet either. So the next 2 immediate threatening teams are in a place where, you know, they got a bit of work to do. And OUG opening up here on to 5-2-1. Gonna look for Fat Milk. Fat Milk pops the zip. Oh, gets himself a lovely little parry off. Caught in the uppercut. Tried to catch him in the infinite. The dual halberds absolutely obliterate Fat Milk. And now Pampy gonna go for the transform, but I mean, you haven't got much of your team, so he just immediately gets frozen up by the Justina. Goes for the jump away, but Justina can chase. This is what Justina does. Chasing on a little bit more. Caught out. There's the freeze. There's the bow shot. Pampy's going to have to cancel now, but he's not going to get the opportunity. BBE Devon sliding in to see if they can get a third party off, but not sure they're going to be able to get that. Xinyu's still got the ultimate as well. So BBE, they're going to chase. Let's see if this can be the first thing they've done all day, because it has not been their day. Looks like there's been a third party potential, though, and BBE immediately decide to run away. Do not want to get involved.
They got another fight here. JL having to pop the Viper ult early in this one to try to bring control back into their favor. It looks like Cuckoo is going to try to do what they can to run down Zing, who did get stunned by it, and that looks like it is going to be one going in favor of this team. WBG now down a player, has to try to find a way to rally back. It looks like Yaron, though, is just so split that this is probably just going to be another sacrificial lamb. Going to buy a little bit of time here with the ultimate from the Tianhai. And actually, this may be enough to convince TE to not go in for the third party. In fact, things look like they are going to go back to neutral for the time being. TE taking this time to do a little bit of looting before they chase down this monk once again.
Alrighty, well, Yoran making a run for it. Tianan. Xiaonan, sorry, not Tianan. Brain fart there. Yoran, they're going to get a single pot off, but oh dear, they're going to get found immediately. Trying to get some damage in. The bell comes down, and there they go. 5-2-1. Eliminated from the lobby in the middle of that as WBG losing a player. I didn't see if they had their rebirths up, actually. That could be very costly for them if that's the case. Already down their Zai, already down their Monk. Now, the good thing is, it's a Kurumi. Kurumi is very good at picking up people in their Karens because she can tether to them from a distance. So, no, they are also down now, so ignore me. Not going to be happening.
It was a good point of game knowledge overall.
It was, I mean, it was a good point until I was a total moron and missed the blue outline on their name. Looks like a lot of our teams, though, going to be setting up for those Roma Yangs. They're spawning up. They spawn up a little bit later, I believe, actually, on Morrisal. No, it's about the same time. 21:45 or something. Who's going to get in is the question. SR, pretty geared up, actually. They're able to jump in. Purple armor onto 2 members versus just the blue armor on 1. They're going up versus OUG, so this is going to be a really good fight. The winner's the last game versus the second place from last game, going toe-to-toe inside the realm of Yang. Having a look at the comps, got the Yoto Freeze comp versus SR, who are also... Wait, they both running Yoto Freeze comps here. Massive chunk out there with the F from the Yoto. Immediately coming in for the Yoto ultimate. Zhao also going to be going in, and Rico has already lost his life, just going in for the reposition. The slashes, trying to line them up here. Zhao unable to get those hits in, but Junk's actually going a little bit low, and now needs to be careful. Ultimate times out from Zhao, and those Yoto ults absolutely rip through as in comes the cannon fire from Xinyu, and Zhao cannot move. SS trying to make an escape away, needs to be careful for the cannon shot coming in. Slam down by the mech, and this is just going to be an easy tidy up. Freeze comes in. Xinyu trying to find the lockdown on to Zhao. They're just chasing him around. One more cannon shot. Zhao will be going down here. OUG just playing with their food a little bit here. Timing out the mech. They're waiting it out to make sure that they can get as late a pick up onto the buff as possible. Take it as late into the game as they can. Meanwhile, just going to cut over to WZ as YZG and TE get themselves the Vermilion Birds match. Very nice.
To reflect a little bit about that play, I think that this is where I'm a little bit worried about Yoto coming back in and being played by some of these teams, you know? It's a matter of this character, of course, having explosive firepower. The triple catch out of the F early in that fight, I thought could have sealed the deal, but unfortunately, you just don't have to sustain. You're sitting duck throughout a lot of your ultimate, and it doesn't provide nearly as much utility or distraction as something like that Faria ult did. And when you get fired on from a distance like that, unfortunately, you're just going to fold.
Also, that comp is designed to fight versus like monks and other comps. I don't really know what it does into itself. That was a mirror matchup, so you didn't really get to see the full potential there. It's very good into like the likes of monk. The reason Yota used to get picked up was her ability to stagger monk. For a while, the old counter was the fact that Yoto couldn't be grabbed by monk while ulting. They did change that. I think it's after the first slash she can be grabbed now. So she does have a little bit more of a vulnerability to the monk than she used to, but she can just reposition and stuff. They're very hard to deal with. Although, to be fair, a lot of monks learn the kind of patterns of Yotos and then could figure out when to time their grabs.
All right, well, as we talk about that, now outside of the realm of Yang, we got some more fights going on, and that is going to be a quick 10-mulch sandstorm set up here, trying to buy a little bit of time and space for NHQ. TXJ actually going to be caught out in one of the worlds here. Fortunately, is able to just give chase once again. The rest of their team also dedicated to try to bring this member down. But given the elevation and given the topography of this area, NHQ may be able to give the runaround for quite a while. The problem is, unfortunately, I don't think there's any deliverance coming for this member of the Wolves, as there's already one down. And I don't think that it's worth trying to feed both people in the team in to what would just be an elimination here. So this is going to be a matter of distraction for as long as you can. And now on a single member, Wolves are going to have to try to stabilize.
Well, they were able to get a rebirth charm off.
Oh, okay.
It really was an efficient distraction. So they're actually up to 2. I don't know if they got the money to buy another one, but we'll find out. Now, SR have actually taken a bounty out on BBE. Right now, OA are the ones hunting them, though. BBE been able to hold on to this game, but only a single kill under their belt, and they got that Realm of Yang debuff immediately caught out by some of the CC. Roy Hee trying to put some damage down onto PP. He's able to break away. Can BBE finally make a game go in their favor is the question. But they only have 1 minute 30 to do it. And SR, who, like I said, just took out that bounty on BBE, know exactly where BBE are. And they're going to come in and try and hunt them down. Junks chasing onto Roy Hee, the one remaining member from last year for this team. The man who was the main carry for this team, kind of being a little bit more off-road this split, I find. Trying to make an escape, but immediately caught out as he goes in for the grapple, the lockdown, as BBE is desperately trying to make a way. Now, we are in the town, so it is a bit harder to kind of catch people. The one thing about Morris Isle that I love is these players have mastered the movement of these zones. Like, they know how to escape and just basically run infinitely around these maps without getting caught. So, always fun to see them back on it. As Zhao gonna force to throw down that ultimate, try and get some damage down onto the members of BBE. Devon getting caught out by the slice. Rico's able to secure the kill. BBE go down, they lose a player. Zhao now getting caught out as BBE are gonna be the ones who are eliminated, but SR need to make the escape. They've used all of their ultimates up, and Zhao throws out the F for a bit of safety, but I don't know if that safety net's gonna keep him going. OA relentless in their assault as they're able to take him down. Someone break the water wheel. Come on, give me water wheel kills. It's been so long. SR Junks has been fought in the spot for the moment. Goes in for the freeze on himself. No one's broken that water wheel yet. I'm waiting for the moment to see if that's going to break down. As there it is. The water wheel is let loose, but everyone's able to evade it and escape. Junks isolated from his team. Gets a parry off onto 1, but he's 1 versus 3. Down he goes. Only 1 player remaining for the side of SR. They do have the money. I don't know if the money was on their Feria, but if they're able to get away, they might be able to get the rebuff charms off. They got 1. I don't know if they got 2.
One of the real tigers of the lobby taken down in what was a very extended fight, down to 1 player now. They were the kill leaders. This, I think, is going to fade away from them, as now they are going to have to desperately try to farm up for those rebirth charms like you're talking about, Hitbrain. Well, that is happening. It's OUG trying to find and farm some more kills. They were looking at FPX. It looks like they are going to back off for the time being. So there's a realm of Yang to maybe be taken here. YZG versus TE, though, going to be the first matchup that we have. Another monk composition here for YZG. We're going to see whether or not they can get the grabs and change our opinions as to the utilization of Tianhai here inside of the realm of Yang, as we are going to activate the ultimate immediately, and it is going to be the mirror one way or the other. Jiaonan not going to waste a second, just trying to find grabs of their own now, as these two monks are going to face off in a punch-up brawl. UGG rounding the far side, looking for a chase down, as there is CXZ as well. Now on top of the Tianhai, everybody just clustering around like ants, these two titans, as they make battle in the middle of the field. Relatively even health on either side so far. Nobody coming out with a clear edge right now. I am a little bit worried about the fact that Jiaonan has taken on a bit more punishment now that TXJ managed to take to the air and actually get back for a little bit of a tempo reset. And here comes the Tianhai back into the fight outside of golem form for both of them now. Youth trying to find the dive in now, as TE continues to try to find a way to put pressure on, but nobody is caught out. The fight is very spread across the entire realm of Yang, and now Youth is actually going to be called out here by CXZ with full armor, and this could be the first domino to fall to start to favor YZG. Youth on the far side, able to use the dashes to get away from the initial engage, gets healed up by the zipping, but unfortunately, I don't think those plants are going to be enough to plant a flag and bring them back in this one, as YZG is doing such a great job of sustaining. Bell popped here, and actually TXJ finds themselves on the raw end of a fight now, as Youth manages to get an armor swap and actually brings it right back. Jiaonan somehow staying alive. CXZ needs to try to go on the rundown. Bell gonna repel 3. TE ultimately able to bring us back to a 2v2. Unfortunately, they just don't have the health or resources. YZG are going to emerge victorious.
Let's go YZG, able to get himself that victory in that second round of Yang. So he's going to grab himself a Draco Storm, would be the assumption. There was a golden fan in there. That's nice, actually. Going to give that over to their Kylan. Have they got a golden weapon on their monk? So the problem with like monk is he's costly, right? His health is based on his armor class. So if he has golden armor, he has more health. His weapons on his grabs are based on his weapon class. I guess level. I don't know. So if he has golden weapons, he does loads of damage. If he has golden armor, he has loads of health. Kylan also kind of needs both of those things. It's a very costly it was a bit like what we used to see with traditional Transformers, where the Yue Shen would be very, very reliant on also getting like the good gear after the monk got good gear. But then you'd also kind of want to keep Karumi alive. There's lots and lots of little things that make it nice and awkward for them. We've got 3 teams running around with Draco Storms and 1 team running around with a realm of Yang debuff on them. So it's going to be scary for the likes of TE. If TE find the wrong team, they're going to get Draco Stormed, and it is going to absolutely rock them. It's going to be a hard one for them over here. Is that OG just doing a bit of old shopping, grabbing some goodies. Game's changed massively since we saw the changes to the way the shop works and the way that Immortal War works, where originally you just find teams run into shops and just rolling jades until they had loads of golden jades. Now it's targeted. You get your targeted jades, you get your targeted weapons, and you kind of have a rough idea of what you're going to be wanting to play / build from the beginning. Now this is a big old scrap here. You can see that obviously SR finding themselves caught out. They just died here, used the rebirth charms, got their teams back, and then died here again. Wolves using 2 rebirth charms themselves. I think we must be out of rebirth charms at this point in the game. Like, everyone has been reviving this game. It's been a very, very back and forth on that front, and we're only down to 20 players already. So there's a world where we actually could see this to be a much smaller lobby at the end of the game, as T are actually going to come back with those Roman Yang debuffs on them, but they only have 3 minutes to cleanse that. So they got to find some kills real quick, or find some soul blooms at the least real quick, which is going to be hard to do.
Well, there are fights on the map for them to find. We're going to see whether or not they're going to be able to do so, as right now it's going to be WZ diving in versus FPX, and already this one is looking like a lost one for FPX, as Fuon is going to go down here, just taken out by the rolling tide of 3. WZ very happy with their current position in this one, slowly beginning to build up towards final builds. I really do think that they, TE, and then when we look at what's going on with OUG once again, these guys could be the front runners.
Yoto, very good in final circles. In fact, the one thing about I always remember about Yoto back in the day, especially in solos, if you can cast your mind back to season 1 of Nbpl, solo final circles when like 16 Yotos all just ult on the spot.
Oh,
Like final circle, absolutely disgusting for Yoto. She can position well into the circle, get nice and high up, and remember, no matter where the final circle is, what makes her so strong versus the likes of something like a Syra in a final circle is Yoto's sword slashes go through buildings. So if we end with multiple levels on like a tower or something, the Yoto can just go to the top and slash down onto everybody through the ceiling. So it's really, really rough to play into those Yotos in those final circles. So right now, is there only one OUG? Yeah, they're the only Yoto left in the lobby. So OUG could be scary. But the problem with being the only Yoto in the lobby is everyone sees you and goes, okay, that's OUG. They've got the Yoto. Let's take them out now. And you do make yourself a bit of a target where when there's multiple Decaders and stuff like that, it's hard to know which team is which based on that. Because we get to see the skins at home, but what the players see is just base skins, except for their team. Everyone else is just in base skins. You don't know who's who, no name bars or anything like that. Now, TE getting themselves into a fight. They got 59 seconds to secure this kill. They are going to be going full send here. Youth's going to be dancing into the middle of OUG, but OUG may just be able to dissuade them off this one. TE now chasing maybe on for YZG, but I don't think they're going to be able to find these kills in time. There's just too many people about. And you reek of desperation when you're chasing this hard. Everybody knows you're going to be desperately looking for kills, probably burnt those ultimates. Gonna be all to play for as the Viper ultimate comes out. TE desperately trying to chase that kill, but the Viper stun comes down. Xiaonan loses his life. Wolves ZK actually jumps in, pops the ultimate, does a whole heap of damage onto one. Is going to get himself a little bit low, but has that free range shove. They get the knockback down. Earn available, gets thrown out as JL's XX, just trying to heal up inside the zone. Wolves ZK, though, caught out by the silence from the Viper. Dazzle goes a little bit wide, and we actually see ZK go down. TE's peak will be falling to JL in the middle of all of that. Very, very bizarre play that went on at the bottom of those cliffs there, but TE find himself eliminated, and ZK got a little bit feisty on his own, didn't have his team to back him up, and pays the price.
yeah, I actually gave a called shot. I really thought that TE would be able to find the recovery and maybe become one of those last teams standing, but unfortunately, while they had an initial engage that I think went relatively okay, they were chased around the map a little bit too long after that, and now look at this position we're in at the edge of the circle, still fighting the cliff face. Wolves trying to get out. LJX in a lot of trouble here, just trying to navigate this topography the best they can, get some really good boost up to the top side, only to find themselves face to face with yet another team diving down upon them. LJX unfortunately going to be hit out here. I believe that was Weibo that was able to pick them up. Yaran once again leading the charge deep into a territory where I don't think this Tianhai is going to be super well suited for getting grabs off, meaning that they do want to try to re-navigate through this bamboo forest and find another wide open space by which to find the engage. And in fact, they have this nice little barrier in the form of that cliff that they're going to be able to hide behind, as YZG and company are now trying to duel on the low part of this tower, WZ occupying the top side.
Yeah, they got themselves the ballista as well. Everybody else just wants to stay out of ballista range, although WZ go for the shot. Are they going to hit it? PGG goes quite close. They don't actually get the shot off. They have enough weapon repair kits as well, and a dreadful well on the dagger there from Zhao Yu just to kind of defend that high ground. That dreadful well could be really scary as we get later on into the day, well, into the zone. Massive AoE. Catches and staggers real hard here. Having a quick look at the scoreboards right now. FPX out of the game. I was looking at JL on 12 kills, so they're looking for a solid run to try and catch themselves back up and potentially into a better spot. The Bane's Breath comes down. YZG on 11 kills, OUG on 8 kills, WBG on 6 kills. It is a tight lobby, 16 players with 5 minutes left in this game. Gonna be a bit of a waiting game for this to time out, and then that Spirit Well that spawns up nice and soon. I reckon it's gonna be a bloodbath there.
Absolutely. I think that after that first game where we had, I believe it was YZG, just happy to sit there and farm on up. Nobody's going to be giving opportunities like that anymore, particularly to, once again, what is the dedicated front runner. YZG looking great, as is OUG. Could be the final two here, depending on what happens. Wolves down to a single member here without the time or the rebirth charms to use to try to recover, so they are just going to rat this one out till the very end here. Weibo up top there, number 4 on our team tracker, is still very much in this as well. They have all 3 players around. I'm just a little bit afraid about, given how the circle is closing, this Monk is going to really struggle to find value.
Yeah, I mean, it's luckily one of those zones where I think a Monk actually can thrive.
Okay.
Depending on like how the circle moves. Right here, it's actually okay. Like, if you really think about it, there is a lot of verticality, but if a Monk stands on a high ground, there's actually not too many places to hide from him, especially with other teams pressuring you. It's one of those things about Morris Isle where even on some of the more vertical parts of the map, you're actually okay. I mean, like, especially in like in a zone like this, like there's a tree you can hide around, but like you're gonna be getting moved around a lot. So looks like this is actually gonna be a relatively open space for a Monk. Enough kind of trees and coverage for his team to also hide around in. If we move closer towards the bamboo, we may start to see some issues, because that's where things like Vipers can climb up and just tactical nuke, drop down on top of him and get the big AoE stun. It does look like we're somewhat moving towards the bamboo. It's not too much. But yeah, I think I'd be okay if I was playing a Monk this game. And you know me, the Monk hater, so if I'm saying it's all right, it's got to be all right.
Well, speaking of a Monk, we do have Luo Ye on our screen here, trying to just navigate and buy space for the team. As there's the first attempt at a Viper tactical nuke coming out. JL wants to be the initiator, looking to knock out OUG early in this one. And that Yoto is just decimated in an instant. This could be the call. It looks like for the time being, it's up to SS on the Faria ult to just try to buy space and time to maybe get a recovery angle here. But getting knocked out like that so early could spell disaster for who were the victors on map number 2, JL. Now happy to take the low ground, isolated from everybody else who's got to scrap up top. SS looking for the flank around the far side, or just to buy a little bit of space. There goes the Faria F, and they are immediately just parried and torn asunder. JL knows who they wanted to prioritize early in this one. They succeed in doing so. And now they have the ability to Viper ult again on top of multiple members. WZ just going to be totally stunned up. That being said, multiple JL members are going to be knocked down towards the low ground once again. Wolves trying to navigate backwards. We have a very interesting 3-tier system by which people are just trying to navigate from high ground to mid ground to low ground and vice versa. NHQ currently up in Red Bush, looking for an angle in, but WZ are the ones who are going to take that center stage here and just look to pepper people below them while making sure they aren't getting run down by people on top. Because now we are going to swap back over. YZG in the form of TXJ here, kind of caught in the mid ground here alongside the rest of their team, wanting to get up to maybe duel against WZ, but knowing that JL is waiting in the wings, as now we're getting a very clear no man's land in the middle here. YZG, WZ dueling off on that south side. It's going to be JL is so scary, man. Company on the other side, and I think JL are the ones to watch out for. As to your point here, Hit Brain, they just have so many kills, so many resources, and immense sustain, trying to move back up towards Viper ult before they go for another engage. They have a little bit of time with which to do so. 2 minutes left on the clock.
I mean, JL still got that Draco Storm for a minute as well, so they're feeling absolutely amazing right now in this final circle. All of the Monks are going to throw down those transforms, but the Flamer actually coming in, going to be a real menace for these Monks, slowly trying to cook them away. And JL playing that blind date comp. They've got the wind walls to block away. All of the Monks are focusing JL out, knowing the CC's there. They're able to get a grab onto one, but the golden armor onto Yoran not really going to be able to get cut through here for the moment, as they're just keeping the chase up. DXJ going incredibly low. JL waiting for those ultimates to come back up for themselves, as they've got golden armor, golden weapons across the board. Flamer just cooking YZG from the low ground, building up that rage once again. Nice uppercut opening in, as now we do see that Draco Storm has dropped off, but Wolves get knocked out, and JL grab themselves yet another kill. YZG, though, starting to go a little bit crazy with the Kailin, getting resets on those dashes, dashing through everybody in the lobby, absolutely chunking them through. Here comes the ultimate from the Viper. Lockdown, find a target, blow them up, and that's exactly what it is. Yoran was the target, but he is going to get himself taken out, but they were denied the kill as it's stolen away from YZG. Another dash coming in from this Kailin. It's just keeping them locked in place. Now there's going to be the lockdown, as they do lose a member on the side of JL. JL still still got two there. They still got their Tessa. They still got their Wu Shen. Wu Shen not so great in those final circles. We do see the Monk come out from YZG. TXJ looking for a grab, is able to catch on to One Feng, gets the slam down. That's a member of JL, and that is JL eliminated from the lobby. YZG now taking this opportunity to put more kills under their belt, put more control into this game.
Oh my God.
16 kills into the grab. TXJ, he has Cookie, he has two. Clap, and they are done. YZG take the lobby.
Another victory for YZG on the day. Consummate in their consistency. What a showing from them. Able to turn the tides versus a team with what felt like every advantage of the world in the form of JL. But as soon as that Viper fell, they just weren't able to stabilize the ult, maybe coming out a little bit too early and in kind. This is another victory for a team that is very much establishing themselves as the one to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really good stuff coming in from YZJ. 2 games today so far. Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal performance from these guys. And OUG right now also had a pretty good game so far. SR doing what they did on Friday last week. Friday last week actually. They played pretty consistently across the board. Like, expect at least one game to go SR's way, or at least for them to have like one really big game, whether they win it or lose it. But damn, YZG looking real good. And I think that the problem we saw with the side of JL was they had a very good setup, but at the end of the day, they were a blind 8 comp. And blind 8 comp isn't a final circle comp. It's to get kills through the early and mid game, because you have Tessa, who doesn't even need 100% rage to ult. She gets 2 charges of ult. You got the Viper stuns, you got the Wu Shen as your kind of safety portal out. So it's dip in, get a kill, Wu Shen ports you out. That's how you, it's like kind of like a yo-yo. You blink in, you blink out. The fact they did looked that good in that final circle was impressive. And I mean, you saw, they found that Yoto on the side of, was it OUG? No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was OUG's Yoto. They found that Yoto, locked them down, absolutely annihilated them. And I mean, you had the Draco Storm, so you are going to be doing a lot more damage off the base of that as well. But like, they get that one kill, they back off. And that was what they were doing in that final circle. But as the circle gets smaller and smaller, it becomes harder for you to execute on that kind of yo-yo-like playstyle. And eventually, Wu Shen ult is actually just giga useless in final circles, because it teleports you out, and the only place it can teleport you to is into the Shadow Corruption, and you're just going to get taken out and lose for it. So they played it well, but unfortunately they were handicapped by the fact that comp just is going to get outshined by the likes of a Monk comp, by the likes of a Xiphon comp or a Sand Siphon comp in those final circles.
Yep, you're talking about these Xiphon comps as well, and Hitbrain, I think that we're about to move into that era where we're going to be getting a lot more of those. Some of the shifting around going to be a little bit de-emphasized, as you're talking about. We're going to be getting to the realm of the Fireflies. We're going to be getting to those points where, I mean, already Syra is one of the top players, but that's just going to be redoubled here. As now we look at the scoreboard, look at YZG getting out ahead, 25.6 points total.
I think also what's really, really scary here is a lot of these teams still have a lot of hero points, which means I think they're going to go hard on spending hero points in these last 3 games. We saw it a lot on day 1. Like, teams were willing to burn like 6 points on a single game just to get themselves the comp they wanted. I think we're going to start to see more of that. Obviously, we're going back to Holoroth for this this next game. So again, probably not as many monks. So more Sand Siphons, more Xiphons, maybe some more of these Justina comps. I'm really, really vibing with the Justina comps. It's cool to see. As having a look at the damage and healing done, 8 kills onto CXZ. He had a fantastic game on that Kylan, dashing around, constantly getting the resets on those dashes and just being a total nuisance, doing 24,000 damage. QGG on the Zip, actually doing 32,000 healing. Really, really big game coming in from them. 6 kills as well. And then TXJ. The Monk is more of a support in this comp nowadays. It's kind of like you're just there to play interrupt, grab someone, and just be a nuisance. And then, set your Kylan up for the kills.
Yeah, you're seeing a really good distribution of damage, as well as just kind of a lesser magnitude of damage compared to some other compositions, which shows just how even a lot of these lobbies are, but also just the fact that so much value for this team came out of the sustain that the zipping provided above all else. You're negating a player and a half with that amount of healing, and that's just an incredible thing to see, as now we are going to see that second half of the standings there. And oh, BBE truly becoming my beloved, and Inkind very much stuck at the bottom with, I think at this point, in the timeline with only 3 games left on the day, no real way out of it in this position.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's going to get a little bit harder for them going forwards, but the thing is, right, you can come back. I've seen teams pull it back in the last end of the day, as that YZG have overtaken WBG, and if I was DRG, I'd start a sweat, man. There is 20 points between DRG and YZG right now. YZG are on a roll. Like, they've still got 3 games to go. 20 points is not hard for them to put together. I mean, WBG, they're a little bit, I mean, they're actually not even, they're what, 22 points behind. So I'd be worried for GG and DRG. You guys could lose your spot at the top, and YZG and WBG could be coming in with some serious points into these final games and into the bi-weekly finals. 3 games to go. And we're about to get to the kill maps as well once we get onto those Fireflies and ults start to show up.
I'm really hoping to see WBG take a game here. Right now, it seems to be all YZG. You can tell why it's teamwork coming through in these clips that we're seeing right now. It shows just how they're able to navigate a lot of these dicey fights early and late.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice stuff, though, from YZG. Oh, man, I hate to say it because the monks look good. They played the monk well in these final circles. They played the monk really, really well in these, in these Realm of Yangs as well. And I just, normally not a fan of a monk. I think, you know, there's lots of comps that can just handle it. But I think the big thing was the use of the Kailin. They were very, very effective at keeping people off the monk by just being a menace with Kailin. And TXJ was just free to do the monk thing. Really, really nice stuff coming in from them. Just getting as many dashes through as possible. Really impressive to see. I mean, he got 2 resets off the back of that. Like, constantly keeping these dashes up. It's very hard. When a Kailin gets going, it's very hard to lock them down. I mean, we had that Hardy Kailin comp that we used to see a lot of last season. Obviously, Hardy got nerfed, and they also nerfed, I think, the way Kailin's ultimate worked in, like, the invulnerability, like, phase of it. I can't remember exactly what the nerfs were, but they definitely nerfed it and made it a lot more weaker. So now it's interesting, but Kailin still found use in a very different style of comp.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I'm very happy that Kailin is seeing play right now, and I think that it is kind of that X factor. You know, you at any point during a fight, you're going to know where that down high is. That ultimate, the immobility that is brought to play means that a lot of people are going to have eyes on there. And so you have someone stealthy, someone with a lot of dashes that could displace themselves in situations. It could just lead to clutch outs. And we are, in fact, going to be getting that Kailin, I believe, as our MVP. Well deserved, certainly. YZG looking fantastic on all fronts, though.
Yeah, looking really, really good off the back of that one. CXZ coming in as our MVP, 24,000 damage, 10,000 healing actually off that, 11k with a fan, 8,000 with the ultimate, basically, not really the skills, just the ultimate off that one. And again, not a particularly loaded out Soul Jade, like 3 blues, 3 purples. I mean, scatter shots in there as well, which is, you know, he just played that well. Like, a lot of that was just like really, really well played coming in from CXZ.
Yeah, that's the great thing about what we're seeing right now, and I think this current dynamic in meta. It's a lot of the times just the teams that know how to fight well, controlling space, training with one another. They're able to leverage resources fantastically, of course, but they don't necessarily need them. They just know how to deal with that final circle really well. And I think that that's really what's brought YZG to victory. And we're seeing the other side of them here, because that first game, that was the side where they were leveraging massive resources advantages. Here, they weren't really the front runners until the very end, in which case they just found good positions and they were able to navigate dicey situations well.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice stuff there from YZG, though. So we're moving on to game 4. A little bit later, and that's where we start to see our Fireflies heading off to Horror first, and then Morris, and then back to Midoriya to round the day out. I'm going to be interested to see how some of these teams kind of perform now, but like also seeing a slight meta shift in the sense of well, not meta shift like entirely, but we'll see a bit of a kind of meta shift within these games just because of the Fireflies showing up. And a while ago, I was like, Fireflies don't matter, but I think they actually will in this lobby. Anyway, we're going to throw it over to our interview now, and we'll be back with Game 4 after that, so see you in a bit.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have OG Baby come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 跟我们大家打招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 OG 的 Baby。
Okay, welcome. So the first question will be, how do you feel like back to OG and fight with all the old friends this time? 那其实第一个问题肯定是要问一下小鱼宝，这一次回归到了 OG 和自己的老朋友一起再次征战赛场，有什么样的感受？
没什么特别的感受，就跟以前一样。
Oh, it's just the same as before. Well, so we can see because we all know you can play Takara very well, but for this time, like before OG, when OG have 4 players, and which is SS, Xingyu, the Kid, and you. But for this time, only 3, which means you have to play more heroes this time. Do you think it's a kind of challenge for you? 那其实我们虽然都知道小鱼宝可以把武田玩得非常好，但这一次因为之前 OG 其实是4个人，现在是3个人了，这就意味着你要去练习更多的英雄了。会不会觉得对于这个赛季来说是一个挑战呢？
我觉得还好，因为我本来就什么都玩一点。
Oh, okay. I think it's just okay because for me, I play all the heroes, so it's just fine. Well, okay, let's move on to our answer projector, please. So this time our question is, which team chose same heroes with OG in Game 3? A. SR, B. JL, C. Wolves, D. YZG. 那这一次我们的问题是在第3把的比赛当中，哪一个队伍跟 OG 选择了相同的英雄呢？可以看一下选项。So please count down the time. 也请小鱼宝跟我们倒计时一下先。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer? 答案是什么？
答案是 A 啊。
Okay, the answer is A. Why you can say the answer so quickly? 为什么能答得这么快？
因为我们师出同门。
Oh, because like we come from the same team. We know like SR is OUG access before, right? So this combination is only 2 of you play. How do you think about like this combination for the competition? 那其实我们知道，SR 之前是前身是 OG access 的，那也只有你们去玩这个阵容。那你觉得这个阵容对于我们现在的比赛来说是一个什么样的情况？
感觉就是打架比较猛吧，就打就完了。
Oh, it's good for fighting like face to face. Well, but we back to Takara question. How do you think about Takara for the environment now? 那其实我们回到武田的这个问题上，因为你们第2把也是用武田拿了一个非常不错的成绩，你觉得武田这个英雄的阵容对于现在这个环境是怎么样的？
感觉中规中矩吧，就是不强也不弱，发育起来就特别猛。
Okay, I think it's not very, it's just so-so. It's not very strong, but not very weak. It all depends on the strategy in the game you have. Well, so today is the last day of the regular game. Do you satisfied with the first day? 那其实今天也是常规赛的最后一天了吧？对于第1天的成绩满意吗？
那肯定不满意。
Absolutely no. Why? 为什么？展开说说。
不方便，不方便。
Okay. Well, so we move on to today. So far, do you think this grade is safe? 那其实我们来到了第2天的比赛嘛，那对于目前的分数来说，觉得安全吗？
不安全，后3把还要加油。
Okay, I think it's not very safe. We still need to try hard for the following game. Okay, then I will say good luck to you in the following games. 那也是要祝你们在之后的比赛当中，祝贺的有点早了。祝你们在之后的比赛当中可以好运，然后争取拿到我们这次周杰的门票。Okay, thank Baby E for doing this. That's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
蓝梦是喷乱一口烟，2个人影都看不到边，为爱小时代骂，让你也逃不出我的手指。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into the second half of the day, and this is when the Fireflies come out, heading back to Holleroff for game number 4. Holleroff last time was explosive. OUG pulled out a 23 kill game. It was absolutely phenomenal, ending in a 1 versus 3 as well, which secured them the victory and all of those points. How are you feeling about this, mate? It's been your first cast in NARAKA, first day on the job. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like right now it's really the matter of building out the stories for the rest of the year, and I think that a lot of teams have put their best foot forward and certainly have shown some of their best stuff so early on in the year. And so while some teams definitely have the burden of building themselves up upon them right now, I'm happy that the likes of Weibo, YZG, and these other teams are all really making their mark so early on. They're people to watch, they're people for me to latch onto. And you know, I've been talking about BBE as a team that I'm sure a fan of, just because I always love rooting for the underdog, but also YZG with their immaculate plays in especially games 1 and 3 are showing themselves to be, I think, maybe the team I got to rally around for once we actually break out to these bi-weekly championships and beyond that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my eye is very much on YZG today. These guys are having an absolutely phenomenal day. I mean, they looked amazing on these monk comps, but I do think we're going to see the Monk comps start to somewhat fall off. We will still see Monk today because it's still a very strong pick right now, but I do think we'll start to see more and more teams pick up the likes of the Decadas, the Zais, these Blind Dates. Blind Dates do amazing with Fireflies because, like I said, Tessa, she only needs, I think it's 60% rage to ult, and then you get another charge at another 60%. You basically get 2 charges, and the Fireflies will stop you up to be able to throw out that urn real quick and get the charm down. So going to be an interesting one to see as we are just having a look at our teams as they're getting set up and ready to go into this round of action. Just getting us all prepped up. Wolves, the world champions right now. Got some work to do. They have some work to do. It's been a pretty disappointing day from these guys.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those factors to watch out for here. You said it yourself, there's been a trend where, sometimes you just submarine your way to the top. As long as Wolves can keep on to a playoff spot or something like that, there's a chance that they could bring it all home at the end of the year. But right now, definitely was expecting a little bit more from them to make a splash. But speaking of teams that make a splash, here's OUG. This is another one of these groups that I think has gotten off on a really good foot in the beginning here. But I am looking forward to seeing whether or not they can continue to bring excellence as teams begin to coalesce more and more, as we're talking about it during these scrappy stages, into more aggressive gameplay. Can OUG keep that run going here now?
Yeah, can they keep it going is the real question. SR, they have been great, but I do think Junks has been a little bit of a light issue for them. Consistently getting themselves caught out, being isolated from the team. And I can't remember, I think it was actually I remember it was J-Team, if I remember right, used to do this a lot, where like one player was really, really like struggling, would constantly be caught solo. And it's so bad. You need to play as a unit, because if you are a solo player and there's 3 people about, you will go down. There's very, very few scenarios where the solo player pulls off that 1v3. I've seen it a couple of times, a handful of times. So going to be hard for Junks. He needs to make sure that he's kind of more coordinated and with his team. Obviously, YZG talked about a moment ago, but these guys are having an absolutely immaculate day. Mostly staying the same. KGG remaining with the team, and I've had a complete fry in my brain, but they got 2 players who've remained on, 1 new player who has joined the team this split. So looking really, really solid. Very, very coordinated. It looks like those teething issues are donezo for them, as they are back to form. JL, they had a phenomenal showing last game. And like you said, the biggest handicap for them was their just their comp in the end game. Like, they had a comp which didn't do as well versus, various other comps.
Now, my thing with the side of JL is that I think that to a degree they kind of are sitting in that same wild card slot that we saw some of these other teams, especially SR, sit in, where I really do think their ceiling is as high as you could get in this game, but it's just a matter of whether or not they can keep it going, and will they be called out for some of the subtle mistakes that they're making, especially when the pressure is on. FPX is another team that I think is often finding themselves often getting run down, maybe over investing in a fight, something of that nature, and these are things that are very answerable, very easy to clean up with maybe a little bit more time together as a team, but also just a bit more time throughout the course of the season. And so there's a lot of growers, a lot of showers to start us out with.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely indeed. Well, WBG currently just got taken over by was it OUG or YZG? I've had a brain fart who they got overtaken by. But they've been overtaken recently in standings. There's not many points between them and the team that has overtaken them. But they are currently situated along with that other team who have really bad. I can't remember what team. I think it's YZG. Very close to actually securing themselves a first place spot at the end of today, meaning on Sunday, they're going to go in with the most points for the games. And we have that mythical system, my favorite change to NARAKA, where we can end bi-weekly finals in 4 games. You just have to get to the match point threshold and then get an MVP. You have to win a game while being above 74 points, and then you secure yourself the victory. And that's literally what cost GG the World Champs. They got to the match point threshold, and then they just couldn't find that last MVP, and Wolves were able to eke it out, get to match point threshold, get that MVP, and take the whole day and deny GG from taking the World Championship. So getting as many points going in to Sunday as possible basically sets you up perfectly for securing yourself the that MVP. I mean, the earlier you get to 74 points, the more games you have to try and secure that first place.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I really think that right now it's a matter of just taking it a game at a time. These big structural changes that we see in terms of the pro league's overall structure only really matter if you're winning games to begin with. And so a team like BBE, they just got to focus upon getting themselves on the board. Maybe not even winning a game, just getting more than I believe the 1 total kill that they picked up throughout the course of the first 3 games.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, BBE, I mean, I don't know, man. These guys, they're going to need a time. They're going to need some time. They need to go into the hyperbolic time chamber, man. Like, these guys are pretty bad at the moment. It's just the only way I can't even be nice about it. They just are not performing, and this is a team who came over, made a splash because originally they were from Vietnam. They are still technically a Vietnamese team. They came over after the first Worlds, or the second one. I can't remember which Worlds they came after. It was last year they joined us. They came over and they look good. I mean, they had teething issues joining the mainland China teams because, I mean, like, the Nbpl teams are a whole other beast. These guys are all very, very good. But BB, you know, they held their own. They actually had games where they won. They had moments where they looked amazing. Come into this year, they dropped everyone but Roy Hehe. And since then, this team has seriously struggled. And I mean, we're only 2 weeks in, and I allow the first week to be, well, the first bi-weekly, so the first 2 weeks, to be your kind of like teething week. But if you still continue to struggle by the end of the second bi-weekly, so like 4 weeks in, you're then halfway through the split and you're still struggling.
Yep.
And at that point, you know, Worlds points are starting to get secured, playoff points are starting to get secured. You have to make an amazing run on that second half of the split to actually kind of bring it in. So yeah, I do start to get my light worries as we move in. So you kind of get this first 2 weeks, and then after that, I need to see the improvement. Otherwise, I do start to kind of just count you out, unfortunately.
That being said, right now, we aren't at that point just yet, and therefore, with nobody past that point of no return, I really do think that this is some of the most exciting times to be involved in NARAKA esports. And so I'm very happy that we still got these 3 games ahead of us, a lot of time on the clock for either new legacies to be forged or for some of the front runners to continue to establish their dominance here, as we should be moving into our character select shortly.
Yeah, should be moving in nice and soon. FPX, I mean, they won Worlds 2 years ago, and then they swapped out, and then TE took their entire roster. And yeah, was it Worlds lost? I can't remember now. I'm having a complete. Let me go back in time on my notebook and have a look. 2023 now. Won Worlds. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'll come back to that in a moment. But you know, they swapped their roster with TE. And TE last year were just a dominant force because it was the FPX roster, and FPX as an organization never really kind of came back from it, unfortunately. So they have again some work to do before. Yeah, it was TE. No, it was TE who stole. Yeah, that was it. Cool. Don't worry, FPX have never won Worlds. It was TE who won Worlds 2 years ago. But yeah, FPX, that, you know, their roster did get pinched by TE, and ever since then they, you know, they've had their issues, they've struggled, and here we are again having an underwhelming performance from them so far. We'll have to keep our eyes on them going forward. I'm still a lot more forgiving of these newer teams and these newer rosters to kind of like, you know, today isn't going to be the best day for them. There's having a few highlights from our previous games. Looking at OUG, was this last time they were on? I think this was the last time they were on. Last time they were on Horror, if I remember right. But
yeah, Holorath was our second game, and then third game we got to the Morris Isles.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out if this was OUG on Holoroth or if this was them in the last game.
Yeah, I don't remember.
No, this is the last game. They had Yoto. This is the last
yes,
game.
you're right. Yeah, this was
this isn't there. They're Takeda on game number 2. It's a lot. There's a lot on NARAKA. A lot of comps getting played. Sometimes the brain gets a little fried. It was cool to see the Yoto though, and it was cool to see the Yoto do well.
Oh yeah.
I did actually hear from Moxie after asking her about it. We did see Yoto played on day 2 of Trios, so that's Sunday. OUG were the ones who were actually running us, and they got 7 eliminations on Sunday with it. So, you know, it's not like the major performance we saw in game 2, where they got 23 with the Takeda, but Yoto being a somewhat cheap comp to run because it's not running any of the big characters. It's not running Zai, it's not running Takeda, it's not running, most crucially, Syra, it's not running Monk. It's you know, those are kind of like the major players in the meta right now. So if you can find units that aren't getting picked, like the Justina, who is, you know, still relatively niche in her usage, Yoto again, Farah as well, like you're not running comps that are being consistently picked, so they're not burning too many hero points to lock in. It's good to have a comp like that in your back pocket, and if you can kill 7 kills with it consistently, even on your like quote-unquote off games where you're running like a cheaper to run comp, it's still very valuable. ZK here, absolutely phenomenal parry. This is a 1 versus 3 from ZK, just rolling through WZ. And that's the world champs performance that we remember. That's why Wolves won Worlds, man. These guys are crap.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and Wolves could definitely get back up to that level. I think we've seen some flashes of brilliance from them today, but yeah, really, so far, the name of the game has just been a little bit of inconsistency on their side, but it's all learnable, it's all teachable moments. They are not beyond the pale in regards to their ability to very much make this season their own and maybe go back to back. I don't think that's ever happened in the history of Nbpl, but I would love to be able to see something like that occur. As it currently stands, we are just going to be cycling through some more of our teams here. VN521 has, I think, shown themselves to be quite aggressive and in a lot of situations finding themselves in 3-way battles, things of that nature, and oftentimes coming out on top. Pampy, Ivan in particular, doing a good job sustaining in a lot of situations in such a way that they could be real front runners. They just unfortunately have been collapsed upon time and time again in these past 3 games. Now this time the question becomes, how deep can they make it to that final circle?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, again, just kind of focusing on some of these teams, but it looks like we should be getting into Heroes Select nice and soon. I believe we're having a couple of technical issues on stage, some of the players, hence why we've had to waffle a little bit more, but should be getting onto that one. The big thing for me is hero points haven't really been burnt yet. Like, last Friday, we saw a lot more hero points getting burnt from these players and these teams. Like, people were willing to just, you know, throw 6 to 7 points away on a single game. You only have 12, and when you hit 0, you can't spend any hero points, otherwise you just don't get points for that game, regardless of how well you do. So you need to be, if you get to 0 points, you have to pick a comp that won't cost you any points to lock in. So here we go, getting ready to go into game number 4. We saw our pick order. We know who is first. I'm expecting a lot more Syras. I'm expecting Syras across the board on this first round.
Yeah, this has been your called shot so far as we move into the second half of the maps, and I think that you're going to get what you're calling for here. Is already, we got that Matari, we got that Zayn, we got the Syra alongside it, mirrored for 2 teams.
You can see that SR picked a lot of this comp, though, because they were on 8 points. This comp has no point increase right now, and they still lost a bunch of points just to lock the comp in, so you know that they're going for keeps here. YZG, I mean, this comp worked so well for them last time, so they're going to lock in the Sand Siphon once again. Once we head over to Holoroth, moving over now, seeing more Syras getting picked across the board. Go on, 521. Just give me 6 Syras to kick it off. I think we'll see him in round selection 3. I really do.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like in the majority of cases, you don't see people in metas like this asking for the meta to be picked, but I actually am liking what Syra does for a lot of these team compositions. I think that the sustain that these brings to fights means that there's a lot of strategic play going on. It's just maybe, you know, slightly overpicked in what we're seeing here. Second wave coming through now. There's still another Syra, this time going to be grabbed by BBE, who didn't really pilot this to much success in the last game. We're going to see whether or not Roy Hehe will be able to turn that around, but we got some monk comps there at the end to close us out moving into game 4, excuse me.
I don't think there is many situations where these monks are going to be happy inside Realm Yanks. There is a lot of Sand Siphons, there is a lot of Siphons. I mean, you're not really going to see the blind date running into Realm Yang. That's not a thing. They're not really like a 3v3 team. They're more just a third party or quickly grab a kill. Like Wu Shen doesn't offer much in a Realm Yang just because his ultimate is a reposition tool. So, I mean, you're not going to get a blind date going in unless they're absolutely stacked and feeling very confident. Like, if you're a monk right now, you're going to have to go into, like, the Zais, the Cicadas. Like, it is going to be rough out there. There are so many Syras. Everyone was willing to burn points in this game. OA, very reserved, actually. Still sitting on 9 points for themselves. And same for Wolves. Wolves not willing to spend those points. I think they're waiting for later on in the day where they're going to look to try and burn some points onto those Syra comps. But this Holoroth is going to be a bloodbath. I can guarantee you that. And in
Yeah,
fact, actually, if you're on Monk Comp, I don't want to go up versus 5-2-1 inside of Realm of Yang. Justina, Syra, just the amount of disruption that they can buy, it's going to be absolutely terrifying to go up versus. WZ once again locking in my favorite, the Valda comp as well. Another heavy disruption comp with a lot of health. Realm of Yangs are going to be very exciting. I can guarantee you that much.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing how all of these teams fare across the early game in particular. First, Realm of Yang, I think, is going to be the deciding factor for who's going to be moving on here. I think in a lot of cases, when games get this scrappy, and you have that added element of desperation that comes from losing the Realm of Yang and having those debuffs, sometimes you just see teams that are otherwise incredibly consistent fall apart in an instant. So this is the time for some people to make the real turnarounds happen. OUG dropping center, same place as before, looking to do that puzzle.
Every time they do it. YZG is somewhat nearby, but I don't think they're going to be able to get into range of OUG in time. OUG will have this down to an art. A couple of people dropping them at top. Cydia Tang, FPX. Fair few teams are in the surrounding area. 5-2-1 have got a pretty safe and secure spot for them to do their looting on their own. Imperial, just SR and WBG. Actually, was it WBG versus SR last time? And this is where they did the salty run back. Don't fall for it again, SR. Let's see if the rematch for SR is going to come in as we are loading through onto game number 4 of the day. 2 more games to go after this. This could be a real decider for some teams on how the rest of the day is going to look, as we're cutting straight over to Imperial Village to see SR. Junks trying to catch up to Rico, gets that vertical off as actually Iran loses a lot of HP, and immediately Junks opens up with a kill. Jing losing a lot. Nice vertical coming in, as actually we're seeing someone just with a fist going in for the punches.
Oh my goodness.
And that is SR absolutely rolling over WBG. Leo, the only one left standing. Leo does do a fair amount of work, though. He may have that turnaround. Zhao buys away for a second. They look for the whiff onto Junks. They're able to connect it. Leo, 1 versus 2. Not going to do it. Junks gets the revive. SR find their revenge.
That question now becomes, is Weibo also going to go for the salty run back that SR did against them for the time being? We got action elsewhere on the map, though. Wolves on the far side of this wall looking to just try to trickle out WZ already. One member of that team is going to fall here, and now the question becomes, what can Cookie do to get out away from Wolves, who are just looking to make a statement early in this one? The answer is they are going to drop all the way down to the low ground here. Unfortunately, they are descended upon by 3. Cookie, the good reversal, will be able to buy a little bit of vertical height here, and then is going to burn a few more zip lines. Unfortunately, I don't think there's anywhere that they could go for the long term, and so early in this one, WZ going to lose their members, will have to just try to rebuild, as Xiaoyu on the far side is the last one left alive, and Wolves will clean them up.
Yeah, really nice pick up there. Nice, cute. Just going to quickly get a little bit of work done off the back of that one. Wolves stepping away. Now we're going to move over to BBE, who are actually going aggressive here onto TE, but immediately Roy Hehe loses a lot of HP. They're able to turn it back around and strip Youth's armor off him, keeping the pressure up onto Youth. There's going to be the no ult zone popped, as TE don't have those ults available to themselves right now. Pete caught out, and actually multiple members of TE just getting absolutely run down. CDH trying to put some damage down onto the members of TE, but they are able to break away. Jianan gets an escape. Nice parry onto Youth. CDH able to take down 1 member. We see Peak and Youth go down. Only 1 remaining. And BBE, this might be the most kills they've got all season. Already up to 2. Jianan just trying to hide it out. Can they secure the 3rd? Wait, did they? Oh, he's on the other side of the wall. He hears them, and he's just going to wait it out for the moment. Now cutting over, TE getting third-partied. FPX, actually JL are in the area, able to secure a kill on to ZGE. As Rui Hihi chasing onto Xiaonan, but this could be dangerous for BBE, because JL could just come in for the collapse. Try and tidy this one up. That's going to be everything used already. CDH has that ultimate available. Looking for the catch out onto one of the members of JL. Is able to do a bit of damage. One thing. Now breaking away from this one, as we're seeing Cuckoo just burning through Roy Hehe's health bar with that laser beam there. Sandstorm used and everything. So JL just going in for a bit of a reset. They've got the Xiphon available. Ultimate's up. Vitari, remember, will reset that Meteor. Devin caught out by the slam from the Meteor. There's going to be the ultimate just to reset that Meteor. Comes in for the 2nd slam down. CDH is getting absolutely railed by this one. Down he goes. Nice little pick up there. Chain Scythe's going to be coming in for work as well. Devin going low. They have the Matari as well if they want to reset the fireball one more time for JL, as JL take out BBE.
Yep, unfortunately, BBE's time in the sun is not going to last quite too long. I do like the fact that they were able to pick up 2 kills, but it really does feel like right now they're exposed in such a way that I don't have much faith in the ability for them to right their mistakes in the way that some of these other teams can. It isn't simple positional errors. It's just simply getting diffed in a lot of these fights that is BBE's biggest obstacle right now. Right now, we do have YZG and WZ on the periphery trying to get something going here. Xiaoyu trying to deal against 2 right now. Good job working through the armor. Unfortunately, they gotta wait for the rest of the team to come along. Cookie jumping in, still only on common armor. Could be a little bit of a problem here. Xiaoyu is looking to restore their armor on the far side of this fight. Now YZG diving on in. Here comes the mech, fired off by WZ to try to stabilize in this one. Xiaoyu right back into it as TXJ feels the pressure necessary to finally pop off the ultimate here. Looking to just blast from above right now. Does a good job of tracking the opponent, but the same can be said as well for the other team, as this Faria is doing quite a bit of work. Cookie's been taken down early in this one, and WZ's attempt at aggression I think is going to fall apart as YZG, current front runners of the day, may come out ahead in another fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like TXJ is going to chase up here, looking for the damage onto Xiaoyu. Able to wait it out, doesn't want to get caught out by any parries, and now Xiaoyu getting fanned down, throws down the bubbles. WZ trying to make the breakaway. There's going to be the knockback, and that Valda may not be long for the world. WZ are eliminated before Realm of Yang.
Ugh.
We don't get to see any of that Valda goodness, and that is a goose egg for them as well. 0 kills, 0 placement points. Wolves in the Bane's breath, trying to catch out to OUG. OUG are actually losing out on that as well. That was their Bane's breath, and they are getting absolutely rolled for it. Their OUG are going to try and come in and get the revive, get the save in time. Can they do it is the question. They're going to chase up. ZK getting caught out by the chains. They've got the F available to Xinyu. There's going to be ZK popping the ultimate, and in comes the backup for a little bit more damage. ZK goes down. Xinyu continues to chase forwards onto the members of Wolves. Still got that chain scythe for a little bit more. There's the F. The Meteor goes a little bit wide. Doesn't quite hit, but the chain scythe will be enough. OUG tidy it up. They get the revive. They get their kills. And Wolves are the one to pay the ultimate price. 5 kills in, but their team is eliminated nice and early. They do have the revives, though, so they'll be back on the map, but that is going to significantly dampen them as they go for these Realm of Yangs. OA looking for potentially the OUG members here. This could be a little bit greedy. I mean, no ultimates used. Well, ultimates were used on the side of OUG. This Baby U just needs to reposition with their team. Xinyu's going to come in and scare them off.
And what an incredible showing there from OUG. I like the fact that OA was able to stay their hand here, try to just stabilize a little bit later. We still got Realm of Yangs to go through, remember? And so using that as the case, I really do think that right now we're beginning to see those front runners yet again get those slight advantages. In particular, OUG doing great things in that fight off the back of that Zai in particular. Absolutely crazy use of the chain blades, and I'm sure that's going to come back yet again throughout the course of these next 3 games. Right now we are in the camera view of SR. Junks yet again just kind of forging ahead as a scout. This has led to callouts in the past where they're oftentimes getting picked off, but I think that the Matari here is going to really allow for Junks to play aggressively, do their thing where they're kind of separate from the other 2 members of the team, but have a little bit of insurance in cases where they get called out. Taking a look at the eye in the sky here already, we are getting a deep cluster all the way down south there. Wolves and BBE maybe on the engage here, as we do have FPX closing in on SR, who's now double sandwiched.
Yeah.
May try to work through BBE first and foremost in order to buy themselves a little bit of space, but they got to watch out, as this could be a massive scrap without much in the way of value coming through.
Yeah, apologies, I was muted there. I do think actually SR were kind of close enough to Junks that it wasn't the end of the world, but right now they're starting to spread out a little bit. Everyone's waiting up for the Realm of Yang though, so I don't expect to really see too much fighting. I can't tell if there's a blind date comp here, because if there is, you could see a Tessa charm come down immediately. The stun comes out. Zhao uses the ultimate, uses the F, sorry, but it's just going to jump back into the Realm of Yang. We got OUG versus SR. 5-2-1 versus WBG and BBE versus JL. We're going to be on the SR versus OUG. This is going to be an absolute banger of a fight, actually. Zhao staying aerial for the moment, comes in for the Meteor, misses it, pops the Matari ultimate, which refreshes that Meteor for him, so he has another chance to use it. The invisibility as well, making them really hard to work with. But both teams are Xiphon, so they both got those. There's going to be another F. Zhao and Jingyu, you're losing a lot of HP. They go for the Meteor as a disengage tool, actually. And Xinyu's already gone down. Baby Yu going incredibly low. The laser beams from the Cyrus is just absolutely just melting through his armor. Very low. Caught out by the Chain Scythe in the cone from the attack as well. Chain Scythe's got a little bit more time left on it here for Zhao. Don't know if they're going to get much more use out of it. Maybe one more charge to the cone, but not going to be happening. Meanwhile, we're going to cut over to 5-2-1 versus BBE. As that other fight looks like it was pretty much donezo. Pampy comes in for the freeze onto a couple of members. Jing getting caught out. There's the freeze onto Leo. Goes caught out by the Furen shove, though, as Jing doing his best to just keep 5-2-1 at bay. One more charge on that dash available to Pampy here. He's just timing out nicely. Don't know if he got the freeze off. I think he did, but he gets himself caught out by a parry and knocked back. Able to pick his fan back up. Gets disarmed once again. Pampy has to freeze himself here as he switches out into the fans once more as WBG are looking just to run down 5-2-1. Down they go, securing themselves the victory. JL and SR so far the victors of their Remoyangs. WBG will be joining them. 3 teams of the Vermilions. Birds might going to be finding out with those revives. Basically a free fight at this point.
And yet again, we're seeing a lot of these front-runner teams continue to bring excellence across the Morris Isles. Or I guess this time, Holleroth. But you know what I'm saying. Overall, I think that right now what I'm really looking forward to is just going to be the kind of downtime we have right now. How are teams using this from the perspective of how aggressive are they being? How much do they want to risk before second Realm of Yang before we get to final circle here? Case of JL, looks like maybe a little bit here as they see an opportunity versus Meng. Good job by the OA representative getting a parry, but it's a little bit too late. They've been called out, and unfortunately they have been taken down by the group. JL doing a great job working in unison to just find a victim.
Yeah, OA not got the Vermilion Birds might like JL did, though. So, and then again, another OA member caught out. Nice parry coming in from Jing on the aerial. Tutuk getting incredibly low. I don't think they're going to be around for long. They're going to throw out that Viper ult, try and evade it, but it's not going to happen. One bonk from the spear. Down they go. WBG crashing in on a kill there. Still got that Vermilion Birds might, though, so they're going to continue to push forwards. There's a no ult zone popped, which is a bit sad. WBG want to be using those ultimates for these fights, so they're kind of going to be waiting it out for the moment. As see the last member of Q8 being run down by JL. DP not going to be going for long here, unfortunately. Is down they go. OA eliminated. JL now looking for their fight versus WBG. Here is the consequence-free fight. These teams will have their revives. They're just going to scrap it out for a couple of extra points using that Vermilion Birds might revive as their safety net. In comes the Sandstorm. Cuckoo just waiting it out for a brief second here. And just going to wait out and look to jump back in once that Sandstorm has timed out. Has got the ultimate available. We'll be looking to use that to go aerial. There's a lot of verticality here. So it looks like actually BBE are looking and snaking around to see if they can maybe cash in on some of those Soul Blooms when they do get popped. That's going to be 1 kill for JL already. Cuckoo taking out Leo on the side of the WBG. They're going to really burn out to a couple of people here. In comes JL. Couple of members getting caught out, though. Can they get the cash in on the kills? Yes, they can. Birds might be in pop. BBE slide in. They're able to cleanse 1 player already. Can they get more? BBE pushing for a couple more kills, getting the horizontal off. There's the Birds might use the great third party from BBE. And suddenly, they're cashing in on kills. 5 for themselves already. YZG, though, gets himself caught out. He's going low. City H goes down. And YZG able to secure a kill or 2 onto the BBE members. Only 2 remaining standing. As Roy Hehe making a run for it, but YZG continuing to pressure forwards. They have got their full team. BBE eliminated. As soon as they got back into it, it was such a good play from BBE, and it just the 5th party from YZG cost them too heavily. 7 kills for YZG.
5 kills, though, before they exited BVE. Definitely looking a lot better this time around. I'm happy to see that rally cry. Hopefully, they're going to be able to keep that up, as right now, OUG is in a lot of trouble. SS, a top player, just knocked out in an instant here. Just absolutely run down, and now this divide and conquer strategy could pay off beautifully for SR, who now are on to Baby U, and the other members of OUG. Jinyu just going to go on the run. Baby U currently still in ult form, just trying to buy as much time as possible, as Rico is going to continue to give chase. Zipline coming out here. Baby U in a little bit of trouble, dropping down below. Unfortunately, still called out. Rico just going to try to block off their escape zone. Unfortunately, overinvest with another hook shot. And in fact, Baby U is going to be able to get a solid amount of damage in, and that could be enough to buy them the space necessary to heal up and try again.
Nice parry from Baby U. He actually stole the weapon as well, I believe, from one, but not going to really result in too much more. SR just going to move back into the zone, get away from that shadow corruption. Baby U will be able to pick up Zinyu here. He's just doing a pot. We're early enough in. We're in zone 2 right now, so the damage is pretty negligible. Not really going to be too much of an issue. There we go. Baby U gets picked up. No, sorry, Baby U does pick up. They don't have their Matari, though, which is the big problem for OUG. Sitting on not a lot of money either. So they need to find some cash and secure themselves a rebirth charm. You can see Zinyu has actually been able to pick up 8 grand, so they need to heal. I don't think Zinyu's going to do this. Zinyu dies to the zone.
Oh, no.
Maybe you almost died to the
Almost.
zone. I don't know how many pots they have is the problem.
Yeah, it's an awkward situation. OUG very much feels like they're off their step, off their game right now. That means that other people are going to be able to get Realm of Yang first. YZG, yet again, first one's in here. Very confident. 2 Legendary Soul Jades distributed across their team. QGG, TXJ. Both going to have the potential to do a whole lot here, as Weibo on the far side are going to be the ones matching up against them. One thing to note is that Legendary Armor also available, I believe, for QGG. Meanwhile, we are seeing just rare armor on Yaron here, so this could be an uphill battle for Weibo. Let's see whether or not they're going to be able to do this. QGG trying to hookshot, a lot of vertical mobility right now, and Yaron, on touching the ground, is immediately going to get beat down here. Manages to buy a little bit of space necessary to activate their ultimate, and actually with the sandstorm coming out here, it looks like YCG isn't getting all that they were hoping for here, as Yaron is just doing such a good job of running interference. Leo just wading deep into the melee here, trying to get as much damage out as humanly possible here. Jing as well, staying on the periphery of this fight, able to sustain up for the time being, as now on either side you have these members just trying to find the time to recharge and go back in. QG happy to take the aggro now, as he's in a very confident position to dive on in. Jing in a lot of trouble, going to get parried. Jing now on the run on this Takeda, trying to answer right back. Demons going left, right, and center, as QGG is coming out with the health lead. Unfortunately, they are also getting hit at range, and this could be enough. One stagger here, one stagger there. They don't have any armor left available for them. QGG trying as best they can to keep themselves topped off as well as in this fight. TXJ going low for the side of YZG, and this could be enough to finally bring a numbers advantage back over to the Weibo side. And there we go, TXJ taken down in this one. Now it's a desperate chase. QGG, I don't think he's going to be able to find a way out of this one, as Yaron is trying to answer back against them. Here comes CXY, seeing that they have to do something here and now. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Zing now in confident position, hiding on the far side. I think that Weibo actually coming out ahead here could be the tide changer necessary for them to get on the board in terms of victories today.
Yeah, it's a big victory for them then, denying one of the strongest teams of the day. Meaning they're going to now have that Realm of Yang debuff to go and kill themselves up. Draco Storm secured there for WBG. And so we have 2 teams running around with that debuff on, and they're going to be looking for it. Right now it says there's 14 players in the game, but that number will be changing once we do see the teams come back from their revives from the Realm of Yang. But ultimately that does put us in a bit of danger. Now I'm going to look at SR here. Zhao using that meteor reset mid-air, really nice here. Still have the chain scythe, but an absolutely laser beam down by Cuckoo. Even with the Matari invisibility, still getting read out. Is going to quickly get himself a pot off in the middle of it. See how they look to try and turn this one around. Nice catch with the chain scythe onto multiple people, but 3 misses on the meteor from the Zai is kind of rough, unfortunately. Still able to find a fair amount of damage, as they actually did get their version of the Syra ultimate off, and securing one, securing two. SR, beautiful little turnaround actually inside this Rama Yang. I'm very impressed by them. Even got that F off. Do they land it this time? No. Oh my God. 4 Fs, miss all of them. Doesn't matter, win Rama Yang anyway. Into the fight, YZG are going to be looking to secure themselves off this debuff. They got 4 minutes to work with, so plenty of time as they're going to chase up on to the members of JL, another team who are debuffed up, keeping that pressure up with the Furen shoves here on QGG. One Fang going low, keeping that pressure down low as that is One Fang down, secured and cleansed one person on the side of YZG. Or did they cure 2? I can't tell yet. Oh, they got 2. Okay, so it's just one remaining member on the side of JL who is going to have to get hunted here. They need to secure this kill if you are YZG. Keep your team in the game, and then at least you're somewhat consequence-free. And right now, it's just Takeda, the one person who has who hasn't got the debuff cleansed, is your primary carry. So you really need to stay on it with JL. They may just go for the rebirth charm tech, transfer gear over, get QGG back in the game that way. But your golden armor holder is currently the person running around with with no health, and unfortunately for them, JL's final member has been found by TE, so there could be a denial here. Did a grapple cancelling and locking on to them, making sure that JL has nowhere to go. Their final member, I don't think they're going to be surviving this one, unfortunately. Youth will be looking for that kill. They're just going to get the damage down. Peak putting it out, and there it is. Youth secures the kill.
Yeah, JL knocked out surprisingly early, although after that kind of mishap in the Rama Yang, I guess it makes sense. That being said, they are fading away with 14 kills on the board, actually tied for the lead right now with SR on that front. So they're still going to be able to, I believe, hoover up some points from that, but definitely not the showing I was expecting out of this team. That's now the other top contender here in the form of SR rallies and gets ready for what could be a decisive final battle. This one already with far fewer teams at just the 9-minute mark, showing just how scrappy these teams are now willing to be given the time on the map and given the current condition of Holoroth. So very excited to see where things are going to go from here. SR, though, maybe looking like the top team to beat. YZG also up there in very confident position. They just need to get this debuff off or go for that tech you were talking about.
Well, Wolves right now, let's have a look at where they are. 8 kills, not bad.
Yeah.
So doing all right.
Trying to get some more here as well, as we do have the fountain come on up here. LJX immediately activating this Monk ultimate. May have done it a little bit too early. Now it's just trying to find a yoink. Look at how far forward Yaron is happy to play, even up against this ult, just firing off some laser beams of their own. Now finding themselves deep in the midst of things here. Wolves just getting harried from all angles, as now SR is also attempting to approach upon this position. Weibo now also in the midst of things, needing to try to find a way to stabilize. Here comes the Sandstorm out already to run interference for both sides, as we're now going to see Rico fire off an ultimate of their own to repel the advance of Weibo. They're actually just going to give this up for the time being. It looks like we're trying to find a rallying point, as Wolves is also there on the border looking for a new way in.
Nah, they're gonna leave it. I think it's a Mystic Might. It's nice because it gives you a little bit of knowledge of where everyone is, and obviously the gear is going to be good, but that's going to be it. SR secure himself Mystic Might, secure himself some goodies. Couple of things to catch on to. YZG, QGG's about to die. He has 20 seconds. Or is it CXZ who's got the debuff? Oh, it's CXZ who's got the debuff. Wait. Yeah, okay, it's only CXZ, but that still kind of sucks for them. And I don't know if there's a shop nearby. He's going to try and put himself in a slightly awkward position where his team can get to his Karen if they need to, so they can retrieve the gear that he drops, but I know it was QGG. They did lose their Takeda. Oh, that is a fumble, man. I don't know why they didn't cleanse their Takeda, and they could have left someone else, but for whatever reason, that's what they do. CXZ is going to try and see if there's a shop nearby, but I mean, that's the map. There's no shop. There is a Spirit Well where you can revive someone, but like the odds of getting a revive off at this point is so low. I think YZZ actually kind of threw this game out a little bit by getting rid of their most important member. We are down to 14 players, so a very, very small amount of players left in this game. YZG being down, YZG, sorry, being down 1 player just means they are a major target, instantly throwing down the laser beam, instantly throwing down the sandstorm. That is just a sign for every team to jump in. Rico's doing his best to put the damage in, but the sandstorm's now in the zone, so they've been forced out. And YZG are just in an incredibly weak position. Rico has lost a fair amount of HP, so there is a world where the teams could turn it onto SR and YZG could potentially shake the attention off them. But I think it's going to be pretty obvious that one team's running around with 2 members, and that is going to be the easy target. It's the blood in the water sharks, unfortunately. And with a Bane's Breath coming in, it's going to catch out. Oh! TXJ able to just about break away from that one. Very, very close. By the skin of his teeth, he rakes away. Zhao also, I believe, took a Bane's Breath to the face there, so loses all of their armor and a big chunk of their health. Just going to go for a reset.
TE controlling the ground from up top here, and I think YZG might be in a little bit of trouble still. They just need to find a little bit of space by which to recover, and hopefully third party, another team that may be going a little bit too deep into the tank, but right now there's just nowhere for them to go where they're able to stay safe and stay out of the view of others for the time being. It really does look like these other teams that have all 3 members are just happy to play patiently, realizing that engaging against one another leads to third or fourth parties in such a way that they don't want to throw away this golden opportunity. There's only 5 minutes left before we really begin to see the end of the game and true front runner here. And so let someone else make the first move, I think, is the call, particularly given the very vertical topography of this area. It's very possible to get very isolated fights. Weibo, though, gonna find themselves a shrine to begin with. SR trying to get upon their position here. Zhao melted in an instant. You're gonna have to try to withdraw from this fight. Weibo happy to play King of the Hill. As it currently stands, nobody looks like is going to want to try to contest the soul well again. So, oh no, no worries.
I gotta stop muting the cough. My bad. WBG though, they're gonna hold it. It's only a Mystic Might, so it's not like that impactful. It's impactful because you can reset your rage and your ultimates, but if they haven't actually divested any, then they're not really losing too much. LJX throwing down the sandstorm, just getting a bit of control here as Peak continuing to try and push forwards, as it looks like T just going to sit himself in a bush. They're going to chill out for the moment. WBG now with that Mystic might know where everybody is, including TE inside that bush. They're just going to pressure up onto Junk. What a catch! Huge jump damage onto Junk. Ultimate comes down, and that's going to force Rico low. Junk falls. SR getting absolutely melted here. Zhao tries to make the breakaway with a meteor. Jing knows where he's going. They're just going to go for a bit of a refresh in the bush and then jump back into that action. Absolutely destructive play there. Zhao on the side of SR has that chain size, catches onto Peak. He actually does a fair amount of damage here to the TE members, but he's the last man standing. It would be a miracle for him. Trying his best, but getting that window, getting that opportunity is so hard, and that's going to be TE Xiaonan securing the kill onto him. Peak getting pushed onto by Wolves LJX, though, as Peak forced to throw down the ultimate. Laser beams coming out just to try and keep everybody okay. Buying a little bit of space as WBG now. Again, still got that Mystic Might, still getting pings on where people are. We'll be pushing forwards and seeing if he can find himself a kill or two.
Gotta feel for Junks, still the one being called out, leading to the loss of SR in this one. But we got a new fight ahead of us here. Wolves waiting in versus Weibo Gaming. For the time being, this Town High is just buying so much space up top here, not having to worry about maneuvering too deeply. Actually gonna jump down to the lower ground here. YZG still hiding there in the corner, let's note, on their last player. But for right now, all eyes on Weibo, trying to chase down LJX in this Town High ultimate, about half health currently. Meanwhile, down below, TE, after coming out of the bush, is just looking to do a little bit of damage at range. Wolves dashing over and hiding in a bush for themselves in the corner, as now it's going to be Weibo and TE facing off against one another on the high ground. Leo jumps down low, almost gets caught out there. 2v1 is able to buy a little bit of space and in kind. It looks like none of these teams want to go for the full engage just yet. TE trying to cross around onto Jing, who's been called out and brought out towards the shadow side, and maybe in trouble here, as unfortunately they just can't find the rest of their team. There we go. Garon now finally going to be able to link up with them, has the ultimate available, and once again WBG gets out of a sticky situation and somehow finds themselves in advantage.
Looks like we're going to see Yoran just putting down a little bit more damage onto these members on the low ground, keeping his team nice and safe as well. In the meanwhile, Sandstorm breaks out. Jing with this longsword is just doing so much work. He does get caught out though by a parry, has to switch to the Hunt Sword, so he can't use that Soul Jade anymore. He's going to jump back in, grab that longsword for himself, and then jump back up. WBG taking out Peak in the middle of this though. 1 minute 30 left on the clock and only 2 squads in it. It's Wolves versus YZG. NiHQ trying to just hang on as much as possible, just hiding away from all of the action, but TXJ will find him in the middle of all of this. He's going to jump into the zone, trying to just get some aerials off, but loses a lot of HP for it. It's just going to back off for the moment as now. So WBG have opened up here on to YZG's TXJ. He's the last man standing for his team. Does have the ultimate, and there it is. He's going to pop it. It's a little bit earlier than he would have liked to have used it, though. Would like to wait until that final circle did close in on him, but it's just going to laser beam away onto Yoran, keep him nice and locked down, stagger him as much as possible. The Dazzle actually may go off in the middle of all of this. He's doing a fair amount of work there.
Wow.
On that Syra, TXJ holding on fast, but as soon as that ult times out, he is done so. We're going to see NiHQ from the side of Wolves get himself going low. Somehow everyone's still in this game. NiHQ going in for the dashes, trying to find a kill, but he's taken down by WBG's Yoran. 16 kills in. Peak going aerial, just trying to play the long game and stay up as high as possible. Sandstorm breaks out as well. Everybody is locked in just the worst position. TE are holding on, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it. YZG go down, 10 kills for themselves, but this is definitely going to be WBG's game. Peak propping the ultimate, getting the extra health off, just trying to be in a nuisance, but I don't know if he's going to be able to 1 versus 3. Leo holding on. Peak, he's going to get caught. Yoran's on the pressure, and there it is. WBG secure the victory.
Still too darn close at the end there. I don't know how in the world this character keeps sustaining, but WBG this time will not fall to the 1v3. They're able to keep themselves cohesive and get that much needed win as a statement maker that they aren't done yet. They aren't outmoded by WZG. They are still very much in it for the long run, and they looked great.
Absolutely huge performance there from WBG, and a needed one because they had been a little lackluster today considering their position in the table. That game alone probably jumps them into 3rd, if they're lucky 2nd place on the overall standings. They've got 2 games to go. They are reeling in DRG and GG on that top end of the table. It is going to be very tight. SR, solid game from these guys as well. YZG, not a bad game either, so they're also closing that gap towards the top. I do think we'll see WBG and YZG at the end of the day holding top spots on the table.
I would agree with you. I think that these two teams are just a cut above the rest. And yes, we are seeing incredibly competitive fights left, right, and the center, but right now it just feels like the read on how to play the late game is so much in WBG's favor alongside YZG and a few others. And so I'm very happy to see this squad show themselves towards a victory here. With 2 more games to go, they could go back to back.
They could. I mean, we've seen YZG not back to back actually. They have been 1st and 3rd game they won, and then it was OUG and now obviously WBG. 2 more games to go, going back to Morris Isle. I expected a bloodbath in that game. We got a bloodbath in that game. It was a very, very explosive game. I think game 5 is probably going to be the same. Again, it's a map people know very well, so they're very comfortable and kind of like using the terrain and the topography of the map. Also Fireflies. I mean, someone's going to drop a secret tunnel, get the Fireflies from secret tunnel. It's going to be back to action from there. I'm excited to see how this next game goes. I genuinely am.
Yeah, I've been excited to see how all these games have gone so far, because really within the stories that we're looking at right now, there's still very much a question of who's the definitive best on any of these lobbies. And I really do think that everybody's had a good claim to fame there in that top cut of teams. You know, Weibo getting the victory right there, YZG with the 1 and 3 callouts. But I mean, overall, everybody here has shown themselves to have really competitive chops outside of a few teams that just get knocked out before we even get them on camera to begin with. And so here we have another question, another way to get some goodies. How many teams chose Syra in game 4? The answer this time around is the correct amount, which is many.
It was a lot. I actually cannot remember the exact number. I'm gonna hazard a guess that I know the number. But APCOD in Twitch chat, guys, check out Western Box. That's where you get your goodies if you do win. And here we are. WBG, not quite the 20 bomb, but do go out with 19, 21 points. I believe they were 22 points off first. So they are 0.5 of a point off first right now. SR gets 16 for themselves as well. Didn't see the rest of them. Doesn't matter. These are the guys who are MVPs. WBG, 7 kills on Leo, 24,000 damage, 20k on Jing with 2 kills. Yaran with 23,000 damage and 10 kills. Like, it's crazy that Takeda is not like the primary carries anymore in this comp. Like, he is just there as part of the machine. Another cog in the machine. Really, really clean stuff coming in from the side of WBG. Secure themselves their first victory of the day, and we'll get the overall standings updated. WZ, I was so excited to see their Valda, and it got absolutely slammed at the beginning. Really, really rough for them. These guys right now have 2 games to make it to that top end of the table. Right now, the soft benchmark is 72 points. OA are currently at there. We'll have a better benchmark once we get into game number 6, but a bunch of teams are starting to climb up the overall ladder. SS1 and Balder shoved out of that top end of the table, as now SR have joined onto that top side into 5th place, as WBG are 0.5 points away, sorry, 0.6 points away from DRG, and YZG not far behind them, really, really close behind them. SR as well, actually. SR are 0.2 points behind YZG. It is tight towards the top of the table. I think these 3 teams, game 6 is going to be so fun, as these guys are going to be fighting for it.
Yeah, I would totally agree with you. I really think that SR, with such a firecracker performance there in that 4th game of the day, still is the one that I think is most due for a victory here around the course of these last 2 games, and I would love to see them come out ahead here. But speaking of a victory, here are the winners of that game number 4, Weibo, showing their stuff in the Realm of Yang.
Really nice stuff from Weibo. They played really, really solid. I mean, no surprises. These guys have been one of the front runners today. Not had their big moment until this game, though. Fireflies come in and some teams just really shine. Takeda comps, Zai comps, they just suit a lot more of these kind of skirmish heavy comps and less more kind of for the big final circles, and it's more about, you know, just being consistently strong throughout the game, scaling up. Huge performance here. Final circle as well. I'm glad there weren't any monks here, because this would have sucked to be a monk in this. This is an awful final circle for a monk. They just kept that pressure going, and to be fair, that Siren right at the end held on for a long time. I believe it was it SR? I can't remember who it was, but they held on for a long time here. Eventually timing out in the ultimate and getting run down. Really, really good stuff though for WBG.
Yeah, it's just that combination of verticality, the slow fall, and the fact that your ultimate gives you that renewed health bar that I think makes it such an absolutely ridiculous pick for these kinds of games, where every single time we're getting the full circle closing, we're getting a lot of chaos, and it's another Syra MVP. I gotta say, Hitbrain, this character's becoming a little bit of a problem.
Ever since she came into the meta, she kind of reshaped it all in an insane way. Absolutely huge stuff. 23,000 damage, 10 kills, 13,000 with the spear. This is the kind of Syra I like to see. The damage from the skills and ultimates wasn't too high that time around. It was actually being a real menace with the spear. Beautiful game from Yaran.
Yeah, Yaran in general has been such an all-star on a variety of characters. I believe that Yaran has also been the Tianhai player for Weibo so far today.
Yeah.
And therefore, between this and then the pickup here of the Syra, he's been somebody who's just kind of what the rest of the team has been building around. And so this is a well-deserved MVP. And this is someone that you're going to have to keep an eye out for alongside the rest of Weibo throughout the course of these last 2 games on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there it is. WBG pick up the victory as we'll be getting ready to go on to Morris Isle for game number 5. It is going to be an absolute doozy, this next one. Very excited to see how our team show up. YZG have kind of been a bit of a surprise hit for me in this game, or in this day. Like, I knew they were good, but today they've just been on fire. So I'm very excited to see how they go as we move later on into the day as well. Really, really impressed by those guys. And, you know, not too many games left now. 2 games left to kind of prove your worth and get those points in under the bag. So it's going to be a big one for YZG if they want to claim first. If they carry on playing like they have today, I really do think they can overtake WBG. But WBG, it feels like they've come into their own now. We've moved on to Fireflies and more aggressive comps.
Yeah, this is the first time where I would say that YZG, as we're watching them, had made a really crucial tactical error, just in regards to the fact that they got slowly picked off. They were maybe a little bit too spread out, and then moving to that final circle with only one person left, they weren't able to get the kind of value that we've seen from them in clutch situations. I mean, even situations where they're down 1v3, we saw them walk away with a full game victory based upon a Syra ultimate in that situation. So I do want to see them try to bring it back in one of these more scrappy matches where you do have those Fireflies available, and their chance to do it, I think, starts here and now. Let's see how they're going to be able to rally back versus Weibo, who kind of just virtually become their rivals throughout the course of today. Can they actually make that kind of statement that allows for us to say, yeah, they will surpass WBG, who was already hot off that first victory?
Also, the new kids on the block, SR, they're also wants to watch out.
Oh, yeah.
They're so close to WBG and YZG in score. I believe they're like, it's like a fraction of a point between them and YZG in the standings. So it's very, very tight at the top. I do think these three teams are going to be contesting each other for that top spot as we move forwards in today. If SR can open on, I know this is an insane statement to be making immediately, but if SR can open up the year as a new team, yes, it's experienced players, but they are a new organization, they're a new team together. If they can open up with the first bi-weekly finals under their belt, this team's gonna look real good, man. They are my dark horse. They're the team I'm kind of cheering on this split, because I love me a new team. I love me a new team who come out strong and like a team who've obviously done their research and their prep going into the split.
Yeah, and Hipper, I'm right there with you. SR is a team that I've really gotten enchanted by over the course of today's play. They are a team that plays like a dark horse. You know, sometimes you're a dark horse just by stats, but SR going for that salty run back, and I believe game number 2, that's exactly what you want to see out of a team doing wild things. It wasn't strategically correct. Yeah. No. Was it something that warms the heart to see? Yes. I love to see my play style represented there at the top level.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed by those guys. They played very, very well. I'm going to be excited to see, back on Tomorrow's Isle once again, what kind of comps were coming up, because all day, everyone's been quite reserved to their hero points until that last game. And then we saw just an explosion of like kind of action from the teams where they were willing just to kind of throw everything into Syra in that hero select. So really, really fun to see. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on them going forwards, going into this next part of the game or day. I don't know what I'm talking about. My brain is melted, apparently. It happens, by the way, with me. Just as we move in through the days, my brain starts to just crumble. Do you know what's silly? You're waking up you're in America, right? So you're waking up at like 1 in the morning. It was 6 o'clock in the morning I woke up. It's midday here now. Like, I should be awake, but apparently not. Apparently my brain doesn't work like that.
It's the gamer lifestyle, it's no worries whatsoever. You don't get fully activated until like 6 p.m., after work and everything. So,
dude, I'm 32 this year, man. Like, I'm beyond that.
Oh, Lordy.
I'm in bed. I'm in bed at like 9-10.
Oh
nowadays. No! I've truly hit my old man arc.
At the same time, though, it's a good place to be. Cast in NARAKA BLADEPOINT, moving into the last of our 2 games here. I mean, it's the time for the brain to melt out the ears. We're just going to sit back, watch some really solid, very tight gameplay from everybody involved. That's what I'm looking forward to here. Currently looking at 5-2-1, who's been one of those middle-of-the-pack teams right now. They're able to swarm. They're able to make some big plays later on in the game. But I want to see them win Realm of Yangs. I want to see them get the resources necessary to really contend with the top teams. And so far, I think that's really what they've been missing.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think, so I'm just gonna kind of change the subject a little bit and just kind of have my little waffle moment.
Go for it.
What I really like about WB as a team is they're not conforming to like the other metas of like other teams. Like the fact they got this like Valda shit under their under their belt as like a really bizarre off pick, but it seems to work really, really well. Yeah, I really like teams like that, because I feel like there's some teams who will be kind of not as good as like OUG at Takeda comps and Sand Siphon, but they'll still lock it and then lose the fight. Where like WB go like, we're not as good at the Takeda comp, but we got this like Valda comp which is kind of out of meta now, but we can play it pretty well, and it catches other teams off. The problem with running things like Valda is you do get focused, because everyone knows you're the only Valda in the lobby. Once you're dealt with, there's no kind of like wild card that's going to get thrown out in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I do want to see what everybody's going to end up selecting here, moving these last 2 games. BB, you know, if you're going to get your waffle time, I'm going to get my waffle time. This team, I kind of am ending up loving. This is just what I always do, is I root for the underdogs here. I kind of want them to shift back, doing something maybe a little bit off meta. Valda pick for them maybe could be the call, something like that. Anything to try to right the currently burning Viking ship that they are on, because my goodness, it has been a mess, unfortunately, today.
Yeah, it really has. As looks like we're getting ready to go into Hero Select. Let's play the how many Syra games are we going to see? Definitely 4 in that first half. Because here we go. OUG, TE, 521, and WBG. There's our first Syra. Come on, guys. Stop thinking about it. We know you're playing Siphon or Sand Siphon. We know what you're playing here. Oh, yep, there we go. WBG. Last up. TE have a lot of points, so I reckon they're going to play Siphon or Sand Siphon next game as well, because they have not burnt any points, really. Yeah, there we go. Sand Siphon.
Wonderful.
WBG out burning through those points, though. Takeda going to be increased in points along with Syra going forwards. See what's going to get locked in here. And a lot of teams who haven't burnt points, so I assume they've saved them for this very reason. BBE, Siphon, Wolves, Sand Siphon. Monk getting locked in here for FPX.
9 points
Very
on the docket, too.
Bold. That is bold, in my opinion.
And we got OA thinking here at the end. 9 points available. I think that's like the same thing. Might as well just pick up what is working so far for so many other teams. Nothing to go crazy about. And yep, it is going to be the Takeda. There's the Syra as well. And so that's going to be a lot burnt off. But I really do like that composition. I think that's my favorite Syra comp coming into these later games. It's just so much potential damage to disruption.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there we go. We're going to see some more stock standard comms coming in across the board. JL happy to lock in the Monk for themselves. YZG, last one to not lock in. A blind date on to both YZG and SR. They're just going to be looking to grab some kills. They're not really going to be playing for the big final circle. And I think that's all they need to do, is just play a consistent game here. In game 2, they can then... game 6, sorry, they can just go all out and just pick like a big comp.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the play style is also going to be like as we move into these later games. You're kind of feeling the pressure of the day. Of course, it isn't like there's anything particularly special about, say, Game 3 today versus Game 5 next week or anything like that. They're all being taken in total. Not one is not more important than the other. But I could see if your team on the bottom half of the standings or just on the bottom half of the day, you want your moment in the sun, right? You may be going all out here or in that final game like you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, having a look at the loadouts one last time before we get into this game. This little graph here is always interesting because it shows you like what versions of like abilities are getting picked. We very rarely get a change on that. Like,
yeah,
F1 V1 always, F1 V. I feel like Takeda is like one of the characters. Takeda and Kylin were like one of the characters that occasionally had changes. Like most run the F1 on Takeda. We did see a couple running like I think it was F2, and then Kylin. I remember it was VVV actually. He used to do it. Who used to pick F2, I believe, on Kylin instead of F1, or I can't remember which way around it was now. But it was the only person who ran like a different Kylin build. But like most of this is just identical. Like most people just pick the identical stuff. So it's interesting when it does happen, but most of the time it doesn't, unfortunately.
Kind of sounds like the general meta right now too. It is interesting when people don't pick Syra, but almost everybody's picking Syra, and there's a lot of success that comes from picking her. So we do see comps built around that. Still seeing the Monk comps come through, even here in game number 5. Not something I was really expecting, but here we go. Some drop zones with a lot of density up north here in particular. 521 TE, and I believe that's SR all stacked upon one another.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they're near secret tunnels, where there is a buttload of fireflies. So,
oh yeah,
it makes sense why they're dropping there. OUG have just got... They want nothing to do with anyone. They're just doing their own game.
Yeah, and this is
they have FPX.
Yeah, FBX.
Okay, I see what's happening. So where basically the zones have dropped, they couldn't drop on Shadow Jade Mines, but I assume OUG want to move over to Shadow Jade Mines. That's their game plan going into this. So we are going to see TE taking themselves a fight here versus 521. Pampy's down. Peak makes an escape. Firefly's already built up onto a lot of these players. It is getting messy. There's going to be a big ultimate from the Tessa, locking down multiple people's stuns coming in. Fat Milk gets parried. SR take out Fat Milk. SR now looking for Ibin. Ibin just beaming down as much as possible. He has been a complete nuisance with disruptions. Now, that looks like it's going to be the end of Ibin on the side of 521. SR starting out really strong off the back of this one. 3 kills for them.
Yeah, SR deciding that they wanted to play aggressive, going for that dense drop in kind. It's going to pay dividends. And like I said, that's that Dark Horse play style. Aggressive, overbearing, coming out in success. Hopefully you're going to try to snowball from here, as now we got an encounter between Wolves and OA. Wolves currently just waiting on into the melee here. OA trying to stabilize Meng, though, with unfortunately no armor and no team behind them, as Toothpick is already down. Means that this is going to be Wolves absolutely on the prowl, cleaning up here, forcing an ultimate here out of the Syra, which might actually buy enough space for this to not be a complete wipe as it currently stands. And the artillery fire is doing some amount of damage, but I don't think it's enough.
I don't think it is at all. Parry coming in onto PP, knocking him on his back. Meng goes down. Wolves secure themselves the victory, as PP, once again, is always the last man standing for OA. I don't know if this is they're playing too passive or the rest of his team is just getting rolled and then he has to run away on his own. Either way, he's the last man standing and he's always the last one to go down. There he is. PP falls. Wolves secure themselves the victory. And it is already started to be a really bloody game.
Yeah, and I don't think that that is going to let up anytime soon. Once you get a few kills, you realize that, hey, we're in a small material advantage. We can start preying upon these teams that didn't have as aggressive of a drop or something like that. And BBE is one of those. JL, happy to try to divide and conquer right now. And I think the BBE is just really sluggish, trying to reunite as 3 to try to answer back in this fight. And unfortunately, that means there's already a lot of damage that's been dropped. Luckily with zipping, they're going to have some amount of sustain here, as JL's representative is going to try to chase down CDH. Unfortunately for CDH, that is going to be a 3v1 in isolation. And now here comes the response from Roy Hehe. A little bit too late. The 2v3 scenario, Devon is completely isolated. And it feels like, once again, BBE, the sun is setting on any chance they have of walking away from this one with any mark on the game.
And I'm pretty sure this game is the decider for BBE. There was a very, very slim chance. It was mathematically possible for them to still make it into that top 12. With this game, this pretty much seals the fate for BBE. A single kill, no revives. Roy Hehe just trying to laser beam down onto JL. If he can somehow pull the miracle off, this could be the start of a comeback. Cuckoo actually goes down. Roy Hehe still got the laser beam to work with. One thing going incredibly low, has to pop the bell. Gets himself an armor swap off and full heals up. Roy Hehe's ultimate now times out. This going to have to be one hell of a dazzle from Roy Hehe into some kind of parry. Don't think it's going to happen. His team's going down. Their Karens are about to time out. Roy Hehe caught out by the fans, caught in the knock-up as well. And XX1 is on his pocket. Roy Hehe parried off the roof and bonked. That's the end of BBE in this game.
Such an ignominious death at the end, too. I thought maybe there could be a possible clutch out there with that fadeaway kill as the dregs of the Syra ultimate expired. But unfortunately, JL just keeps on the pressure, manages to get another one fight under their belt. And they're looking quite good as we move into this preparation time before the first Realm of Gangs.
Yeah, SR just did a bit of shopping. Got a little bit of time before those Realm of Gangs spawn up. It's about 22 minutes. I think it's like 22:45. It's a really bizarre time when they spawn up. So got a little bit of time before that comes up. SR, a nice little start for themselves, but gear-wise not so hot. I mean, Morris Isle is definitely one of the least generous maps as far as gear goes. I think like Holoroth and especially Vidoria, I feel like the drops, there's more kind of golden loot drops and stuff where you can kind of get really, really solid gear set up. So Morris Isle, people are always a little bit weaker than where they would be elsewhere. But it is just a waiting game now, as everyone does a bit of shopping, bit of waiting. no kills are like massive right now, as we are going to cut over to SR, catching themselves in a fight versus YZG. Zhao putting some pressure in. That's going to be TXJ getting himself in danger, and he blinks out. The Bane's Breath still in favor though for SR, and they just able to quickly hop onto where the Wu Shen was. Here comes the Viper. It's going to look to lock down onto Junks. Junks is trying to break away from this one, is able to do so, and suddenly YZG have lost the player. QGG goes down. Bane's Breath still carrying on the distance. Junks keeping that pressure up, as now CXJ making a break away from this one, caught out by the tether from the Tessa, is going to get himself popped. There's the lockdown, there's the kills, and that is a nice little fight there for SR. Going to force the revives out from the side of YZG. SR starting off strong. The problem is that Bane's Breath is a dinner bell. When you see that going off, you know teams are blowing ultimates in it, so you just wait it out, show up at the end, and kill whoever just fought.
Yeah, big indicator on the map right now. And I think that for what I'm seeing, we're getting here is just a lot of the teams who are once again front runners are doing a great job of just answering the small questions that they're being posed with correctly over and over again, and using that to snowball. So in this case, it is that waiting out the Bane's Breath. It's that question of how they're navigating, negotiating around possible rumble gangs, or here just going underground, getting themselves a lot of bonuses through the loots in one of the few areas where the Morse Isles are relatively generous. We are going to get a big cluster. Now, this is FPX, WZ, both prepping, looking for a Realm Gang. And here's VN521. This is one of those teams I said I'm interested in watching to see how they're going to be able to fare here. I would love for them to actually get into a Realm Gang. We're going to see if they have the opportunity to do so.
Alrighty, well, FPX holding on for the moment. 0 kills for these guys. They are currently actually the bottom team in the standings. No, they can't be. BB must be the bottom.
BB must be below them, yeah. I think that,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't see the whole scoreboard there. All right. Well, Yang spawning up. Wolves have a variant challenge on them, so they're announcing where they are. Everyone knows where Wolves are, but Wolves just don't care, man. They're quite happy to hold it. I mean, they're going to jump into the Yang in a second, and no one really wants to fight over that right now, so Wolves quite happy to go for that variant challenge, and if they can get it, they get a massive cash out, which means they can then gear up better, buy some better armor and stuff. So holding fast as SR actually are moving in the area. Don't think we're going to see a fight.
If there's a team to pull the trigger, though, it is SR, as it actually might be Wolves that are going on the aggressive, like you're talking about here, Hitbrain.
You don't want to.
Oh, this is so dicey. Wolves,
no,
SR,
they're just shopping with each other. Okay, I was about to say, it doesn't suit Wolves to go all in, but SR, they're not going in a realm with Yang. This is a team that actually would quite happily jump into a fight here, because they've got the blind date comp, which is not a realm with Yang comp, where Wolves clearly do. But it looks like for now they're holding fast. There's going to be the stun thrown down. Wolves get themselves in. Are all members accounted for is the question. Yes. WBG versus Wolves is going to be this little fight. See if this is going to go out the world champs. They need some redemption for themselves coming into today. It has not been great. Yoran going aerial, misses out on that grapple to stay in the sky for the moment, immediately getting caught out by LJX, gets popped back for a second, throws down the dazzle, doesn't quite connect it onto anyone, but is going to throw out the ultimate. Sandstorm coming down. Yoran being beamed out here by LJX. He's trying to do his work, can't quite find the damage off. Everybody's relatively healthy right now, as both of these Cyrus just continuing to put as much damage in as possible. NiHQ making a breakaway for the second as ZK has lost all of his armor pretty much. Is getting some healing in though. LGX's ultimate now times out. Just going to work out the cannon, closing out the fan. Wolves starting to go low though, as it looks like WBG have found themselves an opening into this fight. Ultimate available here to Jing. Gets the Fu Ren shove back onto 2. Looking for that scale rush off the wall. Not going to actually get onto the wall. Just jumps back into the fight, back into the mix. That's going to be a massive chunk of damage coming out from the members of WBG. Wolves LGX going low. They've been able to secure a kill onto NiHQ. WBG have the pressure, have the power. LJX 1 versus 3. I don't think he's going to be able to hold this one. Leo going a little bit low. That's going to be the end. So WBG take the Roma Yang.
Well, you talked about how this was Wolves just trying to correct course and make a statement, and unfortunately WBG just gets control and what was a very convincing Realm of Yang victory, looking to go for that back-to-back today like we were talking about. JL coming out with Vermilion Bird's Might alongside TE. Weibo also coming out here, so I think we're about to get quite a bit of action. Draco Storm going to be favored by 5-2-1 in this case.
Yeah, that's like JL with that Vermilion Bird's Might, TE and WBG. I think normally they try not to meet a Celestia because it's too passive of a zone. Like, it's way too easy to escape. Especially if you have the debuff on right now, the last place you want to run is Celestia. Just because it's so hard to secure kills in Celestia. There's so much like buildings and windows, and these teams are so efficient using like the weapon tech to move and using the grapples and just getting around that part of the map. But you just do not want to be jumping down there. So understandable that they are deciding to move away from Celestia and moving towards more open spaces where they can secure kills. TE do have a team in their sight. JL also in the area. I think it's about to get pretty scrappy down here so far. There it is already. TE opening up onto WBG.
WBG coming out with the buff. They're happy to take this fight, I think, for the time being. But Jing has already been taken very low here. Peak doing a great job using the Sandstorm as cover. Just free fire upon WBG. Leo trying to work as kind of a pseudo tank here, trying to draw attention away for Jing to be able to heal back up. They have gotten the armor swap down. Question is it enough, as Peak is now going to descend from the heavens and jump into the fight? Jing, once again, incredibly low, having to move out toward the far side of this cabin to try to get to safety. Peak wants the high ground, going to take a little bit of a laborious climb up. Might not be able to get to the fight in time, as Youth is now worryingly low, losing all of their armor. Leo and company trying to continue to deal with TE, but it's a split fight. Peak is actually just going to ignore Leo, trying to dive on into the remainder of WBG, who is now getting sandwiched in by JL, who's approached this fight. One member of WBG has been taken down here, and this is a tough scenario. Euron may just have to try to cut and run out of here. Look at it like they want to redouble, and actually they find Peak as a sitting duck upside the top of a cabin, and somehow they're able to rally back as 3, take down this member, and then turn the fight if they want it.
Down goes Peak, cutting over now to Wolves versus JL. Keeping that pressure up for now. Cuckoo going low. That's going to be the end of him. Wolves keeping that pressure up once again. OA, sorry. Keeping that pressure up, actually. They don't have a debuff, but they're just going for this fight. They saw the opportunity. The Wisp catches onto 2-tick. NiHQ making a run for it. Wolves don't have that debuff anymore, so they're just going to go down. I mean, Wolves are actually on the... Sorry, they have the debuff. They don't have anything else. They're going to get one pot off. 2-tick going to force the Furen shove. NiHQ goes down, and Wolves down to a single player who is debuffed as well. This is going to be so hard for them. LJX trying to make an escape. Ming looking for the bow shot. Is going to be able to jump into the zone, but there is just more action breaking out across the board. Looking for the grab. Kiki going in. There's going to be one grab. Can he get a second? No, he just goes for the punch of the Fat Milk. He's immediately caught by the Furen shove. Fuyan able to secure that kill. Another grab comes in, but Kiki does time out. Wolves are eliminated. Kiki going low. Debuff, the Vermilion Bird's Might has run off across the board as Kiki being run down by OUG. We're going to be cashing in on another kill, and that is going to be another player cleansed of the Realm of Yang debuff. They're going to keep the pressure up onto Pampy, who's hiding in the bush. OUG don't check, though, so they're going to not find that kill. Oh, no, I think they grappled in. Check the bush, SS. He's not.
Yeah, interesting. We're going to see whether or not SS is going to check the bush. For the time being, though, we've got action elsewhere. FBX still not out of the woods just yet. ZGE has just been found out and is getting double teamed right now. Baby U, I think, with the killing blow right there. SS still on the hunt, separated from the rest of the team. This is getting kind of risky.
Yeah, it is a little bit. I mean, 25 players left in the lobby. Realm of Yang spawning back up. Were OUG able to find one?
There we go.
Oh, Ibin's been found. OUG coming in. Where's the rest of the team, though? Ibin trying to make an escape away. SS, bow shot. Can he get the damage onto Ibin? I think he can. This should just be another kill over to the side of OUG. Trying to make the great escape. There's going to be the flashbang. It may actually catch the Saurian on. Is able to get it briefly. SS gets the parry. OUG slide in. And that will be everyone slaughtered. Nice.
Yeah, 5-2-1. Unfortunately, playing a little bit too passively there. Scattering like roaches. I think it was 2 that was stacked up in that bush.
Unfortunately, one of them was found. And while this is all happening, JL are going to find themselves inside of another Realm of Yang trying to face off against WBG. We're kind of the undisputed champions around here for the time being. Leo trying to get on top of this column here. Meanwhile, this is going to be Fong activating the ultimate onto the Tianhai, looking for a grab. Unfortunately, this close to the column, it's a little bit difficult to grab around the far side of this one. So Weibo are happy to just shelter up, moving from column into the Sandstorm and back again. Cuckoo on the far side able to get a little bit of damage versus Yaron, who now needs to find a way to heal the armor back up. May not get the opportunity to do so, as right now it's JL holding center stage and doing a great job of playing around the Tianhai, who still hasn't really gotten a great successful grab up yet. It may not matter though. The question is, with Yaron now firing off the ultimate into the Tianhai coming out of their ult, will this be enough for Weibo to yet again turn around a Realm of Yang and come out victorious? Another column being used as cover for the time being. Yaron is actually getting pretty harassed, even in their ult form, by two members right on top of them, Cuckoo being one of them. Yaron falling out of ult, loses their armor, has to get to the far side of this fight. Meanwhile, JL is continuing to put pressure onto these fading members of Weibo. In particular, this Tumult is incredibly low, may not get an opportunity to get back into this one, as Yaron is doing work in kind. Cuckoo's taken down, and I'm gonna spoken too soon. Weibo are just monstrous right now, as Yaron will go below half health, have to go on the retreat. Fong, the last one, trying to hold as a bulwark alongside XUO, and unfortunately, as they go down, it's Fong left over. Yaron able to once again recover. XUO having to pass back off aggro. Fong trying to dive back in there, has a lot of armor to work with, as well as the bell baited out here by Yaron. This is an incredibly tight one, as Leo tries to find a little bit of a poke and shove versus Leo getting up top to the column. He's now going to wrap back around as Fong renews his ultimate, and I think this should be the deciding factor where JL comes out on top, as unfortunately Leo is on one hit here, somehow still trying to press this Tianhai out of the ultimate for the time being. Yaron managing to recover a little bit of armor, but that is it. Realm of Yang expires, and what a mess that was.
Yeah, a lot went down in that one. A lot went down in that one, but ultimately, gonna be the victory there. As I'm actually kind of over to OA. You've got that Draco Storm. How do you have Draco Storm and you're losing? Meng falls down. PP comes in, but they've got the man disadvantage. PP's gonna throw down the ultimate, trying to get the damage onto the members of SR, who are just getting a reset off as they try to go in for the spear. All in onto Zhao, but he's able to break away from it and not get himself caught out. OA now continuing to apply pressure onto these members of SR. But SR, they don't give a damn. They're just continuing to try and farm them up. Junks is actually losing a lot of HP. PP getting caught out. Again, you have Draco Storm. How are you struggling here? They're going to get caught out by the Tessa Charm. It's going to connect onto PP, into the parry, into the zone. OA knocked out. SR able to secure it.
Wow, what a crazy game this is. I was hoping for scrappiness. We still got 12 minutes on the clock, and so many teams have gone down in ways I just wasn't expecting here. JL with that debuff for the time being alongside Weibo. They need to find a way to recover here, but while this is happening, YZG and OUG, two of the front runners that we've been talking about, two teams already victorious today, are in great positions to just try to get to a point where they're able to match up to these teams with higher kill volumes. And SR, that dark horse we've been talking about, is actually matching up with Weibo with a great number of kills. Weibo, they need to try to find the debuff. JL wants to engage, trying to wipe it off themselves as well. And here comes the Tianhai ultimate to initiate things for Fong. Going to try to get around the tree so they can get some free grabs going. Manages to yoink one. Jing in a lot of trouble here. Manages to break away, loses half their health for their efforts, and I think this could be the end of Weibo, our previous game victors, as Fong is just continuing to sustain beautifully here. Yaron going to slink away, using their ultimate to buy space, but unfortunately, that's already a debuff wiped. Weibo down to two members needing to come back from what is now dire straits for them.
Yeah, really, really dire straits at that point, as now we're cutting over to Leo dead. JL able to secure that kill. I'm really impressed by YZG, actually. Not YZG, SR, playing this blind date comp, and they're playing it so efficiently. Like, this is a comp which does amazing in the kind of like mid and early game, but kind of falls off. We're into late game, and these guys are popping off. WBG just got eliminated. This is SR's moment to secure themselves a major victory in this game and then secure first going into game number 6. Look at the points between them. It's only 9 points. It could happen. Let's see if SR can keep this aggression up and keep this game going for themselves. As TE secure another kill, one step further away from that dreaded 13th spot. JL running around with still their monk on the Realm of Yang debuff, and that should be timing out fairly soon. There he goes.
Yep.
Perfectly timed on that one. They do buy a rebirth charm. They're going to get him back up. The question is, though, are they going to be able to get him geared up in time? 9 minutes left on this game till it closes out. There's only 5 teams left, 15 players in the game. This is going to be a very, very empty final circle.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing this kind of game come to pass. So far, even in the games that are a little bit more aggressive early on, we are getting a lot of people clustered together in some very desperate fights. Now, when you have this lower density, it becomes a lot more problematic if you're not coming in fully geared up, you're not coming in with all your members. It's very hard to rat in these situations because everybody's on the prowl, everybody's looking for those last kills and for superior positioning. And so, given that that's the case, I do think that right now, these are the teams that I think are very well suited to this kind of battle, and ones I'm very excited to watch. Junks trying to lead the charge, trying to keep the soul well available for the side of SR. TE is playing at range for the time being, as we do have the Bane's Breath on top of it all. So this is going to be a very chaotic battle. If somebody decides to pull the trigger, TE taken to the air alongside JL. SR remaining well clustered around the souls.
Yeah, that's holding it up for the moment. They've got that dome, so can't get hit by any ranged abilities yet. Once that dome pops, you are a little bit more exposed. Looks like SR are quite happy just to hold this out and wait it out. Keep it going as long as possible. Draco's Storm onto this team is going to be real nasty. I don't know if this one drops gold armor. I can't remember if this one does or not, but if it does, they're going to be all gold armor. Going to be very, very scary. Rico, obviously not the most important person on the team. I know it's sad to say, but you are the Yue Shen. You are you're the Uber out of a fight if it gets nasty. And as we get later into the game, like I said, Yue Shen kind of just falls off in usefulness when the zone gets too small for him to actually portal you to anywhere of any note.
At the same time, having fewer teams at the end of the game here will provide a little bit more utility for that ult. There are actually places you could escape to for at least a quick breather, maybe a little bit of time to build armor instead of just plopping yourself in someone else's lap. So we're going to see exactly what comes to pass because of that being the case. Right now, though, I think there's bigger fish to fry, in particular YZG. Maybe trying to find SS, a little bit caught out here. OUG just trying to find coverage as this is Junks alongside the rest of their team yet again around this well.
Yeah, they're just holding it. They're just holding it, waiting as long as possible. They're going to wait until the zone literally touches it. It's coming in now. So they'll probably open it up in a second and then jump into the zone. Did he have... No, he didn't. I thought he... Oh, maybe he does have the meditate heal. There we go. There's going to be the pop. Golden armor onto Rico. So there we go.
Yep.
Everyone is golden armored up. You can get a nice gold soul jade. SR are seriously stacked.
Yeah,
There's not many times where I think a comp like the blind date comp will actually win a lobby, but this is probably one of the few times where I think they actually have the potential. It's normally just good for scoring points, not really for like winning all out.
Yeah, SR, I think, definitely have evened the playing field by virtue of the extent to which they are geared up. And I think that getting golden armor onto the likes of a Viper is just so important in situations like this where you have to work as that virtual tank. You're just trying to find those big nukes, trying to find an angle in. In fact, I think that they want to initiate quite quickly here before the circle fully closes. Use that last little bit of utility that the blind date comp has. And so Junks is trying to find an entry point into this one. Meets SS up top. Rico going to come in from the other side, just absolutely blindsiding this representative of OUG, who's split from the rest of the team, who's been sent on the run by YZG and company. Meanwhile, with Bane Breaths also available, this is going to be quite the hectic one as multiple teams stack up on top of one another across the city walls. CXZ and YZG as a whole are going to decide to go to the lower ground first. OUG just being set on the runaround as now Junks has found an entry point on in. And I think that we're going to be seeing OUG fall first out of these last few teams available. That being said, Junks is massively staggered for the time being. May not matter though, as unfortunately Baby U has nowhere to go. Junks going to drop down. get a little bit of a refresh and reset going. OUG has the SS alive, and I believe that that's about it at this point. And unfortunately, with that ult expiring, they are not long for this world. And so SR have overcome yet another obstacle. They have their sights now set on TE and company. Another soul well has spawned up here. JL trying to hold it for the time being. Unfortunately, SR has been alerted to their location, brought over here in that last little bit of a chase versus OUG. Bong actually on the side of JL has activated their ultimate, is just trying to get the heck out of dodge. Junks and company may just have the advantage to get another soul well going their way. It's going to be very hard to approach 5 or 3 golden armors. Nobody really wants to try to risk it for it all here. And so as the shadows continue to close on down, we see just how dispersed these last 2 members of OUG are. YZG clustered on low ground. TE is on high ground. The battle lines have been drawn. The question is who is going to cross over at first. JL scrapping what little they can with TE up on the top side of the map. OUG trying to enter in. They need to try to find a reset and get the numbers back on their side. But they're just going to be massively juggled. SS trying to get to safety. Another zip line going to land on top of them. Good movement, but it's not enough when Junks has full health to play with. Oh, and there they go. Fire from the skies. Junks cleans it up.
Junks is playing it so well. He's still got the big Viper ultimate as well, waiting out for this to get real close on the circle. They've still got that Draco Storm for a little bit longer as well, so it's hard to break away from a team with Draco Storm. TE holding the high ground, but they're going to get forced in as the zone moves. Junks is just continuing to apply pressure. They're just using that Draco Storm for as many kills as possible. Chunking out YZG, forcing them to use some of their resources, and now Zinyu, caught out by the tether, is going to get popped any second now as he drops down. Junks continues to apply pressure onto him. Zinyu can't break away. That Draco Storm shock is just ruining them. 13 kills over to the side of SS. They've still got 98 seconds left on this Draco Storm as well, so it's so hard to deal with them. Everyone else is just run away from where SR are, but SR is just going to be able to force them up any second now. Throwing a couple of cannon shots into YZG, you clip them, get the Draco Storm proc. It's going to be nice and nasty as Junks actually just get himself knocked back once again, just catching onto people with this staff. He is doing so much work for his team right now. Everybody else is being dropped down onto the low ground. Rico now applying pressure. The cannon fire is coming in. Junks continues to apply pressure. No F available to him, but he's just going to knock people into the zone. More cannon fire coming in. Goes in for the grapple. Continues to apply pressure towards the members of JL. Junks just going to go for a quick weapon fix right now because he has been on the go non-stop. 55 seconds left on this Draco Storm. Zone has pulled everyone even closer. CXZ is going to get caught out. There is going to be the Viper ultimate coming in from him, looking to lock down, but they're going to immediately blink out away. Nice reset, but in comes the turnaround. Pete trying to put a bit more damage down. Junks is able to break away. This could get not dicey here. QGG caught out. Draco Storm still on the side of SR. They still have more to work with. They're going to put the wind walls up, use that as an opportunity to heal, and now One Feng being laser beamed by Peak means that he is very, very exposed. Draco Storm, 26 seconds. SR have been able to get a heal off, have been able to reset. Clap comes in. Rico gets himself the shot with the musket and secures yet another kill, as now they're looking to steal away from One Feng. He is actually going to be able to secure the kill on to CXZ. Actually catching onto Rico now with the grab. Can he actually get the slam down in time? I don't think he can. Junks is getting himself a massive ultimate off. The whole lobby is going to get locked down by this one. He's catching onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo's able to break away in the nick of time. Junks continues to apply pressure onto Peak, forcing them back. Everybody going low. That's going to be another kill over to the side of SR. They are closing in on the 20 bomb as XX1 being railed in by the side of Peak, stealing that kill away from the members of SR. He's going to go out, but the tether is going to connect onto him. So any second now, Peak is going to have to break himself away, but no, he gets caught out, and SR are trying to put a whole heap more damage down. The dazzle doesn't make the connection. Peak is going low. Junks is just going to chase Cuckoo into the zone, chunking him low. SR going for yet another kill. Cuckoo's going down. That's 17. That's going to be 18. And that is going to be JR taking game number 5.
Oh, what
SR.
a showing. SR at the perfect moment. The dark horse of today in this whole darn league comes out on top, and they do it with a blind 8 comp. Not something we were expecting whatsoever, but once they got the ball rolling, we saw that you don't need a Wu-Chen ult there at the end to go completely ham. Junks coming through with massive Viper bombs. They clean it up, and that's a deserved dub.
Absolutely huge game coming in for SR. Phenomenal performance from those guys. New kids on the block. Showing everyone that they got hands. Able to throw down real good. Very, very impressed by these guys. I really am. I'm excited to see, you know, Game 5, Padoria, the map that not everyone has quite got their grips with yet, which I also do think is an absolutely wild statement. This map has been out for a long time now, but even so, it feels like these teams are not quite confident on it yet. It took a while for teams to get comfortable with Holoroth. Padoria seems to be doing the same, but Morris Isle, I don't think there's a single team in the league who struggle on this map anymore. They all have a really, really good read on how to play it, and SR, absolutely phenomenal performance coming in from them. And because WBG went out so early, this should mean that SR sit at the top of the table going into Game 6. So they just need another good game, and they've secured themselves first place going in to the bi-weekly final. Gives them a massive point advantage, means they can get to that victory point threshold quicker than everyone else, and then look to try and close the day early. I am very impressed, very, very impressed by SR right now.
Absolutely. I was a little bit worried about how they would navigate the very late game, given that we haven't really seen them in a situation before, but the way that they played that out was perfect for what their composition was giving them. And if you guys want to play something out perfectly as well, we got a good multiple choice question for some more treasures. Which team got in the realm of game twice in game number 5?
Is it A, B, C, or D? Let us know in the Twitch chat. Check that whisper box. There'll be a moment and you will get whispered. And if you win, you'll win some goodies. I genuinely don't know what people win. I've never actually asked or found out what people win for for putting stuff in. I'm assuming, I would hope it's like a chest or something, but I couldn't tell you, to be honest. If you win, you get something which Hitbrain doesn't know what it is. So, you know, let it be known. Game number 6. My voice is starting to get a little bit fried. These have been action-packed games today. Really, really explosive games coming in across the board. I'm just buzzing to get on a game 6, to be honest with you. I really, really want to see what it's going to be like. It's going to be an absolute banger. Padoria, a map which honestly I'm not overly familiar with, and apparently neither of the teams. But I do still feel like the one thing about Padoria is Volpine Essence is so powerful for Realm of Yangs. It's obviously like strong outside of Realm of Yang, but like in the isolated 3v3 where you're not dealing with third parties, having like a heal that substantial is really, really big, and it can turn the tide of everything. But before we get there, let's have a look at the scoreboard. 25 points over to SR, 15.5 over to JL, 11 over to WBG. Honestly, not a bad scoring game for the vast majority of our teams here. Everyone did something.
Well, not everybody did something, but everybody that has been a front runner has done something, and that is valuable to a degree. BBE, unfortunately, alongside FBX, who've really kind of yo-yoed between mid-tier and bottom tier in these games today, just still struggling to get anything together. 5-2-1, I think, is my big disappointment coming into this game, but people do not disappoint, of course, coming out here. SR, what a showing, and I love how well distributed it is across the composition. The Wu-Chen still doing things, you know, that 20,000 healing backed up with plenty of assists, and just as a whole, I think that this is something they could maybe even run back here in game number 6.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, SR, they did it last week as well. They got that one victory in on their day on Friday. Here's that victory for them today. Can they pull it out one more time? Game number 6. And they did it on a blind 8. I'm so happy to see a blind 8 pop off in these kind of comps. We'll have a look at the overall standings. BBE are cooked. I just don't, they can't do it. They'd have to get like 40 kills. They can't do it. So they're out, unfortunately. Probably same for WZ as well, unfortunately, as much as I find this team very exciting. And they've had a much better day on day 3. New team, I'll forgive them. Right now, 79 points is the cutoff. OA and JL are going to be fighting for their lives. TE as well. I think Powder are probably pretty secure right now and don't really need to worry. But I reckon we can see 2 or 3 more teams shift about in the standings going into this final game. As there it is, SR, the new kids on the block, holding the top of the table and by a pretty substantial margin as well.
Yeah, you look at the density of points on day number 3, haven't even gotten to the very end of it yet, so there's the chance to add on even more to extend that lead. But this has really been a matter of YZG, WBG, and now SR running the tables, and I would love to see all of them continue that excellence here in one final game. Also would love a turnaround though for some of these teams that I still think are a little bit of unknown variables in my opinion. 5-2-1, I think that they are also pretty much eliminated from being able to move up the standings enough to where it really matters, but I think that they got a good game in them, and we just have not seen that come to pass just yet.
No, we haven't. Well, we're gonna have a look at the replays once again. They just came out swinging, man. Like these guys came in ready to fight, ready to brawl. They had this fight I genuinely thought was going really bad for them, and then suddenly it just goes real good. I love me a secret tunnel fight. They're always really fun to watch. They just mopped up that really strong, and then from there it was just constant action, taking out BBE as well, who, you know, had a bad start to the split, and it just got even worse with JL showing up and denying them everything here. BBE, I mean, this is not their week. This is not their week.
No.
Next bi-weeklies, it's all on them.
I don't know if they're going to have a week, I'll be honest here, but I always love the underdogs to cheer for it, and so I will be giving the constant BBE updates whenever I'm on for this. As it currently stands, though, yeah, I just feel like if you are not losing because of strategic decisions, but you are losing just because you are getting washed in every fight, it's very hard to say, yes, you're going to see a massive jump in ability throughout the rest of the season. So right now, I'm really looking to see how others are going to make their stands and continue to grow, because even some of these top teams, they are making flubs from game to game. SR, of course, they had that notorious early game where they just went for the salty run back versus Weibo, and they got punished for doing so. And we can see other teams, YZG, I think, has also mispositioned in quite a few fights as of late. And so far, their run in the second half hasn't been quite as good.
No, it hasn't. Well, here you go. Our MVP is Zhao. 23,000 damage, 7 kills. And Meteor. Wow, Meteor. I haven't seen a cannon soldier in a while. Wait, what? He had Meteor and Reparo and Rupture Gale Orb and Burn? No wonder he did 13,000 damage with a cannon. He had the God combo. God damn. Huge stuff coming in there from Zhao.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. Makes sense now.
I think that this really worked as well for just the kind of composition that we're seeing SR run. With Blind Date in a situation where you have less density at the end, play that artillery style. Let the other teams exhaust themselves on one another. SR is just so dangerous in positions where they get the ball rolling and they have the resources that nobody wants to be the people to step to the top of the tower. They want to get kills off the other people, and so you profit in those situations by just continuing to link away at a distance. And if you get the Soul Jades for it, I mean, you get incredible showings like that and a well-deserved MVP. I believe that Hiprain is muted again.
What is wrong with me today? Sorry, it's been a bit tough on my voice, so I do have to cough a little bit and drink
no
some
worries.
water. But no, I mean, like, that Soul J set up to me, I mean, it just cast me back to like a couple of years ago, where like cannon meta was such a big part of the meta, and you'd see, you know, people just kind of what I called the Buccaneer phase, cannons and muskets. A nice little reminder of that. Anyway, we're gonna throw ourselves over to a break, and then we're back with our final game of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a jiffy. everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into game number 6, our final game of the day. It's going to be an absolute banger for our teams. Right now, it's quite tight at the top. There is YZG, there is WBG, and there is SR all in position to take that first place. Right now, SR, after an absolute banger of a game, were able to secure themselves first, but this next game is going to be, it's going to be do or die for them, really. They have to find this victory or they'll be second, which isn't that bad, actually. I'm putting the stakes up here, but they're actually a little bit down there. I mean, like, first is important, right? Like, because if you can get your first place, you get those extra points. You know, you sit a bit more comfortably going into the finals, but you also make yourself a target, which is also the potential vice versa argument to it. Oh,
Yeah,
what a day. What a day.
Absolutely crazy day of games, and honestly such an honor to be coming in on it. This week has really begun to show, I think, what the arcs are going to be, what the people to watch, and what their burdens are for the rest of the season. And I love when we're getting those questions or in the beginning of the answers are starting to be teased out here, right? Because, like, is SR going to be first or are they going to be second? Can they continue with a level of consistency that makes me think that they have the ability to take this one deep versus the other top teams of the league? Or is this a little bit of a flash in the pan and they're going to continue to be relegated to that dark horse status? Can BBE get a single game where they aren't in last place? Can WBG keep that throne? Can Wolves bring it back to the excellence that we saw from them last year? These are all questions that I think very much the 6th game can help to continue to have us answer them. And in kind, I think this one, for all the marbles and just the mentality that comes with that, means that this could be the most exciting one yet.
Absolutely. I think this game 6 is going to be very explosive. Also, a lot of hero points left in the pool, so people are going to be going all out. Again, I think it's going to be a lot of Syras. I think we'll see the odd monk, but you're starting to see, you know, the weakness of the monk. Like game 1 and 2, there weren't so many Syras and like Takedas and things which do very well into the monk. So those games were like, you know, the monks actually look better than maybe they should have. But you come into these games where you're gonna have a lot more monks, lot more Syras, things who can just lock it down and deal with it and stagger. The monk really struggles. So I think the attention is going to be more on those Syras. And again, first hero select, it's going to be all Syras unless a team can't afford it. That's the only world in which they're not going to do that. Because remember, there's it's not very well explained the way hero points and the hero select works, but there's 2 ways in which it works. So first of all, you have your round selection, and once a hero is picked 4 times, their points increases for the next phase in the selection. So if Syra is picked by everyone in the first rotation, then Syra goes to 1 point increase. So picking a Syra will cost you 1 point. If everyone in that point, if everyone in the second row selects Syra, then it goes up to 2 points. So everyone in the next row has to spend 2 hero points to pick Syra. But if you play a hero more than twice, you then also get your own cost increase. So if you're in your 3rd game of Syra, she costs like, I think it's like 1 or 2 points. I can't remember exactly the hero point cost for like individual people or individual teams. So you can get to a point where if you're in 3rd selection and Syra is increased by 2 points, it could be increased by 3 points for you. So it's 5 points just to pick the Syra, and you only have a total of 12 points. And then you're not counting for like things like Takeda, which also may have increased costs and stuff like that. So it makes this final select very interesting, where players may just not be able to afford it, because if you hit 0 points and you go into minus, basically, it then costs you points in game. Like, you literally can have a 40 kill game and you get 0 points for it because you're in minus points. So hero points is an interesting thing to manage, and until this season, I don't think the teams have been doing it very well. They've been too scared to even touch their hero points, but you'd have some teams go into the final game and literally still walk away with 12 hero points, because they just don't want to play with it. I feel like the coaches and the teams are a lot better at pre-planning and kind of mapping out the hero point selection and seeing if they can play comps, and it's much more interesting now that they're able to do it.
Yeah, to your point, though, at the same time, for this set of games, at the very least, people have been still relatively miserly. I don't think we're getting anybody dipping into negatives or anything that crazy for sure. And for the teams that have dropped a little bit in points, maybe because they were heavily prioritizing Takeda or Syra or both in that last game, we've seen them on compositions where they don't necessarily have to rely on those characters to still do quite well moving here into Game 6. And so I don't think that anything is going to be too wild or people are going to be too hamstrung to what they can grab here. We just have to see what individually each team wants to do from a perspective of just walking away, hopefully with a real statement maker of a final match.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of teams, they have to make some statements here. So we're loading up into Game 6. Hero Select, let's see what the teams have got cooked up for us.
The camera resting on one of those teams that I think has the weight of the world on their shoulders. Wolves really needs to bring something together here for us to have that restored confidence.
SPX perfectly mapped out their hero points. They came in with 9 and they went straight to 0. That is the kind of hero selecting I was talking about. Teams are figuring it out, man. I'd be surprised if OA don't pick Syra. The only time they don't pick Syra is if they can't afford it. I think BBE can't afford it, so they just had to lock in Blind Date in the first selection. But this means Syra going forwards is actually worth more points. So OA, same thing for them. Syra's going to be free select going in forwards. And I mean, WZ, JL definitely have the points. SR perfectly mapping it out, getting himself the Sand Siphon locked in. Can YZG afford the Syra? WZ can.
Yeah, WZ is another team that I really think has the potential to make a statement here. They have saved up a lot of points, still at 5, closing it out, but we'll be able to get the Matari alongside the Zai and the Syra. So this is peak gameplay right now for WZ to try to really live up to their potential. As now we're on to the final set of picks here. 5-1 still has a lot of points to play with. We are going to see a Monk composition for TE, who was a little bit stuck on points in general. And meanwhile, WBG are going to have to go Blind Date.
All right, 5-2-1 and OUG left to go. I very much doubt they can afford a Syra comp. Nope. Oh, it's old school Xiphon. You run the Zip instead. I like that. That was very smart.
Yeah.
They couldn't afford the Syra, so they go for the Zip. Now, what you lose is some of the kind of disruption and the damage that Syra has, but Zip gives an obnoxious amount of sustain. So it's actually a nice little comp here. Also, Matari refreshes your Zip's healing because Matari ult refreshes the whole team's abilities. That was the whole reason this comp used to get picked, was you had Meteor, Matari ult, Meteor, Zai ult, Meteor, and in the background, Zipping is getting a heal and then refresh, heal again. But it's got a lot of sustain. I'm curious to see how it fares now because the Syra very much more of the kind of like where the attention goes right now for these for this Xiphon team.
Yeah, and here we go. Looking again at these abilities. You pointed it out last time. Usually you don't see a whole lot of variance on this front, and I think that that's once again the case here. F2s for the Matari alongside the Zai there for FPX, F1 for Fuan on that Syra. FPX is a team that I would also like to see get out of that initial rush down stage. BBE, by virtue of going Blind Date here, may actually find some amount of ability to sustain past where they're usually eliminated at as well. And so there's some amount of faith here that I have that we can see a very different texture to, especially the mid game here in game number 6.
Yeah, mid game is going to be fun. To be fair, it's kind of just like this game now has changed so much from like mid game, early game, late game, and it's just like start end. Like it doesn't feel like there's like, I guess the Roma Yangs are kind of your mid game, but there used to be a lot more downtime in the mid game. The mid game was about kind of like gathering resources because time's gone past. Resource management was actually a really, really big part of this game. Now it's like grapples are probably your most valuable resources, and obviously you want your pots and your heals, but like because the game's go, go, go constantly, you need grapples to keep up with the pace of the game, where before grapples were important and you'd have, you know, you'd have a back catalog of grapples, but health potions, pot potions, your I've forgotten the word. Your weapon repair kits were super important because it was all about cannon fire, range abilities, refreshing those, keeping it up, chipping away and out sustaining back in the end game, but the end game just like you don't get much chances to pot anymore, especially in end game. Like mid game is probably the only time you do get to pot because the fights are still a little bit spread out. But here we are into the action. SR versus 521.
521 SR going at it immediately. Junk's already taking half health, been in a lot of trouble though, going to be knocked down early in this one. Zhao trying to sustain, has the dual blades available. I believe Pampy is just on the fisticuffs right now, as is the case for a lot of 521. And I think that means that this could spell doom. Pampy taking down SR on the rallying point here, going to come away with a first fight victory. A great start for a team we're on the watch for.
Yeah, exactly what they needed as well, but for 521, that is a devastating loss. Losing your revive that early in a game where you are currently 8 points off, well, 7.5 points off getting yourself into that top 12. This is going to make their life real hard as Wolves looking to finish up BBE here. Down they go. Devon throws down the charm. Only lands onto one member of Wolves, but BBE, Roy, I think he hit a poison plant there, so he may just bleed out. As there's going to be the uppercut. Wolves keeping that pressure on. Going to get Night HQ back up. Get a healing back up. And now Roy just healing off in the distance, but should be hunted down. TE taking on JL right now, though. This is kind of the tail end of the fight for them, unfortunately. It looks like that is one thing dealt with.
Yeah, unfortunate for JL, another team that I really was hoping for a little bit more for in the second half, just unable to handle the bursts of early game aggression that these other teams are rising to the challenge of. Cuckoo currently able to get away from the fight, though, already. Not in dire straits, but certainly sad to have lost some of those revives early in this one. So we're going to have to keep an eye out for how they're going to be able to recover from the situation. But overall, with the battle lines drawn early in this one, we have those front runners who are beginning to prepare for the first Rumble game spawn.
2-Tick's got the Volpine S. Able to pick that one up. That's nice for them. It's going to give him a bit of a buff going in. OA, I'm undecided on. Like, I saw SR on day one. I was like, okay, this team's actually cracked. OA, I'm still unsure on. I don't think they're bad. Right now, they're like, even statistically, they're quite a middle team. I think I see potential in them, but I also can see their very clear weaknesses. I think they get very, very disorientated in fights at times. And that can cause them a lot of problems. Yeah, SR, I feel like their fighting is just so crisp.
Yeah, and speaking of SR and the way that they were kind of getting discombobulated in some of those early games, credit to Junks for really turning around the way that they've approached a lot of these fights. Before they were getting caught out, maybe a little bit too far forward on scouting missions, things like that. Now, they very much are locking in with the rest of the team and becoming the central player in a lot of cases. Their Viper play in particular was immaculate last game.
Yeah, I mean, that was game 2 where Junks kept getting himself caught and isolated. I think after game 2, when we went into the break, the coach was round back with the belt, man. Like, he was not happy. Put him in place, and I think Junks has definitely got himself together going forward. OUG being hunted by FBX. FBX just have to play balls to the wall this game. They have to go so aggressive. Right now, in 16th place, they are way off 12th. They need to get these kills, and OUG opening up onto them nice and quickly. OUG actually SS forced to use the monk, get to grab off, and now Fuyan is getting repeating crossbowed, and he is getting punched midair. Can they get the re-grab? Oh, he's able to break away. Laser beam coming in from Fuyan. They're looking for another grab, but SS is being liquefied by that laser beam. Slowly but surely trying to make the runaway, using the new mobility on that monk, but it's not enough. He is being cooked. Microwaved by it. Fuyan grabbed out mid-air, and now they're getting turned onto. SS able to get himself back out of monk form, jumps into the Karumi, but now the Bane's Breath is actually going to do some work there. FBX losing a player. They do have that Bane's Breath to work with, though, so OUG going to lose a player. That's going to be a nice little play there for them, as now we're cutting over to Pampy. Parry onto SS, knocking him in on his backside. OUG just being bullied by the teams trying to qualify. That was sad for OUG.
Yeah, 521 coming in, seeing an opportunity to finally get some points on the board. OUG, one of our winners today, unfortunately, just going to fall to the desperation hammer there. Because now YZG is going in. JL in a lot of trouble. I don't think Cuckoo's getting out of this one. Drops the weapon, just gets absolutely obliterated. And so that's going to be a player down.
Nice little pick up there, JL. Just on the run right now. Down Cuckoo. They had no revive on Cuckoo. Oh, that is actually really rough for JL. That is the kind of team, but the bottom teams want to be bullying out right now because JL are very close to just being evicted from the entire bi-weekly finals, losing your Syra, and now having to find a rebirth charm, try and get him up, it's definitely going to make life harder. Oh, no, ignore me. Syra's still in the game. They're just in ghost form. But being down all of your revives,
yep,
and having 0 kills still puts them in a very, very dicey position going forwards. And honestly, every kill BBE get is just griefing the lobby because BBE aren't qualifying. There's no way they can get to 76 points, and especially with that goal post that could be moving. So every time they take a point, they're taking a point from a team who really needs that, whether that be a top team or a bottom team.
I'm just happy they're getting points here, frankly, Hitbrand. So, you know, I'll stand on the other side of that one. You need a little bit of a pick-me-up after getting mollywopped 5 games in a row. Let's see if they're going to be able to just, you know, at least dodge the belt of their coaches this time around.
Gonna be a hard one for them. Variant challenge used by SR, looking to grab themselves some goodies. Even getting Moonbane charm. That is the true play. They got the Moonbane charm to control the Roma Yang when it spawns up. And variant challenge in case anyone jump. Well, the variant challenge also there, so the Moonbane can be used early if they get jumped and they need to get out of a fight.
Yeah, I'm happy to see SR rise to the occasion. They've played fearlessly throughout the course of the entire set of matches today, but, you know, once you come out on top, you are in first place. There's maybe a willpower to play conservatively here, not wanting to give anything up in a disastrous play early that can completely send you spiraling. And so the fact that they're still able to get resources and they're playing as well as they are, I think is a real credit to them. Hopefully they're going to be able to walk away from the Realm of Yang, also keeping that momentum about them. Let's take a look at the map right now, see where everybody is. Currently, we are getting 521 and Weibo clustered around one Realm of Yang. 3 minutes left on the clock for that one, so it looks like that's just going to be playing neutral ground for the time being. SR very much alone over there, by the way, controlling the space with the Bane's Breath, and just looting up as they can. Across the rest of the board, nothing in terms of any crazy plays up there in the top left corner. We're going to see whether or not TE and WZ actually end up fighting.
Yeah, I don't think they will. I think it's going to be waiting on the Realm of Yangs right now. Wolves are in the area, so are OA. OA need to get in a Realm of Yang. They just need to try for fights. 0 kills right now, and again, they are tied in 12/13th place. So, sorry, 12/11th place. So they need to get some points on the board and clear as far away from the 13th place teams as possible, or 13th and below, I guess. Is that 5-2-1 going to be jumping inside a Realm of Yang themselves? They're going to be looking to secure that one. And this is always the interesting thing about the last day of bi-weekly finals before you get onto the actual finals, is you stop watching the top teams and you start watching the bottom teams right at the end. There's Syra, everybody jumps in, no problems. Oh, OA versus Wolves is going to be our Realm of Yang.
Ooh, looking forward to this one. Once again, Wolves still trying to get on that redemption arc. They could make a statement here versus OA, who's kind of been middle of the pack for much of the days.
4-point essence, though.
Yeah, as we start, taking to the air, PP going to be able to get a second reset, continuing to play above the side of Wolves right now, just slowly wear down those health bars. No deep engages, no Town High ult activated just yet. PP continuing to dive in as Meng is going to drop an ultimate of their own. Incredibly low OA, just kind of folding like paper right now. Meng unable to get the space necessary to go for a recovery, I think. Tutik already without armor as well, as PP is going to fire off their ultimate to try to work as a stabilizing factor. Wolves answers with the Frisian ultimate, getting into the mech, opening up with free fire. Meng does manage to get the armor swap going and tries to go for the reset, but Tutik unfortunately is already at about half health. And look at this artillery fire. PP just kind of left isolated, unable to do a whole lot to affect the fight. We'll try to jump in and make a statement maker here. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be given the opportunity. ZK dancing around the battlefield, good damage on all sides, utilizing that fan, will be knocked back into a parry, but I don't think it's enough. Tutik trying to buy a little bit of space at half health. Meng already taken down. PP is going to crumble as well, and there's the win the Wolves were looking for.
Wolves played that really well. I mean, initially getting that grab onto ZK was really problematic for Wolves, but the second grab was effectively really, really well disrupted by the cannon fire and the Syra just melting through and playing disruption. onto the monk, which stopped them from being able to do anything else with that monk. And then from that point, as soon as the monk wore off, and I believe the not the Vermilion Burst, the Vulpine Essence was procced early. So they ended up losing out on that when they probably would have liked it for a little bit more of a clutch play. Wolves juggled that very nicely. Very confident win there. And that is going to force OA in a scary position because right now they have that Roma Yang debuff on. And if they die here, they pretty much guarantee that they're not going to be making it to bi-weekly finals. So they got 4 and a bit minutes to hold on. As we're going to cut over to 5-2-1 versus SR inside the Roma Yang. Pampy getting heavily bullied here. Jumps doing some work with those chains as they're just trying to get some damage down. Pampy has those chains once again onto the SR members. Good Sandstorm was actually used in the middle of that one. But Rico staying aerial, laser beaming in, playing interrupt. Pampy comes in with a 2-man meteor into the chain sides. Doesn't quite get the cone he wanted, but Fat Milk going down, and that is going to be a rough one there for the side of 5-2-1 as SR had the man advantage. Chain scythes are nicely used, but Pampy too low really to keep himself going as they are taken out in the middle of that. Rico able to break away. Junk's actually going a little bit low, but able to secure it. And 5-2-1 Pampy now taking themselves a fight versus YZG. Teams fighting. Both of these teams, I believe, have that Roma Yang debuff, and will be fighting for a chance to remain in the game. 5-2-1 need this as well because they are also in a position where if they are knocked out here, they are not making it to bi-weekly finals. YZG, it sucks to get knocked out here, but they are confidently secured into those finals. So they can just end the day early. Not get as many points as they would have liked to have taken into the bi-weekly finals, but either way.
Yeah, we talked about the mentality of players this deep into it. You know, there's obviously a lot of desperation if you're low in the standings, but as YCG just let off the gas pedal a little bit here, QGG brutally parried here, as this might just be the end of the road. YCG trying to sustain. Pampy actually taking a half health, has to try to get back outside of this fight, as now they're going to hand off aggro and try to find a way right back into this one, as FPX is now part of this exchange as well, looking for the third party here. Divide and Conquer, Fat Milk in a lot of trouble, just blown up. Oh, that is heartbreaking for sure, as now Wolves are also in trouble, as it's OA looking for blood, looking for revenge as well. LJX, about the only person still left relatively healthy on the side of the Wolves, as now PP, I think, is going to land the death knell here by going into the Golem form, as the Wolves scatter, trying to find a way out of this one, or to try to find an answer back with any kills here. They will be denied it, as now LJX is grabbed on up, and Megan's going to free fire.
Really, really nice stuff coming in there. PP looking for grabs. Not going to be able to find them, sadly, right now. But ZK reposition up as PP goes for that grab. Catches it onto NiHQ. PP getting pretty heavily chunked out here. Not able to get the follow-up grab. And this could just be the end of OA's day. The end of their first bi-weekly. Going out on a whimper here. They still have their Zip, to be fair, who has cleansed themselves, but it's going to be a hard comeback to mount for OA. One player has to find all the rebirth charms and survive. And oh, no, Meng is getting absolutely ganged up onto by the side of OUG. I don't think Meng's going to go far. Does try and get a clang off. Well, went for a parry, ended in a clang. And that is going to be the end of Meng. Oh, Zip has so much healing. Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's going to take a moment. It's going to take a moment. It's a zipping.
Yeah, this isn't even going to have the luxury of ending quickly. Meng is finally going to be worn down after we worked through 2 full health bars there.
And that's really sad to see. Unfortunately, it's just a matter of us just not getting to see what would happen in a situation where people aren't so desperate to go for scraps, right? That was a third party, maybe a fourth party at that point. But it was all too much, as we do see the remnants of the Wolves here set themselves up for pretty deep venture into this game. They have a solid number of kills under their belt here. You look at the front runners across the board. These guys definitely have a shot if they can build up their resources to take this one home and finally get that game we know is in them, but they've been incapable of bringing to bear across this series so far.
It's going to be a very big game here for Wolves. They're close. FPX also have a lot of points under their belt, so I would be sweating if I was a couple of the teams right now. OA, I think they know that they're pretty much cooked unless everything goes wrong. JL jumping inside the Roma Yang with SR. SR have just been unrelenting today. So good to watch. So everyone's going to go aerials to start us off. Cuckoo holding that ultimate, waiting for the prime opportunity to throw it down. Flamer getting thrown out. Not really going to hit onto anybody right now. It's Cuckoo going to get caught out by the sandstorm. Just going to break away from that one for the moment as the rest of SR just going to go for the escape. Junks had used the ultimate and used the chain. There's one thing's going to break away, and this sandstorm is just giving SR an opportunity to get that reset off, re-heal everybody up, and now Cuckoo tries to go forward. I think he missed it. Beautiful parry coming in. Is able to break away, forces the ultimate out from him, as now JL trying to put some damage down onto these members. Can they find the interrupts? Rico firing the laser beams down in the middle of it is One Fang losing a lot of HP. Junk's also going quite low, using that Furen shove, trying to just interrupt Cuckoo for the brief second here, as now you do see JL lose XX1. Downing they go. Cuckoo getting stunned up, wasting that ultimate now, as now Junks is going to open up onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo's health bar is just being absolutely minced here. Down they go. SR prove why they're at the top of the table. Huge performance for them, as Wolves are going to lose LJX versus FPX. These are two teams both competing for a spot at the top, and FPX have proved that they've got what it takes. They're going to be looking to take out NiHQ, finishing him up, but he is onto ZE for the moment. There it is. FPX win the Realm of Yang.
Credit to FPX, keeping the gas on. This is what they needed to do. This was their burden, and they are rising to the occasion here in game number 6. The question is it too little, too late? The kills have been relatively well distributed across multiple different teams at this point, Hitbrain, and so they aren't out of the woods just yet. I think that they need to look for an all-out victory.
Yes. They have to get a lot more. They are quite a bit lower than where Wolves are in the standing, but knocking Wolves out here is going to be a big thing. If they can make sure Wolves don't get the revive off, that's FPX's final hurdle to take OA's spot. FPX right now are 68.5 points. They need to get another 13 points to make it into the bi-weekly finals. So they have a lot of work to do, but 13 points isn't unachievable from their current standing. First place gives you that kill multiplier, but if Wolves get a couple more kills and overtake OA, it suddenly becomes a lot harder for FPX, because that 13 kills becomes 14 points and then 15 points, and it suddenly just becomes a lot harder to actually keep up.
All right, well, the revives have come through alongside the Realm of Yang debuffs. JL, Wolves, a little bit desperate in this situation. I do think that we're in a position where all of a sudden, it's not necessarily desperation. There is kind of a willpower on both sides of this, both the debuff side as well as the non-debuff side, to just try to take fights where you can, because there's a lot of value to be had, especially when it comes to the scoring of points here. And we are going to see an engage. It's just going to be JL versus Wolves. One of these two teams going to lose it all. Gambling it deep on this one. We do have a Syra ult from up top, preventing too much from coming through to knock back against Wolves, who are going to pretty easily clean this one up and keep themselves sustained for a little while longer. I believe that they still have one debuff.
I do indeed. JL pushing up a little bit more right now, but just a bit of a waiting game right now at this point. 22 players left in the game. Debuff still available on to 2 players. So that number probably will be going down, although JL actually got their rebuff charms, so they'll be able to get a player up. I don't know if they have enough to get 2 rebirths, unfortunately. So I think it's, just bring back the Zai. One thing, unfortunately, has to sit out and just watch.
Hey, I just realized BBE's still in this game. Only 1 kill to their name. Really not the playstyle I was hoping that they would try to push for. But I guess we're getting your wish, Hitbrain, in that they aren't interfering too much with the teams that really need these kills right now. FPX included, who are going to try to dive upon JL. And unfortunately, XX1 just is nowhere to go. Melted in an instant. Very, very clean play from a team who's ramping up right in the nick of time.
Yeah, they really are. FPX, it's one step closer, but Wolves also got an extra kill, so suddenly that one step closer gets a little bit harder. Every good move they make gets battered back as Wolves down a player, just looking to put as many points on the board as possible. Trying to get themselves into this game. NiHQ down is going to cost them. LJX looking to break away. Zinyu keeping onto his pocket though. Wolves, I think they're going to struggle to break away here from OUG, and that might be the opportunity for FPX to come back in. LJX battered off the wall. So much damage coming in. He's going to be forced to use the ultimate. Wolves just need to farm a couple more kills. They're trying to keep ZK going, trying to keep him alive with the sustain from LJX. Looks like he's able to break away. LJX just continues to heal up, throwing up those laser beams and making the breakaway. Wolves able to successfully escape this one. They have enough money for a rebirth charm. They just need to find an opportunity to use one. The biggest problem is everybody in the lobby is hunting them. They could smell the blood in the water. LJX is just going to have to sacrifice himself, tries to throw down the stun. Not going to happen. OUG get the kill. Wolves bring ZK back, but now they need to go get another rebirth charm. A real mistake from them, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a necromantic whack-a-mole right now, and that's not where Wolves want to be when they need to be focusing their whole efforts on getting kills and keeping a lead. 10 so far for them. It's been successful, but I think that they're going to quickly fall out of the slot of financial comfort that they were in by virtue of needing to continually top off these players, as well as get that next rebirth charm. They need to do so before the time runs out. Only 9 minutes left in this game. Looks like ZK is going to be able to purchase one here. But is this all too little too late is the question for a team that is already so deeply on the brink.
Okay, well, they purchased the rebirth charm. They're going to head over to the solo to hit. Bring back another player, but I mean, 8 minutes, you've somehow got to get some loot together for 2 players. And immediately, OUG catch them on the revive. Wolves can't catch a break here. OUG just hunting them down constantly, and they're going to have to sacrifice another player. Xinyu's keeping the pressure up. I don't know if NightHQ's the one with all the money, but there can't be any more rebirth charms. OUG maybe biting off a little bit more than they can chew, though, because FPX are making their way in. That's going to be another rebirth charm purchased. Wolves are going to revive one more time. NightHQ is back. Wolves hanging on by the skin of their teeth in this game. OUG griefing them.
Yeah, and FPX getting deep into this one. Just wanted to force another fight while definitely ahead on money. Keiki still with golden armor and a lot of health to play with. Meanwhile, SS has been forced to ult in this one to try to act as a stabilizing force. Baby, you going to stay alongside them? TE actually waiting in the wings. We haven't seen them in a while here, as Youth and company are on the far side of the cliffside wall. Wolves slowly trying to inch their way back towards any place where they can find some loot and get back into this one. Meanwhile, FPX is looking to revive their last member before they try anything more rash. Looks like for the time being, things are going to slowly taper off here, as we still have quite a few players left and available.
Yeah, 21 players. It's actually one of the bigger lobbies. Only 1 monk, though, so OUG, 2 kills under their belt, but the problem is they have a bit of a target on their back, and looking at the shape of the zone right now and where we are, I wouldn't want to be a monk right now. There is way too many cliff edges. There's way too much verticality. I think that's a problem. Wolves have learnt their lesson. They're just camping in a bush. They do not want to be anywhere near any of the action right now. They just want to wait it out. FPX being down a player is going to cost them heavily. Is Junks from the side of SR going to secure his team. Draco Storm, gold armor, gold weapons. SR are absolutely terrifying right now.
And to your point about people hiding in bushes, where the heck is BBE at?
They're in this game still?
Oh, yeah.
There they are. I'm just used to them being knocked out of the game, to be honest.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, and I think that that's about to happen here. BBE just without any loot, only 1 kill to their name. Divided up and conquered by SR and company. Devon just desperately trying to find a way out of this one. Doesn't want to fall down to the low ground where FPX currently stands, but there's Titans above as well in the form of SR. Oh, goodness gracious. This is going to be an interesting final battle for sure. BB, I don't think are going to survive to see it all, as now they're going to get pincered by TE and the remnants of OUG.
I mean, BB aren't undergeared. They got purple armor and weapons across the board. Obviously, you're dealing with some very, very stacked teams and teams who've been playing Final Circles all day. The thing is BB actually aren't practiced in Final Circles today because they haven't made it to any, so that's going to be the true test of how well they're actually able to manage this. Wolves still in the game, FPX still in the game, SR still in the game. It's really anybody's game. I think for FPX, the chances of them closing the gap enough is not going to be there. Wolves, they are 1 kill. 1 kill from tying with OA, then you get your placement points after that. Wolves could make it. They could genuinely make it. FPX is going to have to be one hell of a performance from them. if they're going to go for it. And now we're going to see TE Xiaonan goes for a transform in a Bane's Breath. Luckily, he didn't take any damage from that.
It's a lot of time inside of the
just got to
town
run
high
away.
ultimate wasted as he just slowly clomps his way away from the Bane's Breath, though.
Yeah, real mistake from him off the back of that one. And
Yep.
you're the only monk. You have a massive target on your back. Wolves have lost a player. FPX trying to grief them. I think if Fuyan knew how important that kill was... Wait, they're just bleeding out. This could just be the end. SR might have been able to deny Wolves a place in the bi-weekly finals. LJX just has to play escape. He's trying to make a run for it. That was huge that he gets away, but there's going to be laser beams coming in. Rico takes down Wolves, and they are denied. FPX somehow get a rebirth charm off in the middle of all of this. 4 minutes to go, and you rebirth charm someone? I have not seen one that late in the game. We'll see if it's going to work out, though. They have some serious work to do. 17 kills, though. I don't know how many kills SR are on, though. They are still absolutely killing it this game. And I believe WBG is still kicking about as well.
Oh, yeah,
both
there they
their
are.
scores are at the top of the lobby.
Oh,
Here
no.
they come. WBG looking to take out FPX. This could be the denial. Kiki burning down. He's going to go down there. That's going to be TE to secure the kill. One step closer to being completely secure. Jing, low HP, being chased by the laser beams, trying to make a run for it. Yuan, the only man standing for the side of FPX, is trying so desperately, but I don't think he's going to be able to hold on. Able to break away, turn the attention away from him and get to the other side of the wall. Him and Cuckoo find each other and break away. Roy Hehe as well. It's just the last man standing wall on the other side, and SR smell it. They find Roy Hehe and they're going to go for the chase.
And SR is kind of in the dark horse once again as of late. They just come out of nowhere, fully kitted up and ready to melt another team. And that's going to be FPX still stuck on one member, just having to play keep aways for as long as possible to rack up the last few points. But I think that they are too far away to break past that 13 barrier. Meanwhile, we're looking at SR from the high ground, just with the cannons available, able to whittle down OUG and company. You're all fighting down on low. TE, the former Xiaonan in youth, trying to get a little bit of space for themselves as Cuckoo. 4JL is going to pop ultimate once again, trying to zip around to a place where they aren't being harried and harassed, but unfortunately they may be denied the opportunity, as now even OUG from across the far side of the shadow is still trying to nuke this last ulting Syra that exists, and now as they drop back to the ground, they're in trouble.
Also, SR have guaranteed first place. WBG are out. No one else can contest them. SR will be first place going into bi-weekly finals, meaning they'll be taking a whole heap of points. The new kids on the block, the team to watch, popping off. OUG able to secure another kill. They're pretty much guaranteed into that bi-weekly final at this point. In fact, they are 100% guaranteed into that bi-weekly final at this point. Wolves may make it through placement points, but they have no more control over their fate at this point. Unless FPX can pull a miracle off with one last player, it's going to have to be absolutely huge, though. SS grabs onto Junks from the side of SR, punches him into the zone. Is he going to be able to get the grab off? I don't think he is. He's just going to get himself on top of the building, but the laser beams are coming in. Has got the healing from his Kurumi, though, to keep him topped up. SS, the only monk in the lobby, struggling to climb the wall. I say that, and Xiaonan's in the game. He's not the only monk. SR Joao has been caught, punched. Not out of the zone, though. Able to get back in, but the re-grab comes in. Can he find the double grab? Looks like it's going to be the punch. SR lose their Tammy. Xiaonan looking for another grab. SR just trying to wait this one out. They've got a massive amount of damage they can do with that staff. Got the Golden Soul James, I can't remember the name of, as SS was trying to go for a pickup onto Zinyu inside the zone. That was risky, and I think he may pay the price for that. SS is incredibly low, and Junks knows it. Just looking to jump up and try and stop the reset. The cannon fire coming in, gonna kick the pressure up onto SS. Huyan from FBX holding fast. He's just staying aerial. Has he got the grapples to stay in the sky for another 45 seconds? The two-man parry onto TE. Xiaonan has to pop the bell to stay in the fight. Then it's going to be the Sandstorm. It's going to gatekeep people trying to get back into the zone. They have to go the long way around. TE holding fast, 15 kills. There's so many teams who can take it all here. Junks is taking out SS on the side of OUG, and now Fuyan staying on the high ground. He needs to start getting kills, but Rico is playing denial. FBX, they are so close. They can taste first place. They can taste bi-weekly finals. Fuyan staying high.
Oh, no.
Loses the ultimate though. He's gonna jump down, but Rico is doing all of the work he needs. Second place will go over to FPX as they are eliminated. 21 kills to SR and another win under their belt. The new kids on the block look unbelievably good going into bi-weekly finals.
Oh, it's a beautiful statement maker. Another victory at the end. No longer were they the ones with all eyes trained on them, as we saw FPX unable to bring themselves to the heights that they needed, as SR just continues to advance their lead in the whole darn league. Oh, what a showing. And honestly, as a trio, I think that these guys are the ones to beat. They took a little bit of time today to ramp up, but I don't think that's going to be the case in the future weeks. They are here to stay at the top, looking to completely dominate the NBPL.
SR are very much a Firefly team. They are a team who thrive with early ultimates and early action. These guys, when that snowball starts, it is nigh impossible to stop it. 2 games back to back at the end of the day. Secured themselves first place. And this new organization, couple of familiar faces, but playing together very, very efficiently at the start of the league. Junks, I remember last split, was an okay player. They weren't bad, but they weren't like a standout player. Like, you know, like the likes of VVV and stuff. Like, you just couldn't compare to them. This split, something happened to Junks. Dude spent off season hard grinding. He is so good right now. Massive improvement coming in from the guy. I am super excited by SR going forwards. And yeah, I know I've said it multiple times, but it just has KLA. It just has KLA's debut written all over it. YZG, formerly KLA, had a good day. Fell off a little bit, tapered off a little bit towards the end, but it's hard to have like an amazing day when suddenly you have SR just absolutely exploding into the action.
Yeah, absolutely. I really think that SR just got it together in a way that makes me so excited for their future. They were one of those teams that had their learning moments early on in the series, and the fact that they were able to reflect and then build upon what was bringing them good results but not great results from early on, and now translated that into back-to-back wins 5 and 6 really makes me think that they have a game plan locked down. This is what they're going to be doing as they move to the bi-weeklies, and given that that's the case, what I really am looking forward to here is them having some more maps where they don't have Fireflies. I want to now see them translate the greatness that we saw during the Firefly maps into places where they maybe don't have all the same resources at their disposal. If they could overcome that, I think we got a new champion brewing.
Yeah, I mean, they got a lot of work to do. GG are going to be a big potential roadblock for them. DRG surprisingly looking very good. I mean, DRG are a team who, like, I think have like the odd week where they look amazing and then they kind of just go into being a bit of a middling team. Obviously, new roster, so things could change, but they've always been that team who are kind of just there and never really at the top. It's the old GG saying I used to say about GG, because they always used to play like second and third. They were always a podium team, but never first. So I always said they were like always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And then last year, they became the bride, but they didn't quite make it to the World's Finals. Well, they made it to the World's Finals. They didn't quite win the World's Finals.
Yeah.
But here we go. Points coming in. 30 points for SR. A 22-point game for them. 19.5. There's a world where FBX might have done that. I mean, the ranking points, I don't think it was actually. I think the ranking points is too low. They needed to go first place and then get the kill multiplier along with those 4 ranking points. So I think OA may just have scraped by. I think they may just have scraped by the skin of their teeth into this. We'll get the overall scoreboard up in a moment and you'll see, well, we'll see where they are. But for now, another FPX huge performance. Rico, definitely going to be our MVP. 8 kills, 27,000 damage. Junk, 7 kills, 26,000 damage, and 7 kills onto Zhao, who got 17,000 damage. I think we've had 4 Syra, maybe 5 Syra MVPs today.
I think it was 4.
Although now that you say it, I can't remember what the other two would be. So you could be right in that it's 5. Regardless, this character is a touchstone for basically every team. If you get the Syra comp, you can't come out ahead. And so those teams that are able to rally around and figure out who is the best Syra and utilize it to its fullest extent are the ones that are just reaping in success right now. I do hope that we do find a way where she gets a little bit more balanced and the meta opens up a bit. But really, as it currently stands, the sustained fights are still treats to watch.
Absolutely, but OA are able to just about scrape by. It was 1.5 points between them and Wolves. Unbelievably close. JL just about getting in, but there it is, starting with 23 points on Sunday. SR in first place. WBG close behind them with 18. YZG pulled it up into 4th as well. DRG just about hanging on. In fact, 0.9 points separated YZG from a podium start at the beginning of the day. Really, really big. 13% of your points do get carried over. And remember, 70, I believe it's 75 points. Let me double check. 70 points for Trio is all you need to make it. Once you hit 70 points on the day, you just need to get a first place and you are done. You've won it. No one else can contest. It's such a good start there for the side of SR to contest that first place. I'm really excited to see how they fare up. Obviously, you're going to be dealing with GG, who are the domestic champions 2 times in a row. You don't have to worry about the world champs, though. Wolves aren't here.
Nope. Neither in spirit nor in placements. Unfortunately, Wolves just needs to find get their groove back. But right now, we're actually seeing FPX lay the walloping upon Wolves here in the realm of Yang. Congratulations, of course, to SR as the overall winners. But if the FPX could channel some of the energy that they brought to this final game to other ones in the series, I still am looking forward to their showing throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to see. Very excited to see more from Wolves. The problem with Wolves are, like, me and Rune have always been big fans of Wolves ever since day one. But like, they used to be a very exciting team. They used to like get like 10 kills at the beginning of the game, and then die like 8 minutes into the game, and then that'd be them done. And they were like, oh, they were so good, but never could make it to a final circle. And back when everyone got kill multipliers, well, not everyone, but like a large portion of the lobby used to get kill multipliers until they changed it so it's only the final team who get the kill multiplier. That was back when like Wolves were like super exciting to watch. Nowadays, I think they've just been plagued by inconsistencies, unfortunately. They've not quite been there, but here we are. Our MVP. Surprise, surprise, it's a Syra. It's SR. It's Rico. 27,000 damage coming in. 8 kills. Almost 9k healing. Merciless Havoc as their Golden Soul Jade. 12,000 damage with their skills and ultimates. And 5,300 with the Hong Sword. So mostly through those abilities. Putting out some serious work. Rico looked really, really good here.
Yeah, it's really a matter of Syra just being the Elmer's glue that holds a whole team together. The fact that you're able to sustain some people who may be doing a little bit more damage, even that is not necessarily guaranteed, as that laser beam is nasty work. It means that, once again, this is both expected but also well-earned. And I mean, SR's just been using this comp to beautiful efficiency.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really impressive stuff. But there it is. SR able to get themselves that victory into that top end of the table. Bi-weekly finals are going to be absolutely banging. I'm very excited for them. Unfortunately, I won't be covering them. I can't remember who it is now, but it's going to be a good one. I'll be watching. Make sure that you guys at home also are watching. We'll have an interview coming up shortly anyway, so got a little bit more time before we're done. So, but yeah, I mean, how was your first day? My voice is absolutely shot, so I need you to ramble for me here.
Yeah, I'll ramble a little bit. Well, for one, it's been an honor working with you, Hip Rain. Of course, you know, when I saw that name, really thought, hey, this is someone who's obviously made their mark in esports, because they sound super familiar. And it's been great jumping on in for Nbpl, and I think I'm coming in at such a great time. Things are relatively healthy, tons of competition across multiple teams. The meta is pretty interesting still, even though we have some standouts in regards to individual characters. And really, I'm just happy to be along for the ride. I cannot wait to see what the next step forward is for the Nbpl here for some of the teams involved. I'll be rooting for BBE down there at the bottom of the standings for the rest of the season. I'll tell you that much right now. And I cannot wait to be back for more.
It's fine. I throw flame at BBE. I always find like one team who's just my Meg. You know, from Family Guy. They're just my Meg team. Like,
Oh no.
I'll bully them the whole time. I can't remember who it was last season. It wasn't BB because they're actually quite good. Actually, I'm not even going to be able to look at my notes. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to throw it over to an interview to round it out. So, over to you, Leah.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have X Hao from SR come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 也请小豪先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 SR 的小豪。
Okay, welcome. So as a new team for Nbpl, how do you feel like get the first place of the regular game? 那其实作为一个新的队伍来到我们的 Nbpl， 在第一周的常规赛就拿下了积分第1名的好成绩，有什么样的感受啊？
非常的不容易，因为我们为了这个成绩一直在努力很久。
Oh, I feel really hard because we try so hard to get this kind of grade. Wow, so good. So, like, have you ever thought about before this time's matches? Have you ever thought about you can get this good grade? 那在比赛之前有没有想过可以拿到这样好的成绩？
没有想过，只能说尽力而为。
Okay. I never thought about we can get this good grade. We just try hard in the game. Well, so I have another question. How do you feel like overpassed OUG this time? 那对于你们这次成绩超过 OUG 那么一大截，有什么样的感受？
可能是因为我们今天状态比较好，所以拉了这点分数。
Well, maybe just because we have good data today. Why I ask this question? Because we all know SR and OEG are brother team. Because like for all the players from SR which is from OEG XX, so they are really good friends. Well, okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did SR X Hao choose in the game 6? A. Kylan, B. Temuch, C. Ziping, D. Tianhai. 那这次我们的问题是小豪在第6把拿到去选择了哪个英雄呢 ？A 是张起灵 ，B 是特莫尔 ，C 是子平 ，D 是天海。So please count down the time， 也是请小豪给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer？ 答案是什么？第6把。忘了。啊
B.
Yeah. Okay, the answer is B. Well, you know, so as the only two team which use Udo combinations in the matches, like how do you feel about like these combinations in Nbpl now? 那其实作为唯2去选择妖刀这个阵容的队伍，在我们的 Nbpl 打下来，用这个阵容什么感受？
杀人非常的快，就是mang头就是整。
I think this kind of combination is really good at killing. Well, so I said you and OUG is the only two team which use Euro combinations. So when you guys met each other in the matches, you already know who they are, what kind of strategy you will use. 那其实已经是明牌打了，毕竟只有你们2个队伍去使用这个阵容。那么如果在游戏里面碰到的话，会有什么样的策略去应对他们呢？
见招拆招。
Oh, we will just do what we can do. We will just focus on what they do and we will think about the solution. Wow, that's so cool. Well, so we already gonna move to our first bi-weekly final and this one is really important. So what's your team's expectation for this time's bi-weekly final? 那其实马上就要进入到我们第1双周的周决赛了，至关重要。对于这一次的周决有什么样的期望？打算做什么样的准备呢？
一直打，加油吧！我也不知道。
Actually, I don't know. We just want to keep going and do what we can do and try our best. Okay, just good luck to you. I hope SR can get a really good grade for this time bi-weekly final as a new team. 那也是非常期待 SR 在这一次我们的周决赛当中能够拿到怎么样的成绩，也是特别希望你们作为一支全新的队伍，可以给我们的 Nbpl 带来一些成绩，好吗？ Okay, thank you, EXO, for doing this. That's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
And we are back. Absolutely amazing day. Genuinely amazing day. I am physically fried and Actually, not emotionally fried. I'm just in a good mood. That was a banging day. Very excited to see how the rest of the season's gonna go, because obviously we've just rounded up the regular of the first bi-weekly. We still got the bi-weekly finals to go, so a lot more to happen. There's a lot more to happen. It's gonna be a very, very good season so far. I mean, if the meta stays this exciting, I'm really interested to see what they cook up. That's the big thing, because as the season moves on, more and more teams adapt, more and more teams add to the meta. We'll see, you know, more variation on various different comps. So it'd be interesting to see what the teams are going to cook up over the next few kind of weeks coming, and seeing how the meta shifts and changes. Obviously, we got Lani, I can't remember how you say her name now, the new hero coming out, the one with the ball, the football. So she could change things up. She may just be solos, but from the way I've seen her abilities, I feel like she's going to be quite fun in trios. So gonna be interested to see how things change as new heroes get added, as new kind of stuff gets added. Gonna be a banging season. We're in for a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited.
Whoops. And here we are. Overall points at the end of the day. One last reminder. Unfortunately, these 6 teams didn't quite cut the cloth and have been evicted from today and will not be playing on Sunday. OA, JL, hanging on by the skin of their teeth today. They could have lost those spots very easily. Luckily for them, Wolves got just giga focused down, and FPX kind of crumbled in the last moments, which cost them everything, as SR will be going in to those finals with the most pre-proposed points, 22.3 points. They're looking very, very good.
Yeah, really happy to see just how well they blossomed in those later matchups. Weibo as well, credit to them for leapfrogging over DRG, moving up into that second place. They're also a team that I think could have an incredible outing here in the playoffs.
Yeah, WBG haven't won they haven't won a season in a very long time. It was season 2, I believe, of Nbpl, back before we had summer and spring splits. They won the second one ever, and that was the last time WBG really did anything of note. In fact, WBG may have been the team I bullied for a while, because they were quite underwhelming.
Oh no.
Bouncing back strong. Here are our qualified teams: SR, WBG, DRG, YZG, GG, ASE, OUG, TE, SS1, Bowder, JL, and OA. These are the teams who will be fighting it out for that top spot and for the first bi-weekly finals. There's a big old prize pool. There is a big old point up for grabs. And remember, we can go up to 8 games on Sunday and tomorrow as well, because we have our solos games coming up tomorrow for the bi-weekly finals. So make sure you tune in for those. Big thing, make sure your account's linked to your Twitch, because that's where you get some even more goodies. Remember the match point, there it is. Have to secure themselves that match point. For solos, it's actually 28 points, so it's not quite as many points necessary. Obviously, less players, less points up for grabs. So 28 points is how much the bi-weekly finals. After game 3, technically, someone can take it all. So it's going to be a big one. Also, game 1 to 3, if I remember correctly, it's been a while since I've done Nbpl. You start 0 hero points, so you have to play a different comp every game for the first 3 games of the day.
Yep, and with battle lines drawn like this, we got some really good action ahead of us in all divisions, Hit Brain. So for those of you who not only are working there to make sure that your accounts are linked, you guys are also making sure that you drop a follow here, as well as on the NARAKA socials, for more giveaways, more shout outs, and more updates regarding what's coming in the pipeline.
Yeah, there's a lot more to grab, a lot more goodies coming up. So keep your eyes. Season's just started. One thing I do always say about Nbpl is the season shoots by. I think because we break it into multiple little finals, then into like the big run up to the playoffs. There's a lot more. There we go. Group overviews once again, so you see where everyone's moving. I do believe we shift groups around every bi-weekly finals. Yes, so things will be changing. So teams will be in different groups. So SR will be playing with GG next split, or next bi-weekly finals. The big thing is FPX and PBE. That is a terrifying group to be. You got GG, you got SR. That's a really brutal group. They struggled hard this week, so they have some bouncing back to do. Otherwise, they're gonna be in some serious trouble.
Yeah, they got some time to scale up, some time to build their skills to really prepare for what's coming their way. And hopefully they got a lot of good footage from today in regards to the plays that were being made, the strategies that were being employed across all 3 of the maps that we have here in the NBPL. And so I really do hope that we get that upwards trajectory. I think FPX in particular can rise to the occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. FPX showed so much light at the end of the day. BBE got some work to do. They got a lot of work to do. I mean, if they can't make it to the next bi-weekly final, it does stunt them heavily going forwards. But the big but there is they do have a bit of a hyperbolic time chamber kind of style group to play in, providing they can make it further into games like they did in that game 6. I reckon BB are going to learn a lot from next week. So it's a lot of work for them to do. It is a lot of work for them to do going forwards.
Yeah, but, you know, that's what we're here for. We're here for the big stories. We're here for the huge turnarounds. And so I'm going to be rooting for them. And I'm sure that the teams, the Titans that stay up at the top of the standings for now, their, you know, spot isn't guaranteed for here on out. Even as we move into this first bi-weekly finals, you know, there's a lot to talk about. A lot of things can change around. And I mean, a team that look good today can definitely struggle tomorrow, especially as I'm sure we're going to be getting shifts to the meta, new characters, as well as everything else coming in the pipeline. I'm so excited for what comes next. Brain.
Yes, so am I, but that is us done for the day. Thank you very much. Make sure you join us tomorrow for the bi-weekly finals solos and Sunday for trios. Until then, good night, good morning, wherever you are. We'll see you later.